2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Gameday, Infinity Sports Net, and we are back again. Another week of NFL action, NFL Week 5, and we are in midseason form, getting ready to bring you all the action. 6 1 o'clock games, 4 4 o'clock games. Our first week with buys. The Falcons, the Bears, the Packers, and the Steelers all on bye. Another week of NFL football in Europe as the Vikings and Browns are battling it out, and we'll get you all the updates in that one as that winds down. It's currently 17-14 Browns over the Vikings, but we've got a huge slate of NFL action. Our game of the week for the 1 o'clock hour, Broncos at Eagles. The Eagles looking to stay undefeated. The Broncos trying to build off a win. They finally trailed in a game, and ironically, they won. The Texans at the Ravens. The Ravens trying to avoid going 1-4 for only their second time in the history of their franchise, as the Ravens, that is. Not just being in Baltimore. The Texans also trying to avoid going 1-4. Raiders versus the Colts. The Colts with a tough loss last week. Mitchell, we all know the mistakes he made. They're trying to bounce back. They're heavy favorites against the Raiders at home. The second week, the second iteration of the Jackson Dart era is upon us. Jackson Dart and the Giants go down to New Orleans. They face off against the winless Saints as the Saints try to get on the board, and the Giants try to keep up their winning ways. No Malik Neighbors. So we'll see how that offense adjusts to that. The Cowboys versus the Jets at MetLife. This Cowboys offense putting up points. This Cowboys defense not stopping anybody. They're trying to get a win after the big tie. It felt like a win, but a big tie for them against the Packers on Sunday night. facing off against the Jets, still searching for their first victory in the Aaron Glenn era. Another disappointing defeat, another lackluster performance on that Monday night doubleheader against the Dolphins. And then the Dolphins looking to continue their winning ways as they're 1-3, but they're trying to build off of last week's win. Going down to Carolina, facing the Panthers, also 1-3. And the Dolphins will be without Tyreek Hill for the rest of this season, and he's got a long road of recovery ahead. It's also worth noting in that Ravens game, as I'm thinking about injuries, they are decimated, and we will get you the injury report in a bit. In the 4 o'clock hour, we have the Titans at the Cardinals. The Cardinals looking to continue, get back over 500, keep up with the rest of that very scary NFC West. The Titans 0-4, trying to get a win for the first time in the Cam Ward era. They're also trying to get a win for head coach Brian Callahan, as he's had a rough start to begin. The Bucs, another team, the injuries have piled up early. So the Bucs trying to continue their winning ways after finally losing to the Eagles last week. You know, Baker couldn't pull off yet another game-winning drive. It would have been 4 in 4 weeks. They're visiting the Seahawks, another one of these vaunted NFC West teams. They're 3-1, favorites at home. So we'll see what happens there. Bucs dealing with a lot of injuries. No Bucky Irving. No Mike Evans. We'll get you the full injury report, like I said. The Lions, 10-point favorites over the Bengals, the depleted Bengals. The 2-2 Bengals, but depleted Bengals. No Joe Burrow again. No Shamar Stewart. So the Bengals try to get over 500. And the Lions continue their 3-game winning streak, hoping to make it a 4-game winning streak. And if you're watching along, it's now 3rd and 10. Vikings have the ball. I'll give you an update where they are on the field, but an incomplete pass here. Great defensive play from the Browns. I think it was Delpit with the defensive breakup. I'll get you an update on that, but it's going to be 3rd and 10. Addison the ball couldn't get to Addison. Grills it all. Delpit breaks it up, and we'll see what happens there. But 14-17 with 11:47 to go. Browns are leading, and they're on the 25-yard line, the Vikings' 25-yard line. So we'll see what happens on this 3rd down. And then to wrap up this window of Gridiron Game Day, we have the Commanders visiting the Chargers, and a massive catch from Justin Jefferson over the middle to get them to the 40. What a play. What a toss. What a catch. Commanders 2-2, Chargers 3-1. Chargers losing to Jackson Dart in his debut, and they try to get back in the winning column as they've been dealing with a banged-up offensive line. Let's see if they could get better protection for Herbert, who I feel like, I don't have the stats in front of me, but he's definitely got to be one of the most pressured and hit quarterbacks in the league this year. Jefferson going up, catching this on his left shoulder, spinning around and being able to still, run for a few yards as they are now in Browns territory. And it'll be about 2nd and 4 as another throw to Jefferson. So most receiving yards, are putting the stat up right now, most receiving yards a game all time, minimum 80 games. Justin Jefferson, 95.8. Next closest, Calvin Johnson, 86.1. Very impressive. Give you a little bit of the lines right now. Broncos visiting the Eagles. Eagles are 4-point favorites. Texans, 2.5-point road favorites over the Ravens. Like I said, banged up Ravens, trying to avoid going 1-4 for the second time in their history. The Raiders are on the road against the Colts. Colts are 7-point favorites at home. Everything's brought to you by BetMGM. Giants at Saints. Saints are a 1.5-point favorite. That one is going to be very interesting. The Saints have battled a lot this year, and the Giants have Jackson Dart starting, so we'll see. Can the Saints get in the win column? Can the Giants continue what was an exciting week? Obviously, it wasn't a flashy week, but an exciting week, even with the loss of Malik Neighbors. Cam Scadaboo having a big day and Jackson Dart having a big day. The Cowboys, 1-point favorites on the road against the Jets. That'll be a very Cowboy-filled MetLife as the Cowboys try to continue winning and build off of what was a great performance by them. Defensively, we will have to see something from the Cowboys. And the Dolphins, also a point favorite on the road against the Panthers. Both teams 1-3. Titans, Carolina Titans, Cardinals, to be exact, Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals are 7.5-point favorites at home. The Bucks on the road, dogs to the Seahawks. Seahawks are 3.5-point favorites, and the Lions 10-point. Like I said, 10-point. We've seen a lot of these lopsided spreads early on. The Lions are 10-point favorites over the Bengals, and the Vikings line up for a kick, and he whiffs wide right, and it is still 14-17. They're right on the teeter. I think it was 35.5 was the over-under number. So if you're paying attention there, you're right on the precipice. And the Commanders visiting the Chargers. The Chargers are 3-point favorites at home. A lot to watch for. We had an exciting Thursday night. The Niners, the banged-up Niners. No Ricky Pearsall. No Jennings. No Brock Purdy. No George Kittle. And they go out and they knock off the Rams. He get the late fumble after he got knocked out by a huge punch. Kyron Williams fumbles the ball. And the Niners go on to win. Big days from everyone on that Niners offense. A lot of guys stepped up. And Christian McCaffrey keeps building a case for why he may be. We're hearing a lot about the quarterbacks, but why Christian McCaffrey may be an early dark horse for that MVP as he carries that Niners offense consistently, and the Rams losing what was a disappointing game. So, like I said, in the 1 o'clock window, our key game, our game of the week, Broncos visiting the Eagles. A Broncos team that hadn't trailed until the Bengals kicked that kick on Monday night, and obviously that lead did not last, but they have had their flaws facing an Eagles team, which last week I thought put together their most complete performance of the season offensively, defensively, special teams. You know, they've done it all. In every facet, they've found a way to win. You know, early on, the first 2 weeks of the season, you felt like they were not playing that great, were able to stay undefeated. And then the Eagles last week, or 2 weeks ago, they win on the walk-off, blocked field goal, touchdown by Jordan Davis to seal that one. And then last week they held off that clutch Bucks team to go home 4-0, and they face the Broncos today. And that's where we start, as Michael Owango has got us with our first preview of the day from the link. What's going on, Mike?
Well, like you mentioned, the Eagles found a way to get it done, but of course it left some more questions than answers when it comes to the Eagles offense. After a performance where he caught 2 passes for 7 yards, A.J. Brown up to 3 to left any wonder of a satisfaction with the offense. Brown clarified his comments later that week, saying the more that he is involved with the offense, the better the offense goes, as evidenced by that 6-catch, 109-yard performance versus the Rams 2 weeks ago. Running game still trying to find their way. Saquon Barkley had 19 carries, 43 yards for the first 4 games of this season. He has just 237 yards for the first 4 weeks. But everything you can say about the Eagles has been consistent for the most part, has been their play from defense and special teams. You mentioned, of course, the blocked field goal walk-off by Jordan Davis for a touchdown against the Rams 2 weeks ago. And, of course, Eagles with a special teams play last week as well for a touchdown as well. So it's still trying to find their way around right now for the first 4 weeks. Of course, a new offensive coordinator that is still trying to maybe find their way. Whether they can get it going or not will be a question. Of course, if you try to get A.J. Brown going, Broncos have some very talented corners that might make things difficult for them. So the running game, again, like anything else, will be essential for Philadelphia. Again, they want to try and get, because they got a very short turnaround as they prepare for the Giants on Thursday Night Football. So this is one the Eagles certainly want to get. Otherwise, 84 degrees right now, sunny skies, a beautiful fall afternoon, and that is the story here in Philadelphia.
Mike, let me ask you, you think that there will be I know that the Broncos have a great secondary, but you think there will be an overcompensation from Jalen Hurts tonight to maybe get the ball to A.J. Brown?
I think one thing that they have done consistently over the years, over the weeks here and this week and this season and over the last couple of seasons, is whatever is presented to them, they take. I don't think they do anything by way of overcompensation. They've been very good at going as what is presented to them. So if you know they can, if it's in the picture, if it's presented to them that way, sure, they'll go that way. But if not, all that they're going to just try and force it to make it things even worse. I think they'll just go whatever the defense presents them and see how it plays out.
Well, thank you so much, Mike. We'll check in with you later as that one kicks off, and it'll be interesting to see. You know, this Eagles team I don't think it's a concern of like, oh, is the locker room fractured? But we have seen at times, I feel like maybe this week is different because you are playing Pat Surtain, defending Defensive Player of the Year in that very deep Broncos secondary. But we have seen at times when he speaks up, it tends to be that he has a big game the next week. They can take advantage if Surtain's not traveling. You take advantage of Riley Moss, who's good, but he is no Pat Surtain. And then we move on this day with a lot of big games. Some of the injury report in that one, Nakobe Dean, the only big injury for either team really in that game, as he is out. Obviously, Dre Greenlaw is still on the IR for the Broncos, but that is not anything new. And we'll get you another update on this Browns-Vikings game as the Vikings missed a field goal. The Browns now with the ball at Minnesota's 44. It's 2nd and 10 for them. Dylan Gabriel early on had a beautiful pass late in the game, but has been okay. 17 of 28, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns in his debut. Carson Wentz, 13 of 22, 156. Cam Akers, 1 of 1, 32 yards and a touchdown. Quinjon Junkins, 20 carries, 109 yards, so he's had a big day. And Justin Jefferson, 6 catches and 102 yards, some performances to note. The Texans visit the Ravens. The Ravens are trying to avoid going 1-4 for the second time in their history, and they are very depleted, so it's a lot working against Baltimore this week. No Lamar Jackson to note as far as quite a few others, and we go out to Craig Heist in Baltimore as he's got an update for us.
Well, there's no question about it. The injuries are the biggest worry for the Ravens right now, as that's a banged-up football team, and it's an understatement. They have Cooper Rush at quarterback today, replacing Lamar Jackson, who's out still dealing with the hamstring. Tyler Huntley's been elevated. He'll be the backup quarterback today. Now, along the offensive line, Ronnie Stanley is inactive today, so that's a huge blow. Patrick Ricard also out on the defense. Kyle Hamilton, he is out with an injury. Roquan Smith will not play today. Marlon Humphrey inactive. And the one thing that this team has to do today is get Derrick Henry much more involved with the carries and the touches, because since the first game against Buffalo, the production as far as carries and yardage has dropped off. He ran the ball very effectively against Buffalo on opening night, and since then they've kind of gone away from him during games. Both teams come in 1-3. It's a big one for both, as the Ravens are coming off back-to-back losses against the Lions and Kansas City. And the reason it's so big is because after the Rams game next week, they'll have their bye week. Now, the Texans, also 1-3 coming into this game, will have their bye week next week, so they're looking to push their record to 2-3. It's sunny, 80 degrees at kickoff, and we'll talk to you all afternoon, guys.
Thank you so much, Craig, and we'll get back to him when that game kicks off. And I'm trying to see here what happened in this Browns-Vikings game, as it was a great punt. It looked like they downed it at the 1, but it seems like they ruled it a touchback. I think the defender stepped into the end zone, but it was almost a 1 yard down. So we'll see if the Vikings, there's 6:53 left. They are down 3, 17-14 against the Browns as they try to win this week, again, weathering the J.J. McCarthy injury as the Browns are trying to get their second win of the season. But the Colts, the Raiders, they're in Indianapolis. The Colts try to get back on the winning side of things after what felt like they shot themselves in the foot last week. It felt like they lost that game. They were not beaten. And I know Mitchell will be playing in a limited role, but they are 7-point favorites. And we go out to Andrew Smith in Indianapolis as he previews the day's action. Colts, Raiders. What's going on, Andrew?
Things are very good as the Colts, they're looking to bounce back from a game that they feel like they should have won last week. I think the Raiders are as well, as they, like the Colts, had a fourth quarter lead against the Bears last week, and Colts gave up an 88-yard touchdown pass in a tie game in the last couple of minutes. The Raiders had a field goal blocked that would have won the game after giving up the winning score in the last couple of minutes. And So it's an intriguing game. I think one thing I'm watching in this game is the running backs. Jonathan Taylor for the Colts, the NFL's leading rusher at 103 yards per game, but Ashton Genty had a breakout game last week, 138 yards, a career high for him. The Raiders had 240 yards on the ground last week. I think another thing I'm watching is turnovers. Geno Smith leads the league in interceptions with 7. Daniel Jones has really done a good job of taking care of the ball until last week. He had 3 interceptions, although the last one was him trying to push the ball downfield in the last couple of minutes. But that's one thing when the Colts have been good in their first 3 wins. They took care of the football, and they didn't punt. They were able to finish drives either with a touchdown or a field goal. Last week, they weren't, but they still had a really solid offensive performance against the Rams. The Colts are going to be without a couple of key players. Alec Pierce, wide receiver, Kenny Moore, the second, their nickel corner. Both of them will be out for the second straight week. For the Raiders, Pro Bowl tight end Brock Bowers was ruled out with a knee injury just recently, and also they will be without their second leading tackler on defense, Jermaine Pratt, and starting cornerback Eric Stokes. So both teams missing some key players in a game where we've got a couple of teams looking for redemption. Indoors today at Lucas Oil Stadium, the roof and the window are closed, so we'll have perfect conditions for the Colts and the Raiders coming up here at 1 o'clock.
Andrew, thank you so much for that. We'll check back in with him as these games continue. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll update Giants, Saints, get you ready for that one, and we'll speak to our guy, Rob Brown of the BetMGM Network. We'll try to win you some money this week. I'll give you my picks. We'll go over the complete injury report for what we have right now. Obviously, that is fluid, so we'll update that all day. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. All the action, all the scores and the turnovers, injuries, fantasy, gambling, right here. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Net. I'm your host, Anthony Gallo. As always, the Vikings in London, the first of the London series, 14-17. Browns leading the Vikings from Tottenham Spurs Stadium. I gotta get the exact name of it. I'll actually be there next week for Broncos Jets I'm on location. Not with the show, just I'm on location. But we will get the update as the Browns are punting. The Vikings were moving down the field. They stalled, and the Browns got the ball back quickly. They stalled, and now they'll take over at about, it looked like the 19 on that punt. Justin Jefferson has been great all game, but hasn't been able to find the end zone. He's 6 for 102. David Njoku, 6 for 67, a touchdown. Quinshon Judkins, 23 carries, 110 yards. Dylan Gabriel, 17 of 30, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had a nice pass earlier down the field that was a beaut that ended up getting them in front. Carson Wentz kind of struggling on the day, 16 of 25, 165 yards. They haven't really opened it up outside of the Cam Akers trick play where he threw for a 32-yard touchdown to tight end Josh Oliver, and Jordan Addison has caught 2 of his targets. Jordan Mason, 12 carries, 43 yards, and a touchdown. So we will continue to update that one as Jordan Mason breaks off a 9-yard carry there to get them to the 29. 2:55 left in that one. We'll continue the update. We'll speak to Rob Brown of the BetMGM Network in a bit. Get you some gambling picks, some DFS, some fantasy, all of that. We'll try to win some money. I'll get you your picks, and we will update the injury report as well on that one. Giants, Saints, the Jackson Dart era is upon us, and he starts off with a win. A complete team effort. The defensive line, that pass rush, Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, they got to Justin Herbert early and often in that one. And Cam Skattebo and Jackson Dart, mostly with their legs, got the job done as they lost Malik Neighbors for the season, unfortunately, early in that one, and they were able to win late, holding off the Chargers. And for the Saints, they've battled this year. They've been in a lot of games late. It's come down, a couple of them come down to the last play as they try to get their first win of the season and build off of what is Kellen Moore's first year as an NFL head coach as he tries to get his first victory. Week 1, they lost 20-13 against the Cardinals. That one came down to the last play. They lost the next week 26-21. That one came down to the last play. So we try to see if they could get on after 2 very disappointing lopsided losses in the last 2 weeks. The Saints try to get their first win, and Brian Daboll, Jackson Dart, and the Giants try to continue to build off of what was a nice win last week. And more on that, Les East has it all from New Orleans.
Yeah, the Giants, as you alluded to, will try and win their second straight game with rookie number 1 pick Jackson Dart as their starting quarterback. He wasn't spectacular last week, but he was solid enough to help them beat a previously undefeated Chargers team. Now he has to go on the road and compete against the Saints without Malik Neighbors for the entire game now that he's been lost for the whole season. But the team seemed to get a lift from his presence last week, and they'll see if that carries over this week. The Saints are still trying to get their first win for rookie head coach Kellen Moore, and they have a young quarterback who has started 10 games in the NFL in Spencer Rattler and hasn't been able to do what Jackson Dart did in his debut last week, and that is win a game. The Saints are coming off a much better performance in a loss at Buffalo than they had 2 weeks ago in an embarrassing loss at Seattle. Their first 2 home games went down to the fourth quarter. They had a chance to tie or go ahead late in both. We'll see if they're able to do that again today. 2 teams with young quarterbacks trying to get their record back on track, and I'll have updates for you throughout the day.
Thank you so much, Les, as we try to see if the Saints could finally get a win in the Kellen Moore era. And I don't think, this was a tough situation coming into no quarterback. They're in cap hell. They have some talent on that team. You've seen, obviously, Alvin Kamara still balling, in his veteran age in the league. But we try to see if they get a win, and I don't think the fans are calling for Kellen Moore's head, but it will every week, just like, with all these new teams, every week you stay winless, and it becomes a more and more, trying time to win some of these games, and that the pressure just builds, and you don't want to get into that motion. And obviously there's always that thought of you're due, but when you're facing a young Giants team with a lot of young, hungry players, a coach on the other side who's coaching for his career as Giants head coach, it will be tough for them as well. As the Niners have the ball at the 37, their own 37, they're looking to drive. It is 2nd and 4. And they just hit the 2-minute warning, so we'll see what happens. They get the first down. They're across midfield now onto the other 47 as they're in Browns territory now. Hawkinson with the catch there. Carson Wentz, very conservative today in that one, so we'll see how that continues to play out as the Vikings trying to build off of, a early success with a team that's been banged up. They've had inconsistencies at the quarterback, and another great play towards the sideline. Justin Jefferson is just the man. Goes out there, one-on-one coverage, tight coverage, I must say, through the right sideline, catches it right in the numbers, jumping up. Great play by him as they are now sitting on what looks to be the 27. Oh, they're on the 28-yard line. So we'll see how that continues to go as well. We'll talk to Rob Brown in a little bit. We'll give you the complete injury reports. We'll preview the rest of the 1 o'clock window as we get set for that 1 o'clock kickoff. And I'll get you my parlay picks of the week as always. This Browns team has defensively been one of, if not the best defensive teams in the league. So they probably want a big win this week. This is the best their offense has looked. Not that it's been great or efficient, but this is probably the best their offense has looked early on, as their only win came in a very defensive performance, block kick, late field goal. They should have won week one, a couple of missed field goals, and then the missed field goal to end it. So this is a Browns team that probably feels like they have the talent and they can compete. You know, Junkid's back now, and he's balling out. So we'll see how this one goes as they line up. Empty backfield from the 28, 1st and 10 for the Vikings as they're trying to score, at least get into the red zone as they throw it to the flat for a little 6-yard catch on the sideline. Naylor, I think it was, went to his left to Naylor, so we'll see how that one continues to play out. A lot more to get to. Obviously, obviously our key game is Broncos-Eagles, but I think the key thing this week, the Ravens, 1-3, trying to avoid going 1-4 in their franchise history only for the second time. They're out with no Lamar Jackson, no Marlon Humphrey, no Raekwon Smith, no Patrick Ricard, no Emory Jones, no Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton, a late scratch, which is another devastating injury to an already depleted defense that struggled. You know, they're missing their starting D tackle. They're missing, already missing 2 corners. Now you're missing maybe the best player on that defense or, the most versatile guy in Kyle Hamilton. You're missing a linebacker. The defense is depleted. The offense, without their star quarterback, is in trouble. We'll jump into more of that. But first, let's try to win some money as we're joined now by our guy, Rob Brown of the BetMGM Network. What's going on, Rob?
What's up, big dog? It's NFL Sunday. I'm ready to pour a solid-sized Jack and Coke and get back to winning some money, buddy. Let's do it.
That's what I'm talking about. Get the wings, get the Jack and Coke, and let's start cooking up some parlays. But first, I guess let's start here. Our game of the week, Broncos at Eagles. A Broncos team that, has been hard to figure out. Yeah, they've led a lot of the time this year, but they've also struggled to complete games. And an Eagles team that's 4-0. They still feel like the best team in the league, but they've also not put together a complete package. And where I want to start there is, you think there's going to be an overcompensation from the Eagles to feed A.J. Brown the ball this week?
I've worried about that because now not only are we hearing A.J., but now we're hearing Devontae's unhappy too, right? Like that's the story that dropped this week. And we're kind of in this weird spot because your thought would be you're 4-0, you're undefeated, you're winning, everybody's got you going back to the Super Bowl. At the same time, if it feels boring, like Drew Brees said it was, and if your wide receivers are unhappy, do you change something when you're rolling? I do not envy where this coaching staff, where Sirianni is this week, right? Like, do I change everything that's gotten us to 4-0, that won us the Super Bowl, to make my guys happy? Or do I tell my guys, I don't know, maybe shut the hell up when we're on an undefeated football team? And I don't know what the answer is. I'd like to think Sirianni sticks to his guns here. They stay boring. They give it to Saquon. They let Jalen go get his 140 through the air, and everybody is happy. But I'm not 100% sure about that. And the reality is, I don't think we have any evidence to lean on about how Sirianni handles this, right? Like, this isn't something the Eagles dealt with last year. They had to fight their way through it. This is a new circumstance they have to get through. I am leaning on Sirianni does Sirianni because, let's be real, if both of those guys left, do the Eagles suffer? Yes. Does the offense change that much? Probably not really. So I don't imagine that they're going to change all that much, and that kind of makes the Eagles' lines a little dicey to me.
Well, yeah, and I would hate to be in that position, too, where not only that you got these guys complaining, but you're also going up against a secondary that you're not really trying to air the ball out against. I know they've given up a lot of yards against Daniel Jones and the Colts team. Right now, what are you looking at? I know DFS-wise, fantasy-wise, anyone you love this week, player-wise, across the board?
Yeah, I'll start with in this game that we just talked about. I've got Saquon Barkley over 79.5. I could get it minus 114. I don't know if that's moved as we get closer to kickoff. But if those guys are unhappy, and if Sirianni is going to stay the path, then I got to think Saquon Barkley gets an increased role. And I know he has missed this line a couple of times, but it feels like at some point, especially if those guys get to loafing a little bit, get unhappy because the ball's not coming their way, and the importance of Saquon Barkley in the offense increases, I got to assume we eventually see a Saquon Barkley like we saw last year. So I've got a little bit locked in on him. From a different game, Alvin Kamara is going to get a little bit of help. Foster Moreau, Taysom Hill, both in the lineup for the Saints today. They're at home. The offense has statistically, empirically played better in the Superdome. And while the Giants' front seven is very good, I think people are undervaluing what we've seen Spencer Rattler doing with the football. There's been a ton of drops. There's been a ton of inconsistency. A lot of his misses are late in games where they've been trying to just fire down the field. I think you're going to see the pass game open up early. It's going to back the Giants' defensive 7 off. That's a perfect time for Kamara, and catching him at 57.5. You and I both know he's good for a 30 or 40-yarder at some point, and if he gets that, then it's just a layup. So I like Alvin Kamara over 57.5 as well.
Yeah, I like that too. I also like Cade Otton to get a few over for catches, only 2.5. I kind of like that in that game. The yards is low also. They have no Mike Evans, no Bucky Irving, so I expect them to try and air it out in that one against the Seahawks. And the Seahawks depleted secondary as well. Any picks you love this week? Spreads? Anything you're staying away from that you don't like either?
Yeah, I would not ordinarily say taken under a 41.5. That's low even for bad teams. Tennessee at Arizona, if I may quote the wonderful Cam Ward, that game ass, if we being honest with each other. Under 41.5, and it's right around even money. I think I saw it this morning at minus 105. This Tennessee Titan offense is unfathomably pathetic right now, and I hate it because I am honestly hoping that Cam Ward's going to get it together, but the coaching staff at this point, and I'm not a blame the coach guy. I usually run away from blame the coach, but I got a hard time looking at Tennessee and seeing anything coherent. We've seen Arizona get into some good games, but with teams like New Orleans, teams like Carolina, I think Arizona's probably a team total threat in this one. I just don't think Tennessee is going to add much, if anything, to the scoreline. So this is probably the lowest under total I'm going to play this year at under 41.5 in Tennessee, Arizona.
Yeah, I loved it too because I saw, obviously the London game, which if you bet the over, you just hit as the Vikings take the lead with 25 seconds. 21-17. I saw the London game was at 35.5, and I looked at this one, and I was like, the Titans haven't put up consistently any points at all this year. They haven't looked like a competent offense in any facet of the game, so I was shocked, and I loved the under in that one as well. As far as the 4 o'clock window, we see that big number with the Lions at minus 10. Do we think there's any improvement from the Bengals offensively that they could keep pat? They couldn't keep pat with the Broncos offense that struggled at times this year. Is there any chance they even keep pace with this Lions, electric offense?
No, I know. No. I mean, listen, my philosophy evaluating football in the last year or two has shifted over to I got to go with what's on tape, right? Like I have to go with what's on tape. I can hear all the platitudes. I can hear all the great practice reports. What are you doing in the game? I just think the Bengals without Joe Burrow are what they are. I think we're at a spot where Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, who I genuinely think both wanted out last offseason. I think Joe Burrow did enough politicking to convince them, hey, let's run it back. Let's do this thing one more time. Like, we've got talent here. Well, with him gone and gone for so long that any hopes of a wild card spot are probably gone, I think that offense is melted. And then you add on top of that, obviously, that Jake Browning's getting the go. Like, respect to Jake Browning for being a good, solid career backup. Respect for the talent that he has. But, like, it's not Joe Burrow, and we knew this Bengals team was going to need Joe Burrow just to be able to stay average. So, no, I don't think they're anything. I'd probably be betting against Cincinnati in just about every game the rest of the year. What they are on tape is just a bad football team whose two best players, to me, feel like they have checked out already.
One last one for you. Ravens banged up. They're decimated with injuries. They're trying to avoid going 1-4 for the second time in their franchise history. Do the Texans not? I'm not even just talking about covering. Do they get the win today? Do we trust that Texans team to do the job, or do we see maybe a little bit of a surprise from a banged up? They still have Derrick Henry, and their offensive weapons are still out there. It's just no Lamar Jackson. Do we think that the Ravens get the job done, or can the Texans actually come up with the win today and cover, I guess?
I own a T-shirt, and I got it a number of years ago as a college football fan, but it's appropriate for all. I own a T-shirt that says, run the damn ball, because I think a lot of coaches have gotten away from that, and I understand in the era of highlight quarterbacks, you want to be excited, you want to be electric. That's all well and good. Sometimes the right call is to just turn around and hand the football to Derrick Henry and let him do his thing. I got C.J. Stroud at 23 years old out here saying, I feel old. You know what that is? That's a guy who's getting the hell beat out of him behind a bad offensive line. I know the Ravens are banged up, especially on defense. What are they missing, like 5 or 6 defensive starters going into this game? But if I got a C.J. Stroud, who it does feel like even with the win last week is losing a bit of confidence, and on the other side of the football, I can give the ball to Derrick Henry 30 times and just grind that thing out. I know DeMeco Ryans and the Texans D-line is always going to be aggressive. you would need to be aggressive with a semi-truck to stop Derrick Henry if he can get into a rhythm, which I think the Ravens have kind of failed to allow him to do the last few weeks. I think the Ravens just pound the rock all day. I'm taking the under in this game for what it is worth, but I'm going to go with the Ravens win. Everybody's out on them. You can see that from the Vegas line. You can see where the money is coming in on Houston right now. Give me the Ravens to just grind this thing into an absolute snoozer of a game. I'll sleep through it if it means I get a dub at the end.
Thank you so much, Robbie. You're the man. Let the people know where they can find you.
Absolutely. You can find me on social media at The Rob Brown Show. I'll be on and active all day long today. And you can check me out at thefanupstate.com. My show airs 6 till 10 a.m. on weekdays. And we talk about a bunch of dumb stuff all the time. So join me. It gets weird. I like it.
Thank you so much, Rob. Talk to you soon. We got Rob trying to win us some money. I'll come back. I'll give you my picks of the day. We'll update the complete injury reports. We'll get the rest of the Cowboys, Jets, Dolphins, Panthers preview. But first, Tony Pierno with the update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Right, and it has just gone final in London. The Vikings prevailing over the Browns 21-17. Carson Wentz throwing a 12-yard touchdown pass to Jordan Addison with 25 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Dylan Gabriel in his first NFL start with a pair of touchdown passes. He was trying to become the first Browns rookie QB to win his first start since 1995. But that streak now reaches 17 straight losses. The Vikings improved to 3-2 with the win, while Cleveland falls to 1-4. Still to come, a pivotal matchup in Baltimore as the 1-3 Texans square off against the 1-3 Ravens. Baltimore won't have Lamar Jackson, but that's not their only concern. The Ravens have allowed 133 points in 4 games. Defensive coordinator Zach Orr knows things have to improve now.
We know we got to get better. We have to. It's a must. That's what we're focusing on, and that's what we're doing. Nobody can hang their head and feel sorry for themselves. We're in the position that we're in. We're 1-3. We haven't been playing good football, specifically on defense. There's nothing we can change about that's already happened. We can just change about how we going forward. So that's all we focus on doing.
Kickoff is at 1 Eastern. The Sunday night matchup features the Patriots taking on the Bills in upstate New York. The Bills are seeking a 5-0 start for the first time since 1991 and a 15th consecutive regular season home victory. But Josh Allen says divisional matchups are never easy.
These division games are tough anytime you play each other, just because you're so familiar with each other. And, it's no different this Sunday night.
Kickoff is at 8:20 Eastern. On the injury front, Raiders tight end Brock Bowers will not play today against the Colts because of a knee injury. Baseball, the divisional round continues with a pair of games. First at 4:08 Eastern, the Yankees are in Toronto to battle the Blue Jays. Toronto with a 1-0 series lead. Then the Mariners host the Tigers, looking to even up that series at 1 apiece. First pitch is at 8:03 Eastern, and it's Game 2 of the WNBA Finals between the Mercury and Aces in Sin City. Las Vegas leads the series 1-0. Tip-off is at 3 o'clock Eastern. I'm Tony Pierno.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day, and we are like 15 minutes from the 1 o'clock kickoffs. Vikings take down on a last-second drive, 21-17, take down the Browns in London as the Browns could not complete the Hail Mary. Real quick before we preview the rest of the games, my 5 picks of the week. I like the Colts to cover with the 7 points. Theo Johnson over 2.5 catches. Eagles money line. Kate Otten over 2.5 catches. And Amon-Ra St. Brown anytime touchdown. That is all brought to you by BetMGM. The Jets searching for their first victory in the Aaron Glenn era. The Cowboys trying to build off, even though it wasn't a win, it was a tie. They're trying to build off what felt like a win as that defense tries to get a stop once this season. And for more on that from MetLife, Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, just giggling a little bit when you mentioned that about the Cowboys' defense. Plenty of Cowboy fans here at MetLife Stadium today, and it's an outstanding day. Bright sunshine, temperatures will be in the low 80s. It's actually very hot. Neither defense has played well. Dallas 1-2-1, 32nd in total defense. They might get a little boost as, Trayvon Diggs is starting to work his way back from his injury, and they expect him to have a bigger role in the secondary today. And also another concern for the Jets is obviously the kicking leg of Brandon Aubrey, who just can hit a field goal, I think, from 75 yards out. Jets 0-4. They're allowing 30 points a game, so they haven't been able to stop anyone. And God knows for how many years now the Jets just keep killing themselves with penalties. 13 last week in their loss to Miami. They also turned it over 3 times. They'll really have to clean that up today if they want a shot at winning this game. Dak Prescott has been terrific. He leads the league in passing. Meanwhile, for the Jets, Justin Fields at quarterback, and he's still trying to prove himself as the Jets try to get that elusive first win. Maybe they'll get it today. We are getting ready for kickoff in just a little bit. Anthony?
Thank you so much, Mike. We'll touch base with him in a bit when these games kick off. There's so much action today. Again, Broncos at Eagles, Texans at Ravens, Raiders at Colts, Giants at Saints, Cowboys at Jets, Dolphins at Panther, all in the 1 o'clock hour. And let's get a quick update from the Dolphins, Panthers in Carolina. Kevin Casey's got more for us.
Okay, it's going to be a great day for football here. 76 degrees, cloudy, Bank of America Stadium. 2 1-3 teams really looking to rebound. Miami won last week, but they lost Tyreek Hill for the season. Carolina loses to Chuba Hubbard, their starting running back. Rico Dowdle in his place. Charles Smith-Wade, the defender who 2 weeks ago had a pick six. Tavian Sanders, starting tight end. He's out. Tommy Tremble is in. Xavier Legette comes back from hamstring injury. Jimmy Horn Jr., keep that name handy. That guy is fast. He's in the lineup for Carolina. It's the Dolphins and the Panthers from Bank of America Stadium.
Thank you so much, Kevin. We got a lot more to get to. When we come back, the kickoffs of the 1 o'clock hour. We get this 7-hour party started. As always, the great Jody McMahon will join me at 6. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned. All the action coming up next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We're about 5 minutes away from the kickoffs of the 1 o'clock window. It might even be less time than that, depending on where you are. But we got a lot to get to. Broncos, Eagles, Texans, Ravens, Raiders, Colts, Giants, Saints, Cowboys, Jets, and Dolphins, Panthers, all in the 1 o'clock window. Again, if you didn't hear my picks from earlier, I like the Colts -7, Theo Johnson over 2.5 receptions, Eagles money line, Cade Otton over 2.5 receptions, Amon-Ra St. Brown anytime touchdown. And we've got a lot to get to, a lot to cover, all the touchdowns, all the field goals, all the turnovers, all the injuries, the updates on the fantasy, the gambling, everything right here, Infinity Sportsnet, Gridiron Game Day. And if you're watching on the BetMGM Network or YouTube, what is going on? We got a lot of action. Some of the key notables out in this one. Nakobe Dean out for the Eagles. Lamar Jackson, Marlon Humphrey, Roquan Smith, Patrick Ricard, Emory Jones Jr., Kyle Hamilton out for the Ravens. Trent Brown out for the Texans. Bowers, I have to get an update on this. I think Bowers is out and Eric Stokes is out for the Raiders. Tyler Goodson, Kenny Moore, Alec Pierce, and Daniel Scott out for the Colts. Cesar Ruiz, Chase Young, Trey Palmer, and Isaac Yadam all out for the Saints. Malik Neighbors, as we know, is out for the Giants on IR, done for the season. Tyler Booker, Tyler Gutton, Malik Hooker, CeeDee Lamb, and Kevontae Turpin all out for the Cowboys. Michael Carter out for the Jets. Storm Duck, Cedric Wilson, Tyreek Hill's on IR after the disgusting injury that happened on Monday where, obviously we all pray for him, and, that's a long recovery. His attitude was awesome in it, by the way, but he's out for the Dolphins. Chuba Hubbard, Sanders, Smith, Wade, all out for the Panthers. Mike Brown, I can't read my own handwriting, sorry. Mike Brown, Blake Hentz, J.C. Latham, Bryce Oliver, all out for Tennessee. Darius Robinson out for the Cardinals. Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, Jamal Dean, some of the notables out for the Bucks. DeMarcus Lawrence, Julian Love, Devin Witherspoon, and Josh Jones out for the Seahawks. That, if you're looking at some things to bet, you're looking at a game that could be interesting. Obviously, the Bucks are banged up in the offensive side of the ball, but the Seahawks, specifically in their secondary, very banged up. Shamar Stewart, Joe Burrow out for the Bengals. Zach Cunningham, one of the notable guys, out for the Lions. Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Jaden Daniels, all out for the Commanders. Joe Alt out for the Chargers, and that banged up offensive line as we are about to be underway in the 1 o'clock window. A lot of intriguing matchups, a lot of intriguing spreads as well. The Eagles came into the game 4-point favorites. The Texans 2.5-point favorites on the road. The Colts home 7-point favorites. The Saints 1.5-point favorites at home. Cowboys and Dolphins both 1-point favorites on the road. The Cardinals are 7.5-point favorites at home. The Seahawks home 3.5-point favorites. 10-point favorites for the Lions on the road, and the Chargers 3-point favorites at home. All these lines brought to you by BetMGM. And we are underway. The Saints have kicked off, or the Giants have kicked off to the Saints. We'll get everything going as well. I'm trying to see what other games kicked off as well. As we wait on that, let's go out to Philly. Broncos, Eagles. Michael Luongo's got more from the link.
Well, Eagles won the toss, but elected to defer to the second half, and so the Broncos will take over. Will begin their first set of downs here in this contest. J.K. Dobbins with a run of about 3 yards so far. The only play we've had for the Bronco offense just underway here in the first quarter. There is no score.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll continue to monitor that one. We're underway in Carolina. Dolphins, Panthers. We're underway. Raiders, Colts. The other games also underway as well. It looks like everybody underway as we speak, and we've got a exciting day of football ahead of you. Broncos have the ball 2nd and 7 on their 34. The Colts have the ball 3rd and 7 on their 32. As the Broncos right now lining up under center is Bo Nix, rocking the whites. The Eagles rocking that Kelly green, and they get stuffed at the line. That vaunted Eagles defense, actually a carry of about 3 there. Jets have the ball at their own 30, 2nd and 7. The Saints pinned back deep as that is 2nd and 10 from their 9. Dolphins 2nd and 5 from their 32. The Texans are 1st and 10 now after a 25-yard pass from C.J. Stroud as they're in the Baltimore territory, and we are fastly underway. 6 1 o'clock games this week. Obviously, our first week of buys. Falcons, Bears, Packers, Steelers, all on bye this week. So, prayers for your fantasy team if you got a lot of those players. We got a flag here in the Saints-Giants game as we got that one. 3rd and 4 for the Broncos as we got a deep pass down the sideline, and it goes through Cortland Sutton's hands. Tight coverage. It wasn't just like a clean drop, but, something you think he would catch. Colts have the ball from the 34, 2nd and 5 for them, and Daniel Jones hands the ball, and he's stuffed in the backfield. Jonathan Taylor, Max Crosby, he is a beast as always. 3rd and 11 here for the Saints as they're pinned on their 8-yard line, and the Giants try to get to them in the end zone, and it looks like that one's going to be an incomplete, so we'll get a punt in that game. The Ravens struggling all early. Depleted defense, like I said. No Kyle Hamilton, no Roquan Smith, no Marlon Humphreys. They're already without other players on that defense, so we'll see how that one goes. But let's go out to Indianapolis as Andrew Smith's got an update in Raiders-Colts.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it didn't take long for Max Crosby to make his presence felt in this game, stuffing Jonathan Taylor for a 2-yard loss. And we've seen a rarity for the Colts this season, a Rigoberto Sanchez punt as the Colts go 3 and out on their first drive. The Raiders taking over at their own 14-yard line to start the game. And again, the Raiders without Brock Bowers, their all-pro tight end. Also, they're without his backup. Michael Mayer is also out. So they're a little bit thin at the tight end position. So I expect we'll see a little bit more of Ashton Genty this season, and he actually gets the ball on the first play for the Raiders, which turns out to be a 30-yard gain out to the 44-yard line. So the Raiders out at midfield as we're 3 minutes in here at Lucas Oil Stadium, still scoreless.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and we'll update that one as we continue. Jackson Dart taking the field for the second time this year as the Giants starter, trying to stay undefeated. He was 13 of 20 last week, 111 yards and a touchdown. He had a rushing touchdown as well. He almost had over 100 yards rushing, but they had a play called back on a holding. That was the play that he looked. I don't know if he was concussed. I think he was more tired, and they took him out in that one. The Texans, they're threatening right outside the red zone. They're on the 22, 1st and 10, as they try to get going early, take advantage of a depleted Ravens team. No Lamar Jackson and a decimated defense. Also, Emory Jones out on that offensive line as well. The Jets nearing the red zone after a big 22-yard run for Breece Hall. So that's a something to watch there as they look to take advantage of a not very good Cowboys defense. Neither of those defenses have been able to stop anyone. The Texans are now in the red zone as they're moving pretty quick in this one. We have, I don't know if it was a turnover or not in this Saints game. I think he was down, but we'll get an update when we have a chance there. Let's see who got the first carry in this one for the Texans. I know there's Nick Chubb has 2 carries for 12 yards early, and I think Will Marks also got a carry. Woody Marks, sorry, not Will Marks. And we got a big play here in Jets-Cowboys. Oh, my mistake. That was a replay of the Breece Hall 22-yard rush as well. The Giants moving the ball a little bit. It's now 2nd down after a scramble from Jackson Dart. It's 3rd down here, 3rd and 3, Ravens and Texans. Let's go out to MetLife, though, as Mike Mancuso's got an update in the Cowboys-Jets game.
Okay, Anthony, the Jets have a 3rd and 5. They're on the Dallas 16-yard line. They started this opening drive on their own 27. Justin Fields has completed 3 or 4 passes, including a 16-yarder to Garrett Wilson that got them to the Dallas 48. Breece Hall, who they want to try to get the ball in his hands more, had a good 22-yard run that got them to the Dallas 21-yard line. Timeout has been called right now. 10:22 remaining in the first quarter. The Jets have the ball on the 12-yard line, facing a 3rd and 1 as there was a penalty on that, so they just gained some yards. The Jets have a 3rd and 1. They're on the Dallas 12-yard line, and we are scoreless.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll monitor that as we go. It wasn't a fumble. He was down. Bellinger had caught the ball for the Giants. He was down, so it was not a fumble, but I just saw the guy running up the field, so I wasn't sure if there was anything in that one. We've got 2nd down here in the Dolphins game as it's 2nd and 10 for them, and they're in the red zone. So Dolphins are in the red zone. Jets are in the red zone. Giants are on the 30, and they're threatening. So we got a lot of games going on here. Texans are on the 4. A lot of red zone, a lot early as this game rides on, and already a lot of action to catch you up on as this Texans team is lining up for a big play in the red zone, and we'll have an update there as we've got the first impact play of the day in that one. Tua lining up from the 14. He's trying to get going. Almost picked there, and then they get nothing on that one as that game is thriving as well. The Jets are 2nd and goal right now, and they're on the 8-yard line, so we'll see if Justin Fields can get them started with a touchdown on the first drive of the game, facing off against the Cowboys. And Cowboys, neither of these teams get a lot done defensively. The Jets at times have moved the ball offensively. The Cowboys have looked very good offensively. Like I said, the Dolphins are in the red zone, threatening against the Panthers, and Kevin Casey's got more from Carolina.
And the Miami Dolphins have taken the opening kick. They got as far down to about the 25-yard, about the 15-yard line, but couldn't do anything else in just the last play alone. Tua Tagliavola sacked by Derek Brown. He's Tua 5 of 7 passing today, 52 yards, 34 going to Darren Waller. Jaden Waddle also a 10-yard reception. 9:03 to go first quarter. It's Miami 3, Carolina nothing.
Thank you so much, Kevin. As we go, a big hit on Justin Fields. He was scrambling, looked like he was going to get in, and he got lifted up and tossed down there on the goal line. Let's go out to Baltimore as the depleted Ravens try to stay afloat against the Texans, and Craig Haste has more for us.
Well, if the beginning of this game is any indication, they may have a hard time doing it. They kicked off to Houston, and the Texans took 67 yards in 10 plays, and a C.J. Stroud to Xavier Hutchinson touchdown pass of 5 yards gets the Texans on the board and in the end zone. So right here in the first quarter, after one drive by Houston, they have a 7-0 lead over the Ravens.
Thank you so much, Craig. Craig Heist, sorry. I was scrambling for words there, but we've got our first few scores. Field goal for the Dolphins, like he said, a touchdown for the Texans, and let's go out to, not an update right now. I am all over the place right now as the Giants are threatening in the red zone. The Texans scored, obviously Stroud 4 of 5, 46 yards and a touchdown. Tua was 5 of 7, 52 yards leading to that field goal. They stalled on 3 straight plays in the goal situation, so they will not get in. We've got a goal line play here in the Giants game, and we'll get an update there in a bit. The Jets still threatening 3rd and goal from the 7. In that one, the Raiders are now just entering the red zone as it's 1st and 10. Genty, 4 carries, 17 yards early in that one. Geno Smith, 5 of 5, so perfect early. Good start for him as he struggled. He's 5 of 5, 49. Genty also a catch for 29 yards as that one continues. The Broncos stopped the Eagles on their first drive, and they are now at midfield, 2nd and 6, as this is their second drive of the game. Bo Nix throws to Mims for a 4-yard or 9-yard catch there. And he's also got a 9-yard carry as the Broncos are trying to mix it up early, get something going, continue some, consistency in that one to get the game underway scoring-wise. And they've tried to pick up any consistency offensively. And the key for them is fourth quarters as they've struggled to close teams out. And this is the Giants are now they're challenging to see if it was a completed pass. It looked like he was down at the 1. So there's a penalty on that one. No, that was a previous play. So they are challenging the current play to see if it was a completed patch to Bellinger. Bellinger involved early. Justin Fields, almost. I've never seen what just happened in this Jets game before. On 3rd and goal, Justin Fields tries to throw a sidearmed out to the right side. The defender from the Cowboys tipped the ball up in the air. It ricocheted all the way up in the air and hits the sky cam. And more on that is Mike Mancuso from MetLife.
He can't start knocking out those sky cams.
He can't do it.
Come back and cost them. No. Anyway, Jets do lead 3-0, 7:43 remaining in the first. That was a pretty effective drive for the Jets. Justin Fields did a nice job up until that side-on pass. And you can question that on 3rd and 7, trying to throw a side-on pass, and credit Dante Fowler for getting his hands on it. Also on the play before that, Solomon Thomas snuffed the running play and cost the Jets 4 yards, pushing back to the 7-yard line. But on the drive, Fields was 3 of 5, 27 yards. Breece Hall did run for 21 yards. Garrett Wilson had the 16-yard catch and run. So the Jets lead 3-0 on the Nick Folk 25-yard field goal. They're about to kick off now to the Cowboys. Jets lead 3-0, 7:43 remaining in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll continue to monitor that one. The Skycam is okay for all of you that were concerned. It's okay. We'll get an update. Raiders at the goal line. Giants at the goal line. Broncos entering Eagles territory. The Panthers have the ball to start their offensive play of the day. Ravens have the ball, and we got all the action. Like we said, the Jets just kicked a field goal. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
What's up? Gridiron Gameday, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet. If you're following along on the BetMGM Network or YouTube, what is going on? And we've got a lot to get through. Some scores in the break, and we'll get some updates there. Some, big misplays. The Broncos game right now has a review on what they are trying to determine if it was an incompletion or a fumble. But first, let's go out to New Orleans as the scoring started in that one, unless East has more.
Yeah, for the second consecutive week, Jackson Dart takes the Giants to a touchdown on the first possession of the game. This time, after the Saints went 3 and out on the first possession, The Giants go 59 yards in 8 plays. Dart completes 5 passes and 5 attempts for 45 yards, the last one being a 1-yard touchdown to tight end Theo Johnson. Saints have the ball now. Taysom Hill is making his season debut for the Saints after recovering from a serious foot injury last season. Giants 7, Saints nothing. 9 minutes left in the first quarter.
Thank you, Les, and we will update that one as it continues. Raiders-Colts has a lot going on, and Andrew Smith has an update from Indy.
Yeah, the Raiders, after the Colts went 3 and out on their first possession, the Raiders went on a mammoth 16-play, 80-yard drive. However, it stalled in the red zone as Tyquan Lewis sacked Geno Smith, and that forced the Raiders to have to settle for a Daniel Carlson field goal to put them up 3-0. On the ensuing kickoff, it appeared that Ashton Doolin had returned at 98 yards for a touchdown, but it was called back by a holding penalty. The Colts have moved the chains twice on the ensuing drive, a couple of Daniel Jones completions, one to Michael Pittman Jr., one to Josh Downs, and the Colts have moved out to their own 43-yard line. Geno Smith on that drive, 6 of 7 for 57 yards. Ashton Genty touched the ball 7 times on that possession for 59 yards. And so we expected him to be a key today, and he has been so far. So 3-0 Raiders with 2 minutes to go in the opening quarter here at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Thank you so much, Andrew Smith, as always, from Indy. We have a huge self-inflicting turnover here in the Dolphins-Panthers game, so we'll get an update on that one as soon as that's official. The Broncos were not able to get anything out of that drive as they will settle for a field goal. Interesting play here, and we'll get more of a firsthand experience from Michael Luongo when he checks in with us. But Bo Nix, hit as he's throwing the ball. The classic play, quarterback's hand is hit. It looked like it was a fumble to me, being as objective as possible. But it was ruled an incompletion, and Michael Luongo has more on that and the drive by the Broncos in Philly. What's going on, Mike?
Yeah, Jay, the 12-play, 32-yard drive. You mentioned that play. It looked like it was going to be a fumble recovery, but they ruled it that the Knicks had his arm in motion when he was strip sacked by Cooper DeJean. So the Broncos retained possession, but had to settle for the drive stalled on the 3rd and 12. They failed to convert a 3rd and 12 at the Philadelphia 37-yard line. Had to settle for a 55-yard Robles field goal. So Broncos up by a score of 3-0, 6:49 to go in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, I don't know how they decided to overturn that because it didn't even look like his possession. Ooh. And Jalen Waddle catches a ball here on the left sideline, and the defender, not purposely trying to punch him, but tries to knock the ball out, punching the ball out, and kind of gives him a rib shot, and he crumbled immediately. I think it's just the wind knocked out of him. Obviously, can't speculate, but he's jogging off under his own power back to his own sideline. So we'll see if that's anything more than just a couple plays sitting out. The Saints have the ball on the Giants' 48-yard line as it's 2nd and 8 for them, and they get the first down on a nice little completion there. The Colts convert at midfield for a first down. The Ravens have the ball. That one's 7-3. The Dolphins up 3-0 over the Panthers in that one. Jets, Cowboys 3-3. Saints, Giants 7-0. Raiders, Colts 3-0. Broncos, Eagles 3-0. In that Panther game, Bryce Young dropped back and just dropped the ball. I don't know if it hit off his knee or what he was doing. He dropped the ball. The Dolphins recovered, and they now have the ball. Let's go out to Baltimore, though, where Craig Heist has an update in Texans-Ravens.
Well, you said it. The Ravens are on the board. They answered the Texans' opening drive with one of their own, and it was a long one, too. 12 plays, 66 yards, 7:28 off the clock. And that's the one thing that they're going to have to do today is keep the possession of the football, run a whole lot of Derrick Henry, and see whether or not they can keep not only their defense off the field, but keep the Texans' offense off the field as well. But it was Tyler Loop with a 27-yard field goal to get the Ravens on the board. Now the Texans with their second possession of the game, and here with about a minute and a half to go in the first quarter, they lead 7-3.
Thank you so much, Craig, and we'll continue to monitor that one as well. Giants have the ball. Oh, no, the Jets have the ball 2nd and 5. Sorry, mixing up my New York teams here. The Saints have the ball 2nd and 4. They're threatening right outside the red zone as we follow that one. The Eagles trying to get on the board here. They've started their drive. It's 2nd and 7 from their own 20 as Saquon gets another carry on that one. The Colts have the ball on their Raiders 42. The Saints are on the 33 in Giants territory. The Jets just getting into Dallas territory. It looks like the Dolphins are going to have to settle for a punt here as it's 4th and 6 from the 40. Unless they would decide the long field goal, which, today everyone's kicking long field goals, so you never know. I saw a meme the other day where it was, 2025 kickers, and it was Sosa, Bonds, and McGuire. I thought that was very funny. Texans have the ball, 1st and 10 from their own 45 as Nick Chubb carries 5 yards up the middle, and that he's got 3 carries for 17 yards. Cooper Rush, no Lamar Jackson. Cooper Rush, 5 of 5, 59 yards. DeAndre Hopkins, 1 catch for 29, one of those 5 completions. Tua, 8 of 11, 70 yards. Darren Waller's got 2 catches and 40 yards, building off of his big debut a week ago. As we said, Giants up 7-0. The Saints are just entering. They're right outside the red zone, I should say, 1st and 10 from the Giants 23. Jackson Dart, 5 of 5, 44 yards and a touchdown. Bellinger has 2 of those catches for 32 yards. Theo Johnson is the one with the touchdown reception, though, when you're talking about Giants tight ends. In the Raiders-Colts game, we finally have an incompletion from Geno Smith. He is 6 of 7 for 57 yards, 5 carries for Genti, 22 yards, and 2 receptions for 37 yards. In the Eagles game, it's 1st and 10. Eagles are at the midfield line. Saquon Barkley had a rush to the left, 17 yards. Jalen Hurts is 3 of 5 for 15 yards. 2 carries for Barkley, 20 yards, so he's off to a nice little start. A.J. Brown, I was telling you to watch. Are they going to try to force feed him early? But to start very early, they're only on their second drive, but 2 catches, 11 yards, so a lot to watch there. And they have another first down, I believe, or no, 2nd and 3rd there. Sorry for that. I got a little ahead of myself. Denver's 44-yard line. So a lot to watch there. The Cowboys, not a lot of offense in this one. 6 carries. Breece Hall has the one big rush, but 6 carries for 42 yards. 1 big pass from Dak Prescott for 40 yards, so he is 2 for 4, 45 yards on the day. Some surprises early. This is just the first quarter, a couple of games in the second quarter already, but some surprises early. But we will get all of that, all the touchdowns, all the turnovers, interceptions, fumbles, injuries, gambling, fantasy. It's all here. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo, stay put. But first, Pete McCarthy has an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, already 1 game in the books. In London, rookie Dillon Gabriel led the Browns on a 69-yard go-ahead touchdown drive with a little more than 3 minutes on the clock, but Carson Wentz and the Vikings answered.
He works out of the shotgun, takes the snap, 4-man rush, throws to the right side, caught! Touchdown! Jordan Addison! He's the man of the match! And he gives the Minnesota Vikings a 20-17 lead.
Vikings radio, man of the match despite being benched to begin the game. That was a coach's decision. Vikings win over the Browns 21-17. Gabriel was 19 of 33 passing for 193 yards and 2 touchdowns in the loss, which was his first NFL start. Fellow Browns rookie Quinshon Judkins ran for 110 yards in the defeat. Raiders star tight end Brock Bowers is inactive. Bowers had been playing through a PCL injury and bone bruise in his left knee since week 1. Raiders still up on the Colts 3-0, but the Colts have the ball in the red zone. 4 games coming in the later window. Jaden Daniels is back at quarterback for the Commanders as they visit the Chargers. The Lions are looking to move to 4-1. They're in Cincinnati. The 3-1 Seahawks are hosting the 3-1 Buccaneers, and the Cardinals are welcoming in the winless Titans. Tonight, the Bills can improve to 5-0 as they host the Patriots on Sunday Night Football. Playoff baseball, the Blue Jays could take a 2-0 lead on the Yankees. First pitch coming at 4 Eastern. The Yankees are able to turn to their ace, Max Fried. And then the Tigers hand the ball to their ace, Tarek Skubal, as they try to take both games in Seattle. Game 2 of that ALDS begins at 8 Eastern. The WNBA could put its off-court drama to the side for a day. It's Game 2 of the finals as the Aces try to take a 2-0 series lead on the Mercury. Tip-off there coming at 3 Eastern. I'm Pete McCarthy.
The Infinity Sports Network is on your smart speaker. All you have to say is, play Infinity Sports Network. That's it. Play Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. And while we were in break, there was a lot of action starting Dolphins, Panthers, and we have a scoring update in that one. Kevin Casey's got more for us.
14:47 to go second quarter, and the Miami Dolphins are leading the Carolina Panthers now 10-0. And just a few moments ago, Tua Tagovailoa with a 10-yard touchdown pass to Devon Achane, if you will, 10 yards. He's got 12 yards on the ground, including that touchdown reception, 2 receptions, 14 yards. Darren Waller, 3 receptions, 53 yards. Jalen Waddle, 3 receptions, 34 yards for Tua, who was 12 of 16 on the day for 101 yards. This touchdown was set up by a Bradley Chubb strip sack and recovery all on one play. The Dolphins even went for it on 4th down in Carolina territory. That's how they got their score. That's where we are right now. 14:40 in counting second quarter. It's Miami 10, Carolina nothing.
Thank you so much, Kevin, as that one continues to move on. MetLife, Cowboys, Jets. This one, looked to be an offensive shootout the way both these defenses have played, and let's see if it's turned into that. Mike Mancuso's got more from MetLife.
Unfortunately, Anthony, just to this point, it's been a couple of field goals. We are tied at 3, 14:20 remaining here in the second quarter. The Cowboys are looking at a 3rd and 10, and they have the ball on the Jets' 47-yard line. On the Jets' second possession, they were able to get across midfield, but their drive stalled. They were forced to punt on a 3rd down. Linebacker Kenneth Murray really pressuring Justin Fields and forced an incomplete pass to set up the punt. And now Dallas is driving, and as I mentioned, they faced a 3rd down on the 47. Fields in this game, 4 of 8 for 37 yards. Breece Hall has 42 yards on the ground. Dak Prescott, 4 of 8 for 67 yards. Devontae Williams has rushed for 20 yards on the ground. 14:20 remaining. First half, we are tied at 3.
Thank you so much, Mike, as always. A couple of more updates in this one. Giants up 7-3 over the Saints. Broncos, Eagles tied 3-3. Let's go out to Indianapolis as the Raiders and Colts are shooting it out.
35. Yeah, the Colts have taken a 7-3 lead over the Raiders. The drive started with Ashton Dullin's 98-yard kickoff return that would have been for a touchdown, called back for a holding penalty, so the Colts did it the hard way. They went 83 yards in 13 plays, and Daniel Jones was 7 of 9 on the drive for 85 yards. The last 11 of those to Tyler Warren for Warren's first career touchdown reception. He had a touchdown run last week as well against the Rams. But the big guy on that drive was Josh Downs. He had 3 catches for 31 yards, but the big one on 3rd down and 12, he took a short pass, spun away from a tackle, carried it past the sticks to set up 1st and goal, and then on the ensuing series of downs, Tyler Warren caught the touchdown pass, but the Colts up 7-3. Daniel Jones right now 9 of 11 for 96 yards. Geno Smith has played well as well, 7 of 9 for 70 yards. Ashton Genty has 62 yards from scrimmage. The Raiders facing 3rd and long, deep in their own territory, and they will likely have to punt here. The Colts leading 7-3 with 9:38 to go in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and we'll monitor that one. The depleted Ravens trying to avoid going 1-4 for only the second time in the history of their franchise. And the Texans trying to go 2-3 and build off the win last week. Craig Heist has more from Baltimore.
All right, well, Keamy Fairbairn has gone ahead and kicked a 50-yard field goal as the Texans drive stopped after C.J. Stroud got sacked for a long loss from about the 20 back to just inside the 40, and they had to settle for the field goal. So Fairbairn makes good on the 50-yarder. But in this game right now, it is 10-3. The Texans lead the Ravens. Stroud on the day, 7 of 9 for 76 yards. And from a rushing standpoint, Nick Chubb trying to do his part, 5 carries for 26 yards in the early going. We're in the second quarter, and the Texans have increased their lead to 10-3.
Thank you so much, Craig. And we got another big one in this Giants-Saints game as Jackson Dart has been doing well. You know, he's running the ball, passing the ball, and we'll get an update from the Caesars Superdome in a bit, but a big pass there from Jackson Dart. That'll be a consequential play when this is all said and done. The Broncos just crossing over midfield after a short little pass to the left side. And let's get more on that game from Michael Luongo. What's going on, Mike?
And a third, right now we're at a early second quarter. Broncos are the 1st and 10 inside the Eagles' 36-yard line on this drive. The Eagles, on their last one, a sustained drive of about 12 plays, 70 yards. Had to settle for a Jake Elliott field goal of 31 yards. A couple of big plays by Saquon Barkley, including a 17-yard run key in that drive. The Elliott scored, but the Broncos came back early in the first quarter. A 55-yard field goal by Will Lutz. Broncos again moving. They have a 3rd, 2nd, and 3 at the Philadelphia 29-yard line, but we're still tied here at 3 apiece.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we got a big special teams play in that Raiders-Colts game. Special teams, I feel like it's been the theme of the season. Every week we've got something special teams-wise. And for the Colts earlier, it was a return kick that got called back, which seems to be a theme for that Colts team as they continue to shoot themselves in the foot. They should be, undefeated right now, but they are looking to go 4-1 on the season. And we'll see what the update was in that one. Cowboys have the ball at the Jets' 26-yard line, and they'll now get into the red zone with a nice little play there. And, oh, man, and we'll get that update in a bit. First, let's go out to New Orleans. Like I said before, Jackson Dart having a good game early, and Les East has more from the Superdome.
After Blake Grupe kicked a 28-yard field goal to get the Saints within 7-3 at the end of the first quarter, Jackson Dart took the Giants on another touchdown drive, this one covering 70 yards in 8 plays. He connects with Theo Johnson again for a 14-yard touchdown pass after having a 1-yarder on the first possession. So the Giants have had 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns. They lead New Orleans 14-3 with 13:01 left in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Les. And that is a good start for the Giants, for Jackson Dart, and a little bit of a rapport there. Jackson Dart and Theo Johnson, early on in the young career of Jackson Dart. 2 catches, 16 yards for 2 touchdowns for Theo Johnson. The tight ends, the big players of the day for the Giants. 3 catches, 40 yards for Daniel Bellinger. On the Saints side, receiving-wise, Chris Olave, 2 catches, 16 yards. As far as the rushing attack, not much to go by yet, but 4 carries, 15 yards for Kamara. Spencer Rattler, 5 of 8, 37 yards, about a 4.6 average. On the other side, Jackson Dart, 8 of 9, 2 touchdowns, 83 yards. He's also got 3 carries for 27 yards. So they're doing a lot there. Daniel Bellinger had the fumble, but it was recovered. I don't know if they listed that as a fumble and it was officially a fumble, but I thought they had ruled it down. So actually, I think that is incorrect on my scorecard here. Broncos have the ball 3rd and 8 in Philly's territory. They're on the 34. The Colts have the ball 3rd and goal from the Raiders 3. So we'll see how that one plays out. Like we said, Giants up 14-3 as the Saints are about to return that one. We've got a nice play here in the Dolphins game, a near touchdown. We'll get an update in this Cowboys-Jets game as well as that one continues to go along, as there was a big score in that one. The Colts got the ball from the 3-yard line due to a big block on their fourth down attempt, and we might have a score in that one. It could be a turnover, could be a score, so we'll see what the officials rule that. But the Colts blocked the punt. They got it down to about the 10 after a couple plays that were inside the 3, but a big punt there. And the Raiders, something to monitor, the Raiders punter limped off the field, so we'll see how that goes. We got another score here, Dolphins-Panthers, so we'll get an update on that. Texans still up 10-3 as they are on Baltimore's 41-yard line. It's 1st and 10 for them. C.J. Stroud, 7 of 9, 76 yards and a touchdown. Dalton Schultz, 3 catches, 32 yards. 5 carries, 26 yards for Nick Chubb in that one, as everyone assumed that Marks was going to be the lead back. So it has not been the case. The Cowboys in the Jets' 6-yard line, 1st and 10 for them. Dax is 7 of 11 for 100 yards and a tutty. So we'll see how that turns out in that one. The Colts, like we said, 13-3 as we're waiting a official touchdown or turnover ruling as Taylor looked to have fumbled. He may have got in. We'll get an update from Andrew Smith when that happens. Another sack by the Eagles here as the Broncos are going to be forced to punt, and the Eagles will take over at their own 9-yard line. Broncos offense continues to struggle in that one offensively this year to be consistent. Last week, big number against the Bengals, but this week against another good defense. They played the Chargers 2 weeks ago. They're playing the Eagles this week, and they continue to struggle. The Eagles, I don't know if you would say they're struggling, but the Eagles take their 3rd drive of the game and look to get their first touchdown as that one's 3-3. Let's go out to MetLife and get an update from Mike Mancuso on everything's Cowboys and Jets.
Okay, Anthony, 11:40 remaining in the first half. The Cowboys just jumped out to a 10-3 lead. It was a 90-yard drive for Dallas, 13 plays. It took 6 minutes and 10 seconds. The scoring play was a 26-yard catch and run to tight end Jake Ferguson from Dak Prescott, who is 7 of 11 on the day. The Jets now will have the ball for the 3rd time. Justin Fields only 4 of 8 to this point for 37 yards. So 11:40 remaining, first half. Dallas on top of the Jets, 10-3.
Thank you so much, Mike, as we'll monitor that one. It was a nice play. He threw the ball over, and he kind of followed the blockers, and they created a lane for him to score on that one to the right side as well. Spencer Rattler here with a nice little scramble for a first down as they're trying to, keep up with the Giants as that game's 14-3. Kevin Casey, though, has an update in the Dolphins-Panthers. What's going on, Casey?
Yes, sir. Okay, the Dolphins have just gotten into the end zone again. 10:48 to go, second quarter. It's Miami now 17, Carolina nothing. And the Tua Tagovailoa with the 4-yard touchdown pass to Darren Waller. Tua 16 of 20 today, 147 yards. Darren Waller 5 receptions, 78 yards, including that touchdown. And just a couple of moments ago, with that touchdown, Jalen Waddle 4 receptions, 47 yards, and it's been a total domination. Bryce Young. Just when that whole touchdown was set up by a Bryce Young interception by Minkah Fitzpatrick, Miami just had 49 yards to go for that score. So a short field for the Dolphins. Their special teams right now looks fired up. They've pinned Carolina back inside their own 20. 10:43 to go, second quarter. It's Miami 17, Carolina nothing.
Thank you so much, Kevin, as we'll watch it. So on the year, 8 catches for Darren Waller, 3 of them touchdowns. So he is, settled into post-retirement, if you could say, pretty well as he's come back out of retirement in that one. And they are continuing to pour it on early. And that is very interesting. I will say this, Bryce Young having a rough day. And we've got another, special teams, I said, has been, a real key to this season, as it always is. But I think this is the kicker for the Colts, limping off the field under his own power, but taking really small steps. So we'll see what happens to that one. Bryce Young, though, as I was saying, in that Dolphins-Panthers game, having a rough day, throws the interception and set up the previous score. I don't know if he needed off his hand. Sometimes these quarterbacks, they're scrambling and they need it out of their hands. But he just dropped the ball, and the Dolphins were able to recover. So a tough day for Bryce Young as that team was trying to get back in the win column as they won their last home game. And we have a big play here. Texans, Ravens setting up a goal line, drive here, and we'll get an update from M&T Bank Stadium in a bit, as this one, we have a score possibly in the next few minutes in that one, as the Ravens are trying to hang on against the Texans early as they are banged up. No Lamar Jackson, no Kyle Hamilton, no Marlon Humphreys, no Roquan Smith, no Emory Jones, Patrick Ricard, the fullback, also out. So they are dealing with it offensively. They're dealing with it defensively, and that defense was already banged up. An incompletion here in the Giants game, 3rd and 12 now for the Saints, as they're trying to not let that one get away from them. And we've got a punt, 4th and 29 for the Jets, as they punt back to the Cowboys, as that game's 10-3, and the Cowboys try to build on their lead with a nice little punt return here. He gets about 10 yards to the 30 in that one. And we will get, we have a score, I believe. It hasn't been officially acknowledged yet by the officials, but we'll see in a second if the Texans and Ravens have a score. It's actually a flag on the play, so it does not look like there will be a touchdown in that one. Update some of the other scores. 17-0 Dolphins over the Panthers. Panthers have the ball at midfield, 2nd and 1. 10-3 Cowboys over the Jets. The Cowboys just got the punt, so they will look to drive there. It is 14-3 in the Saints-Giants game, as it's 3rd and 12 for the Saints at the Giants 35. Raiders, Colts. Raiders have the ball, 2nd and 11 from their 24. Colts 14, Raiders 3. The Eagles, the Broncos 3-3. Eagles have the ball, 2nd and 10 at the Philly 29-yard line, and we'll get an update on all of this, all the scores, injuries, fantasy, as these teams finish up the first half. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. NFL Week 5. And we have all the action underway. A lot of these games nearing the end of the first half. And we've got some scores to update. First, let's go out to Baltimore as the Texans and Ravens battle it out. Craig Heist has more for us.
All right, Anthony, 5:36 to go here before halftime. And the Texans have increased their lead now, have a 17-3 advantage over the Ravens. And C.J. Stroud with his second touchdown pass of the day moments ago, 10 yards to Nico Collins. This after they thought they had one, but offensive pass interference wiped it out. Again, C.J. Stroud running it pretty effectively right now as he is 10 of 12 for 95 yards. And Collins catches the latest touchdown. Ravens have it back, trying to get something going before halftime. They're at about their 35-yard line, and right now they trail the Texans 17-3.
Thank you so much, Craig. As that one is, we spoke to Rob Brown pregame. I wasn't as high on the Ravens as him. I did like them more than most people, but man, I did not see this one getting away from the Ravens early. And they are going, if they don't figure this one out, and they go 1-4 for the second time in their franchise's history, we are in for a long Ravens season. It feels like. Big run here in the Jets game, but it may be a fumble, and we'll get an update from MetLife as soon as possible. The Giants not able to get anything out of their last drive. We get a punt there. Dallas Goedert gets the Eagles on the touchdown board as that game is 10-3. A big pass to Devontae Smith down the right side of the field, and then Pat Surtain, 50-50, I would say, but they call the pass interference on Surtain. He was covering A.J. Brown, which led to the touchdown for 2 yards to Dallas Goedert. So, if you're a Broncos fan, you can't complain much because you avoided a fumble, which should have been a fumble, in my opinion, on that Bo Nix play. Updating some of the other scores. The Raiders are in the red zone, 14-3. Colts, the Giants, like I said, just punted. That one's 14-6. We'll get an update in that Jets game to see if it was a fumble or not. But 10-3 Cowboys in that one. We got a score in the Panthers-Dolphins game as the Panthers are looking to keep pace with the Dolphins, and we'll get all the updates on that one. Like we said, 17-3 in that Texans-Ravens game. C.J. Stroud out to a hot start, 10 of 12, 95 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 carry for 30 yards, and 2 receptions for Nico Collins, 34 yards. Like I said, the Raiders are threatening, and Andrew Smith has more from Lucas Oil Stadium between the Raiders and Colts.
Yeah, the Colts with a 14-3 lead, but the Raiders have the ball in the red zone and are threatening. However, that threat has just ended as the Colts with an interception, a deflected pass that was picked off by Leatu Latu. That's his second interception of the season for the defensive lineman. And so the Colts defense and special teams making some big plays. That interception stops a Raiders drive. The previous Raiders drive ended in a blocked punt by Shegu Ulubi, set the Colts up at the 8-yard line. 4 plays later, Jonathan Taylor carried it in from 3 yards out to give the Colts a 14-3 lead. Now the Colts will be taking over at their own 16-yard line with 3:53 to go in the second quarter, leading 14-3. Geno Smith, 10 of 15 for 108 yards, but now has the interception and also has been sacked twice. Daniel Jones for the Colts, 9 of 12 for 96 yards and a touchdown. The Raiders have done a really good job of bottling up Jonathan Taylor. He only has 7 yards on 6 carries, but he does have the 1 touchdown run. Tyler Warren and Josh Downs have led the Colts in the receiving game. So Indy looking for a late first half drive to extend its 14-3 lead with 3:53 to go in the second quarter, but they're starting on their own 12-yard line after the pick.
Thank you so much, Andrew Smith. On the YouTube chat, question from Psych Mampter, he says, if the Ravens keep falling apart, Harbaugh on the hot seat. I don't think so. I mean, they're banged up. He doesn't have a starting quarterback. Their defense has been decimated from the get-go, and it's even more decimated today. I mean, if they go, 2-15, sure, but they're not going to. If they get healthy, would I be shocked if they are, turned around and, in the wild card picture late? And we've got a massive play here, in this Giants-Saints game as the Giants are looking to put the Saints away early. And we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. But first, let's go out to Philly for Eagles-Broncos update from Michael Luongo.
Eagles up by a score of 10-3 with 5:05 to go, second quarter. Philadelphia completed a major drive of this one. It was 9 plays, 70 yards. The key play came out of 3rd and 17 at their own 22 when Jalen Hurts hit Devontae Smith for a 52-yard pass. That was followed by a pass to A.J. Brown, but Brown did not get the pass, but was rolled pass interference on Denver. Set up a 1st and goal at the 2 was so Hurts with a 2-yard pass to Dallas Goedert, and that gave the Eagles the 10-3 lead. The other score by Jake Elliott, 31-yard field goal. Will Lutz, the lone Denver score, a 55-yard field goal, 4:58 to go. Second quarter, the Eagles up by a score 10-3.
Thank you so much, Mike. I told you a big play in that Saints-Giants game, and Les East has more for us.
Yeah, the Saints finally stopped the Giants on the Giants' 3rd possession, forcing a punt. First play after the punt, Spencer Rattler hits Rashid Shaheed for an 87-yard touchdown. The Saints get within a point. New York still leading 14-13, 5:16 left in the second quarter.
So that's a big turn of events there. The Giants were looking to pull away in that one, and now the Saints right back in it. And you heard Rob Brown speak about it, that, Spencer Rattler's been a lot better than he's been given credit for. And, that's a big play right there as this team has, continued to play well. And we've got another almost all incompletion. That one, this time it's an incompletion for Bo Nix as he continues to get hit this week. That Broncos offensive line has been really good in pass protection, but the Eagles are getting after him early, and he is struggling. That one was right off the back of the center's head, so that was definitely not a fumble, just an incompletion. But we spoke about it with Rob Brown earlier, and he gave Spencer Rattler a lot of love in that one. 10 of 15, 154 yards, 1 touchdown. He wasn't calling him, Peyton Manning, but he was talking about how he was playing a lot better and he wasn't getting the credit he wanted. So he's out to a big start early. Shaheed, 3 catches, 106 yards for a touchdown. 4 carries for Jackson Dart, 38 yards, and the 2 passing touchdowns to Theo Johnson as that team looks to, continue their winning ways not winning ways, but their win last week build off of it. And the Saints just trying to get a win early. The Jets 1st and 20 from the Cowboys 48-yard line, and it looks like they're going to get back to about 2nd and 10 as they are on the 30, I want to say. So we'll get an update there as well. Colts, they took over after the big interception in the end zone as they now have it 2nd and 7 from about their own 20. 3rd and 2 actually now after a run by Jonathan Taylor on the left side of the line. So we'll see what happens in that one. The Cowboys-Jets game is still 10-3, 2nd and 7 for the Jets from the 30, and another completion for Justin Fields just short of the first down. 2nd and 4 for the Texans at the 42. They scored the touchdown. They get the ball back, and now they try to put the Ravens out of their misery early, sending this Ravens team even deeper into a tailspin. So that is an interesting. I came into the season. You heard me. Jody will join us at 6 o'clock as always. The great Jody Mack. You heard me and Jody talk about it the last 4 weeks. Eagles Ravens was my Super Bowl pick. I thought the Eagles were going to repeat, but I had the Ravens in there, and it is getting away from them fast. Not saying the season's over, because with that talent on their team, they could always be a wild card team, specifically with the way the NFL is set up today. But it's tough. I did not expect them to go out there today and put up a dud. And right now, unless things change, it is a dud. 17-7 Dolphins over the Panthers as they were able to get on the board. Tua, 17 of 21, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Rico Dowdle, 8 carries, 41 yards with Chuba Hubbard out. 5 catches, 78 yards for Darren Waller, and a touchdown. So he is settling into his new home post-retirement. And again, Breece Hall coughing the ball up, and I don't know if this is a fumble, but again, he put the ball on the ground, but he was down earlier, and right now they're signaling it's Cowboys ball. And we'll get more of an update from Mancuso, who's on the scene at MetLife. But again, he keeps doing it. He was having a good game to start, so rough start for the Jets and Hall on that one. He had 8 carries, 68 yards up until that point. So and this one, it looks like it's going to be a fumble. It looks like clear as day that it's out. It got punched out. I don't know who that was for the Cowboys, but wow. So a big turn of events there as the Jets were about to be in the red zone. So that is a tough break for that Jets offense, and Breece Hall really struggling early to hold on to the football. The Giants have the ball 2nd and 4. They're about to be at the midfield line, about to be 3rd and 1 as Singletary carries the ball there. Big tackle by Davis on the Saints as they run the ball up the middle, so they are short of the midfield line, short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and 1, about 3rd and 1. Eagles have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 25 after the punt by the Cowboys. A defensive pass interference, gets them to the 25 on Riley Moss as the Broncos are struggling to keep the Eagles in check. 14-3 Colts over the Raiders. They have the ball at their own 26, 2nd and 10. In that one, we got a big, deep play here and incomplete for the Giants. You thought for a second there Jackson Dart might get the completion to Sterling Shepard. Texans, they just hit the 2-minute warning. Texans-Ravens 17-3. Texans have the ball 2nd and 4 from Houston's 42. The Dolphins and Panthers also hit the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 5 from Miami's 30 for the Dolphins as Tua trying to build off of the win last week with another win here. And Dart had him, it was just good defense by the Saints. I guess it was a little bit of an underthrow. Still felt like a good ball in that one. Kellen Moore trying to get his first win for the Saints. Eagles 10, Broncos 3. Eagles now have the ball from the 39-yard line after a short 14-yard completion, if you want to call that short, to Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, Bronco killer, the other time he faced them, had a big game as well. Mike Mancuso, though, has got an update in the Jets-Cowboys game and Breece Hall struggles. What's going on, Mike?
Well, the turnovers and the penalties continue, Anthony, to hurt the Jets. A nice drive by the Jets. Breece Hall, a nice 20-yard run, but guess what? He fumbles on the 9-yard line. It was Maris Liufu who forced the fumble. Sam Williams recovered. Dallas takes over 1st and 10 on their own 9-yard line. And in their first play, there's a flag. So there's been 5 penalties on each team to this point in the game. Dak Prescott has looked pretty good moving the offense. In fact, the Jets have actually looked pretty good moving the ball as well. But again, turnovers hurting the Jets, and Dallas takes advantage. Justin Field in this game, to give you some stats, 8 for 13, 74 yards. Breece Hall, 9 for 78, so he has 78 yards on the ground, but he was banged up when he was just fumbling the football, so we'll get an update on that. For the Cowboys, linebacker Jack Sanborn is in the concussion protocol, and we'll have an update for you on the Cowboys linebacker. But right now, Dallas on top, 10-3. Their touchdown was a 26-yard catch and run to tight end Jake Ferguson. So Cowboys on top, 10-3. 2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Thank you so much, Mike. We almost had an incredible play here, and he's just out of bounds. Going down the left sideline, matched up with Riley Moss. A big pass by Jalen Hurts, and it looks like he's out of bounds. This is an incredible catch if it is considered inbounds. I don't know, though. It looks like he stepped out here. That first foot, though, I thought was down, but that's a big catch if it does stand. It's going to be 2nd and 10, so it doesn't. Nice throw, nice catch, just not in bounds. 1 foot out of bounds, barely out of bounds, but it looked close on that one. Dotson, though. Riley Moss having a tough day. A couple penalties, beat a couple times, and it looks like the Eagles are going to challenge us. The first foot looked like it was in. It just depends on when they decide if the first step is a catch. And I'm getting an official review here from the great Zach Gelb in the control room telling me it was a catch. Yeah, it looks like he caught the ball, in my opinion. So that's a great play by Dotson. And we're getting the official breakdown from him here. Colts have the ball at the 40. Oh, a massive hit in that one for the completion there. Pittman, I think, on the catch. Daniel Jones down the left sideline, 8 yards. Or actually 18 yards. Sorry, I didn't realize what the first down marker was. And that guy got lit up, but he holds on to it. Big hit, big catch in that one. I had to check who the receiver was that made the catch for the Colts, as Daniel Jones has 12 of 1,718 yards and a touchdown. And the receiver on that one was Ashton Doolin with the big catch on that one. We'll get all the updates, all the scores, all the turnovers. We'll update the fantasy leaders at halftime as well. We'll update some of the injuries around the league. We'll get you all the scores. We'll jump in, as always, at 6 o'clock. The great Jody Mack joins us as well. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Gameday, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what's going on? I hope we're all locked in. Wings, burgers, drinks, chips, dip, whatever it is. We've got our food here. So we're locked in. We're ready to go. A lot going on in every one of these games. The Eagles just punted after a sack to Jalen Hurts. Let's go out to Indianapolis first and get an update on Colts Raiders, as the Colts were just threatening a bit ago. Andrew Smith has more for us.
Yeah, the Colts have 3rd down and 5 from the Raiders' 10-yard line with 25 seconds left in the half. The Colts have one timeout as well to work with. This drive started with Latu interception at his own 12-yard line after a tipped pass at the line. The Colts have converted 3 third downs on this drive, and most recently a 16-yard run by Jonathan Taylor. The first time he's really gotten loose in this game, got the Colts into the red zone, so they've got 3rd down. One thing to note for the Colts, they're going to have to play the rest of this game without kicker Spencer Schrader. He was hurt on a PAT attempt and drew a roughing the kicker foul, but he has been ruled out for the rest of the game. Interestingly, the Raiders punter A.J. Cole is also questionable for the remainder of the game, so both teams may be missing a kicker. And the Colts' already depleted secondary is a little bit more depleted, as Mike Hilton, who took over for the retired Xavier Howard, he's also out for the game. So the Colts have converted. They have first down and goal from the 4 with 20 seconds and no timeouts to work with, leading 14-3.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And we might have another scoring update here in the Jets game. After that Breece Hall fumble, it was, the Jets were threatening, and now the other way we go, and we'll get that scoring update in a bit. But first, we go out to Baltimore as the Texans and Ravens are battling it out, and Baltimore is just trying to stay alive. Craig Heist has more for us.
And not doing a very good job of it, Andrew. I'll tell you, the Ravens right now in a lot of trouble. 24-3, the Texans have the lead. We're just before halftime, about 16 seconds to go. C.J. Stroud's thrown his third touchdown pass of the day. This one, a 10-yarder to Xavier Hutchinson. Those two hooked up earlier in the game, and Stroud on the afternoon has done a real nice job moving this offense for Texans. And, of course, the Ravens' defense so banged up, they're not doing much to be able to get any traction to try to stop it. But C.J. Stroud, very efficient with the offense this year. Total yards in this game, 288 to 63 in favor of Houston. And the first downs coming into this drive that the Ravens currently have was 16-3. So that tells you the dominance. And right now it's a 24-3 lead for the Texans as we approach halftime.
Thank you so much, Craig. Let's go out to MetLife as Mike Mancuso's got an update in the Jets-Cowboys game.
Well, the Cowboys have just added on, Anthony. 57 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Cowboys now lead the Jets 17-3. It did not take Dak Prescott long. He engineered a 91-yard drive in just 7 plays. It covered about a minute and 30. Big play on the drive was a 46-yard pass to Ryan Flanoy, who so far in this game, Flanoy has 104 yards receiving on 5 catches. Anyway, that got the ball to the Jets 16. Javonte Williams then went in on a 5-yard run. Williams has rushed for 42 yards. The first touchdown for Dallas was a 26-yard catch and run to Jake Ferguson. So far in this game, Prescott 11 of 17 for 163 yards. And it's amazing how quickly Dallas was able to get right down the field on the Jets defense. Jets continuing to hurt themselves with penalties. They've already committed 6 of them. They've hurt themselves on penalties. Breece Hall fumbling on the 9-yard line after a nice run. And ironically, Anthony, this week in practice, because of the fumbles the Jets had last week, the Jets had the offensive players hold the footballs, and the coaches were trying to punch the balls out of their hands. Well, it didn't work for Breece Hall that time. Jets trail 17-3.
It's not the same, when it's actual fists and not boxing gloves, it's a little different. So we'll see what happens in that one. The Jets going to have to do a lot to hang on there. Michael Luongo's got an update from the link. Broncos, Eagles battling it out.
1:26 to go here in the second quarter. The Eagles up by a score of 10-3. Philadelphia scoring on a 7-play, 90-yard drive with a 2-yard touchdown pass from Jalen Hurts to Dallas Goedert. The key play there was a 52-yard pass play from Hurts to DeVonta Smith to help get things set. That was followed by a pass interference penalty on the Broncos. It gave Eagles a first and goal at the 2. The other scoring in this contest, a 31-yard field goal by Jake Elliott, a 55-yard field goal by Will Lutz, the lone Denver score. 1:25 to go. It's the counting in the second quarter. Philadelphia by a score 10-3.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to the Panthers. Dolphins as the Panthers try to get something on the board before the half. Kevin Casey's got more for us.
And we have just gone to the half, and it's now 17-10. The Miami Dolphins are leading the Carolina Panthers, and it was pretty much all Miami early going to Tagovailoa, 17 of 21 passing, 151 yards. That one touchdown pass he threw was to Darren Waller. That was a 4-yard touchdown pass. Darren Waller on the day, 5 receptions, 78 yards receiving. Jalen Waddle, 4 receptions, 47 yards. Carolina did come back in the second quarter. Bryce Young, even though he has a fumble and an interception, both resulting in those Miami touchdowns, he was 10 of 15 passing, 110 yards. Xavier Legette with the Panthers' only touchdown. He's back on his horse. He's 1 for 1 reception, that 7-yard touchdown pass for the Carolina Panthers, and a field goal as time expired here at the half. So it's halftime here at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, where the Miami Dolphins lead the Carolina Panthers 17-10.
Thank you so much, Kevin Casey, as always. the Giants-Saints. Still 14-3 after the Saints missed a field goal. About a minute 22 left in that one. The Giants have the ball at the 42. It's 2nd and 10 for them as they try to get something on the board before the half. Both tight ends out. Brock Bowers out. Michael Mayer also out for the Raiders. And Albert O is the tight end that they brought in off the practice squad. And he's got a catch. I don't think it's his first catch and target of the day. Yeah, for 16 yards. So we'll see how that one plays out there as they try to keep up. It's 20-3. Colts over the Raiders. Daniel Jones, another great day to start. Only one carry for 2 yards, but 142 yards on 16 of 24 passing, 2 touchdowns. Josh Downs, 5 catches, 46 yards. Tyler Warren, 4 catches, 44 yards and a touchdown. Michael Pittman, 39 yards on a touchdown with the 5 catches, 2 catches for Jonathan Taylor for 13 yards. He also has 18 rushes, 24 yards, and a touchdown. Geno Smith, 12 of 18, 134 yards, 1 interception. Ashton Genty, 8 carries, 42 yards. And he's also got 4 catches for 42 yards. What a turn of event here, as I just mentioned the Giant game, and we'll get an update there as we've got a play that could impact the rest of this game as the Giants started hot, and we'll see if they continue to play after 13 unanswered points by the Saints. In this one, or 10 unanswered, my apologies. So we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. Some other scores here. The Broncos ended up punting. It is now 10-3, and then the Eagles are about to punt for their 4th and 6 on their own 15. So that game's 10-3 with a minute to go in the half. We've got Raiders, Colts just went to halftime. And we'll get an update on the field goal there and the score. Like I said, 14-13. And we'll get a confirmation and an update on that big play in the Giants-Saints game. Cowboys 17, Jets 3. The Jets have the ball. They're about to punt from their own 24. And they're going to leave the Cowboys no timeouts, but 36 seconds left to, break down that one. 17-10 at halftime. Dolphins over the Panthers. 24-3. Texans over the Ravens. We got a lot more to bring you, all the updates on the scoring, the interceptions, the fumbles, the big hits, the sacks, the big plays, everything. Fantasy, gambling. It's right here. Gridiron Game Day, NFL Week 5. Anthony Gallo, but first, an update from the great Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Well, there is one final today. Carson Wentz leading the Vikings on a last-minute touchdown drive, hitting Jordan Addison for the go-ahead score. Addison had been benched to start the game. Vikings beat the Browns in London 21-17. Rookie Dylan Gabriel played well for Cleveland in his first career start, completing 19 of 33 passes for 190 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. The Cowboys have moved the ball down to the Jets' 1-yard line. There's had a 66-yard scamper from Javonte Williams down to that 1-yard line. Cowboys already leading the Jets 17-3, still 30 seconds to play in the first half. The Colts have a 20-3 lead at the break on the Raiders. It is the Eagles up 10-3 on the Broncos as Philadelphia looking to move to 5-0. Devontae Smith, happy for a day at least, you would think. 4 catches, 75 yards. Dolphins ahead of the Panthers, 17-10 at the break. Texans all over the Ravens, 24-3. No Lamar Jackson for Baltimore. Cooper Rush starting at quarterback. The Ravens in danger of falling to 1-4. Giants 14, Saints 13, 19 seconds to play in the first half in New Orleans. Saints have the ball now down at the Giants' 10-yard line. 4 games coming in the later window. The Commanders are returning quarterback Jaden Daniels to the field, but he'll be sporting a brace on his sprained left knee.
I'm not the biggest fan of it, but if that's what I have to wear, then I'll do anything possible.
The Commanders visiting the 3-1 Chargers. The Lions are also 3-1. They're taking on the struggling Bengals in Cincinnati. A pair of 3-1 teams square off in Seattle, with the Buccaneers taking on the Seahawks, and the Cardinals host the winless Titans. Tonight, Josh Allen and the Bills can move to 5-0 as they host the Patriots. More shifting in the latest AP poll. Miami moves up to number 2 behind Ohio State. Penn State drops out of the top 25 for the first time in 3 years after their stunning loss to winless UCLA. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X. Our handle is INF Sports Network. That's INF Sports Network on X.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. And we are in the halftime window of the 1 o'clock slate. And this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. So we will keep going. We'll get some updates from all the guys out at the games. If you're trying to follow me when I'm not on air, if you want to reach out, hit me with some of your picks of the day, your thoughts on the games today. Pico Day _Gallo on X and Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. If you're watching on YouTube, what's going on, or the BetMGM network. Let's go out to New Orleans. A lot happened in those last, 3 minutes of the half between the Giants and the Saints, and that game has completely been flipped on its head, and Les East has more.
Well, you're right. There was a lot of action leading up to halftime. Last time I talked to you, it was 14-13 Giants. The Saints got in position to take the lead, but Blake Ruthie missed a 52-yard field goal. Giants took over at their 42 with 1:25 left. They were moving in the field goal range, and Darius Slayton fumbled. Jonas Sanker picked it up for the Saints, returned it to the Giants 41. The Saints got to a first and goal at the 10, but ran out of time. Groupie made a 29-yard field goal. We're at halftime now. The Saints with their first lead, 16-14 over the Giants.
Thank you, Les, and we'll jump back in as that one kicks off. A couple of lopsided scores here, and we go out to one of them at MetLife. Cowboys, Jets. Mike Mancuso has more.
Right, Anthony. This has become a debacle. 23-3 in favor of Dallas as we are at halftime. Just really an insane ending to the first half. The Jets are, trailing 17-3. They have an ill-fated possession, and with 30 seconds left, they punt to Dallas. Cowboys take over on the 9-yard line. 2 plays, and they score a touchdown. Javonte Williams, a 66-yard run from scrimmage to get down to the 1-yard line, and then Jake Ferguson catches his second touchdown pass of the day from 1 yard out. Now, the Jets did get a break because there was an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on the Cowboys on the extra point, so they had to go back 15 yards, and Aubrey missed the PAT, and that's why the score is 23-3 instead of 24-3. Don't know if it'll make much of a difference, but the Jets continue to do all the things that they promised not to do. They're turning it over. Big fumble by Breece Hall inside the 10-yard line. They've committed penalties. They have at least 7 of them. So right now we are at halftime, and the Cowboys are having their way with the Jets. They lead 23-3.
Mike, do we think that there'll be any repercussion to Breece Hall? I know he put one on the ground, but they ruled him down, and the second one was an actual fumble. Do we think we'll see more Allen in the second half than Hall?
Well, Allen, remember, he's out.
Okay,
so
my apologies.
Isaiah, well, so you track 32 teams. You can't remember every player on, God, what think about all the stuff you have to, know. But you might see more Davis. You saw him on the last drive. Isaiah Davis, who was the third string running back, has now moved up to the second spot. So we'll probably see more of him. And quite frankly, I would not be surprised if there was a quarterback change to start the second half.
Okay.
Because Fields is really, after the opening drive where he was pretty good, he's really shown nothing.
Thank you, Mike. So that's something to watch. Obviously, Aaron Glenn, first-time coach. The team was not great, so I'm not trying to blame him for everything going on there. But one of the things he preached was accountability. So we'll see if he holds Breece Hall accountable for his poor play in the first half. Daniel Jones and the Colts trying to build another win and get the 4-1, as this is another lopsided score and more at halftime from Lucas Oil Stadium from Andrew Smith.
Yeah, the Colts building a 20-3 halftime lead as Daniel Jones throws for 2 touchdowns, including one to Michael Pittman Jr. to cap an 88-yard drive that ended the first half. And, again, the Colts without Spencer Schrader, so they're having to go for 2 after their touchdowns. They were unable to convert the 2-point conversion right ahead of halftime, but still lead 20-3. They scored touchdowns on their last 3 drives, and even though the Raiders are outgaining the Colts are finishing drives. They got a score off of an 8-yard drive after a blocked punt. They had a turnover in their defensive red zone that they turned into an 88-yard drive for a touchdown. The Colts have been very opportunistic so far. Daniel Jones, 16-24 for 142 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Raiders have done a really good job bottling up Jonathan Taylor. He's got 24 yards on 8 carries so far, but Josh Downs has had a really good game in the receiving game for Indy with 5 catches for 46 yards. The Raiders have been getting the ball to Ashton Genty as much as they possibly can. He has 84 yards from scrimmage, split equally between the running and passing games. But even though Geno Smith's 12 of 18 for 134 yards, he's been sacked twice and been picked off once. And again, the Colts have blocked a punt as well. That's a big reason why they lead 20-3. Raiders with the football as we begin the second half.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to the link as the Eagles, although only 10-3, it feels like the offense is moving a bit more. And, they offensively, it feels like it hasn't been the problem. They just haven't finished on a lot of their drives, but Michael Luongo's got more from the link.
Yeah, I would say serviceable would be the way to describe the Eagles' offense in this first half. As they have a 10-3 lead, they managed to pick up some big plays in that 7-play, 90-yard drive. The big play, of course, was that 52-yard pass play from Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith, and then, of course, there was a pass interference penalty came after that, a pass to A.J. Brown. And, of course, it up the 2-yard touchdown pass from Hurst to Dallas Goedert. In case you're curious about the stats for this, Devontae Smith has 4 catches, 75 yards. A.J. Brown targeted 4 times, 4 catches, 35 yards. Hurts in that first half, 13 of 19 for 138 yards. The running game, still trying to find their way through. The second one broke with 5 carries and 30 yards. Both teams getting ready to begin the second half. We're still at halftime, and Philadelphia up by a score of 10-3.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we've got another score in that Ravens game, and it is getting away from the Ravens fast. They started the half, Cooper Rush, with a nice pass, got hit from both sides, was able to complete it to Isaiah Likely over the middle. But Nick Chubb just ripped off a big run, and we'll get a complete breakdown of that moving forward. And that game is out of hand and over. I would say a few lopsided scores. Obviously, Broncos, Eagles, not lopsided, but it feels lopsided. 10-3 Eagles. Colts over the Raiders 20-3. Cowboys over the Jets 23-3. And Texans now over the Ravens 31-3. Dolphins and Panthers kicked off the second half, and we've already got another scoring attempt in that one. Kevin Casey's got more.
The attempt is good, and it's now 17-13. The Miami Dolphins lead the Carolina Panthers 12-15 to go third quarter. On the drive, Bryce Young was just red hot. 10 of 16 passing for the game, 111 yards. He has a touchdown pass in the game, a 7-yarder to Xavier Legette. He also has a touchdown, that one we just mentioned, but an interception and a fumble, both resulting in Miami touchdowns, too. A 10-yard touchdown pass to Devon Achane, and also a 4-yard touchdown pass to Darren Waller, accounting for Miami scoring. 12:15 to go third quarter. It's Miami 17, Carolina 13.
Thank you so much, Kevin, as we continue to monitor that one. That one looked like it was going to be a blowout early, and the Panthers have battled back as they won their only home game prior to today. So they're 1-3 right now, but you're trying, if you're the Panthers, to get in the win column. Both teams trying to avoid going 1-4, much like the Ravens, who were trying. They didn't try very hard, but they were trying to avoid going 1-4 for the second time in their history, as that one is 31-3. Let's break down a little bit of the stats in that one. C.J. Stroud, 148 yards on 16 of 19, 3 touchdowns. Nick Chubb, 9 carries, 60 yards, and a touchdown. C.J. Stroud, also a 30-yard rush as well. Dalton Schultz, 4 catches, 53 yards. Nico Collins, 2 catches, 34 yards. Xavier Hutchinson, 3 catches, 18 yards, 2 touchdowns. So a couple of surprises here for Baltimore. Cooper Rush, 11 of 14, 105 yards and an interception. Derrick Henry, 6 carries, 8 yards. So again, it's probably they're probably eating in the box. They're probably stacking the box, and Derrick doesn't have much room to work with. Passing-wise, 2 catches for DeAndre Hopkins and Mark Andrews. Hopkins has 46 yards. Andrews, 22 yards. Nothing really going offensively for that Ravens team. And, I spoke to Rob Brown earlier in the pregame show, and we were talking about the Ravens, and if we thought, I didn't think they would win, but to think that they had a chance, I did, and they haven't been able to overcome not just the defensive, they're last in the league in points allowed per game and 31st in total yards per game given up. So the defense hasn't done much. It's put the offense in a bad position where they have to play from behind and play catch up, passing a lot, and so Derrick Henry and that running game has suffered, and we'll get more on that from Craig Heist. Has an update from M&T Bank Stadium.
Yeah, and it's just not pretty for the Ravens right now. They can't get Derrick Henry going on the ground. On defense, they really haven't stopped anything today that the Texans have thrown at them. And right now, a 31-3 lead, 11:27 to play here in the third quarter. Ravens got the ball to start the second half, and Cooper Rush threw an interception deep into Texans territory. It didn't take them long to take advantage of it as Nick Chubb took off and ran 27 yards for a touchdown down the far sideline. And it's been total domination offensively, defensively for the Texans right now as they lead 31-3 here in the third quarter, 10:51 left to play.
Thank you so much, Craig, as we will monitor that one. Jalen Hurts, the most at 138 yards in the first half, the most he's had in the first half all season. So something to watch there. This Broncos defense has been able to be picked apart at times, as we saw Daniel Jones and that Colts offense do it, and now this, lackluster, if you wanted to say coming into the game, I never believed it, but the lackluster, quote-unquote, Eagles offense is moving the ball very easily, as Jalen Hurts has 100. They just completed a 21-yard pass, so we've got 159 yards for a touchdown, 14 of 21. 5 rushes for Saquon Barkley for 30 yards, 2 for A.J. Dillon for 12. Devontae Smith, 5 catches, 96 yards. A.J. Brown, 4 catches, 35 yards. Dallas Goedert has a touchdown catch. So the offense is moving. They haven't finished drives, but the offense is moving, and they are taking advantage of a Broncos defense that was a bit overrated coming into the year, speaking as a Broncos fan, so I don't want people to think I'm just hating on them. If anything, it's self-loathing. And we will monitor that one. That one's 10-3. Colts Raiders 20-3. Saints over the Giants 16-4 as that one is underway in the second half. Cowboys 23, Jets 3, Dolphins 17, Panthers 13, and Texans 31, Ravens 3. And we've got a big 4 o'clock slate as well. Titans at Cardinals, Bucks at Saints, Lions at Bengals, and Commanders at Chargers coming up in about an hour and a half. So stay tuned for that. At 6 o'clock, the great Jody Mack, the man, the myth, the legend himself, joins me for the final 2 hours. And we've got a big play. As I said, that Eagles offense was moving. And we'll get an update in that one after a big play by that Eagles offense as they continue to bully that Broncos defense continuously. So we will update that. We'll get an update in all the other action. Jackson Dart and the Giants just stalled on another drive, so it looks like they are going to now maybe they'll go for it because it looks like it's 4th and 1, but we'll see what happens there. Jackson Dart and Spencer Rattler dueling right now. 13 of 18 for Jackson Dart, 2 touchdowns, 114 yards. Spencer Rattler, 16 of 24, 187 yards, 1 touchdown. 5 carries for Rattler, 22 yards. 4 for Dart, 38 yards. So both these quarterbacks are doing everything. It looks like the Giants are going to go for it. I think the punter ran out and then ran back to the sidelines, and Jackson Dart is lining up the offense as we speak. He's under center. They are running a wing-back formation there, and it looks like they're going to get the first down. They had the 3 guys lined up in the backfield, the 2 I don't know if you call them fullbacks in that situation or if they're 2 wingbacks, but the full house backfield is what we saw in that one. As they get the first down with 12:25 to go, the Broncos will get an update and a scoring update in that one. The Colts are right outside of the red zone right now, 1st and 10 from the Raiders 27. The Cowboys punted. The Jets now have the ball with 13:24 left in that one, 23-3. The Dolphins and Panthers battling it out. The Panthers have the ball at their own 14, 1st and 10, 17-13 Dolphins. Sorry, there's a lot of only 3-point scores here in this one. Texans versus the Ravens, 31-3. Texans have the ball 1st and 10 at their 29-yard line. So we'll continue to monitor that beatdown. So a few 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 blowouts here. So an early, slate of massacres as we continue to watch these games unfold. The Giants now have the ball at midfield, and they are going to get another first down here as they are now at the Saints' 43-yard line. 2nd and 7 for the Colts at the 24-yard line of the Raiders. Jonathan Taylor, another rush. He's got 3 yards in the game on that carry. He's 11 of 41 with a touchdown. We'll monitor that one. Geno Smith struggling greatly. Ashton Genty having a good week, but nothing to show for it there. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day. We got 5 hours left of NFL action, all of the 4 o'clock window. We've got the wind down of the 1 o'clock window and all the exciting finishes, player interviews, everything. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo back after this.
5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we have a ton to update you on. The Texans just kicked a 57-yard field goal, so the beatdown of the Ravens continues, and it looks like, barring a miraculous comeback, it looks like the Texans will go 2-3, and the Ravens go 1-4 for the first time or the second time in their franchise's history. The Broncos have the ball at the midfield, 1st and 10, as they just waste the timeout. You don't want to do that early in the second half like that, so they waste the timeout is to avoid whatever. Well, Bo Nix called the timeout, so we'll see what happens in that one as he scrambled for a big first down. Let's go out to New Orleans as we had a big update there. A big play in that one during the break, and Les East has more for us.
Yeah, the Giants were moving across midfield with the first possession of the third quarter, and Jackson Dart started to scramble and dropped the football. Cameron Jordan falls on it for the Saints, who now have the ball at their own 41, but they're struggling trying to move the ball, and it looks like they're going to have to punt. They have their first lead since the season opener. This is the first time all season the Saints have led and had the ball, but they're going to have to punt it away now, leading 16-14 with 10.5 minutes left in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Les, as that is a critical mistake by the young signal caller in Jackson Dart. We've seen that a couple times today. Jackson Dart fumbling it, not as egregious as the Bryce Young one, but Bryce Young, just dropping the ball almost like he just put it on the ground. The Dart one, it looks like it slipped. He was running as if he was like, going to throw the ball, and it dropped out, and the Saints recovered. A big run here for J.K. Dobbins, who, has been healthy this year, and he's been effective. I think he leads the league in yards per carry this season. A big completion there by Spencer Rattler. And the Broncos have it on the Eagles' 37-yard line as they try to prevent this one from getting out of hand, as that one's 17-3 with about 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. The Cowboys get another first down with a sneak of Dak Prescott. We're seeing that more teams try to tush push now. So they get the first down. Raiders have the ball. They're down 26-3 after a Jonathan Taylor touchdown a few minutes ago in that one, as he now has 15 carries, 57 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 3 catches, 20 yards in the air. So that is a big day for Jonathan Taylor, who has been one of the best backs in the league. Let's go out to Baltimore as the Texans continue to beat up on the Ravens in this road whooping of the Ravens. Craig Heist has more.
Yeah, that's right. We're in the third quarter still, and the Texans have increased their lead now 34-3. Fairbairn with another field goal, his second of the day, and this one from 57 yards out. So he's very accurate with that today, and 34-3 as we play here, like I said, in the third quarter. But C.J. Stroud, one of the stories in this game, very efficient at quarterback, 19 of 22, 175 yards. He's thrown 3 touchdowns, and also Nick Chubb now up to 60 yards on 9 carries, and he had the touchdown run earlier in this quarter. And the Ravens really are in danger, obviously, at 1-4. That's what they would fall to, losing this game. And keep in mind, they've got the Rams coming in here next week, and that will be no easy task as well before they hit their bye week. So 34-3, the Texans all over the Ravens right here in Baltimore in the third quarter.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Indianapolis as we've got some things happening out there. Andrew Smith has more for us.
Yeah, the Indianapolis Colts have taken advantage of yet another Geno Smith interception as league-leading 9th of the year, as Mekhi Blackman picks off a pass, runs it back to the 6-yard line, a ball that Smith forced into double coverage, and 2 plays later, I should say, recently activated Amir Abdullah scores his first NFL touchdown on a short run. The Colts with a 32-3 lead. That came after a 1-yard run by Jonathan Taylor on the first drive of the second half for the Colts. And on that drive, Taylor had 7 carries for 33 yards. He's got 57 on 15 carries now. The Colts are having to go for 2 on all of their touchdowns because of the injury to kicker Spencer Schrader. They're 0 for 3 on 2-point conversions. But after going 3 and out on their first drive, they have scored on 5 consecutive possessions to take a 32-3 lead with 5:49 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to Michael Luongo as the Broncos try to do anything on this drive to keep pace with the Eagles, and Michael Luongo's got more for us.
Well, the drive stalled, and so they were forced to bust. Eagles will begin their second drive of a half from the first and 10 of their own 9-yard line. On the Eagles' first drive, they marched down to 4 plays and 74 yards. The big play, a 47-yard pass play from Jalen Hurts to Saquon Barkley for the touchdown. That was helps up by a 21-yard pass from Hurts to Devontae Smith. So Hurts 2 touchdown passes, a 3-yard strike toss to Dallas Goedert, a 47-yard strike to Saquon Barkley. Jake Elliott, a 31-yard field goal for Philadelphia. Will Lutz alone never scored a 55-yard field goal that came back in the first quarter. So Eagles with the ball, and they begin their second drive of the quarter. 7:18 to go, third quarter, up by a score of 17-3.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to New Jersey as the Jets try to score a touchdown. They got the field goal. They're trying to score a touchdown. They have the ball, and Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
Do we have to update this game? Anyway, 7:50 remaining in the third quarter. The Cowboys are still in control, 23-3. But on a positive, the Jets have held defensively twice in a row, forcing Dallas to punt. Jets now have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 33-yard line. Justin Fields is still at quarterback. He's had a rough day. 9 of 15. He's been sacked 4 times, and he's only averaging 5 yards a toss. Josh Reynolds does have 3 catches for 29 yards. Breece Hall, 11 rushes for 91 yards, but a costly fumble in the first half for him. On the Dallas side, Javonte Williams, 11 carries for 110 yards and 1 touchdown. Dak Prescott, 12 of 21 for 164 yards. So the Cowboys playing well in the first half. They ended on a high note, scoring late in the final second. So right now, 7:22 remaining in the third quarter. The Jets trail 23-3.
Thank you so much, Mike. And just like everyone drew it up, they would be up big on the Jets, pregame, and we all thought they would only hold them to 3 points. Ironically enough, that I was making fun of that Cowboys defense early. Also, just like we drew it up, George Pickens only 1 catch for 14 yards, but Jake Ferguson, 4 catches, 33 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Ryan Florno, I got to get the correct pronunciation on that, but that guy, 5 catches, 104 yards as he bursts onto the scenes to that banged-up Cowboys offense. So a very impressive day for them. Javonte Williams, former Bronco, 11 carries, 110 yards. So a lot there to like if you're a Cowboy fan. And we may, just may, have a breakthrough here in the Texans-Ravens as Craig Heist has more.
A breakthrough only, Anthony, in the extent that the Ravens are on the board with a touchdown. 34-10, they've narrowed the lead now by the Texans to 34-10. 2:41 to play here in the third quarter, and they do it on a Derrick Henry 1-yard touchdown run. And there was a big pass play in that drive to get the ball down there. But right now, 5 plays, 71 yards, and it took about 3:40 off the clock. So the Ravens still got a lot of catching up to do, but they are on the board with their own touchdown of the game. And right now it's a 34-10 lead for the Texans.
Thank you so much, Craig. So there's a little bit of life there for the Ravens. I don't think they're going to go and pull off anything miraculous, but there's some life, something to, get a little excited about on that one. Derrick Henry now tied with Walter Payton, 5th all-time with 110 rushing touchdowns. He's 10 behind Adrian Peterson for 120. So, one of the guys I think is one of the best of all time to do it. He adds to that stat category, although I'm sure he wishes he added to the W category today. So we'll see where that one goes. Jalen Hurts scrambles to the left on that one to get to about 2nd and 7. Backed up in their own end zone, 2nd and 8 for Bryce Young and the Panthers as they're down 17-13 with about 3:42 left in the quarter, and he completes a pass over the middle. I think that was Sanders he hit across the middle. The other tight end, Trumbull. So we will get that one going. Tua, 19 of 25, 174 yards, 2 touchdowns. Rico Dowd, 14 carries, 129 yards. Darren Waller started hot. Obviously, they've only had 2 drives this quarter. He's got 5 catches, 70 yards and a touchdown, 78 yards and a touchdown, and so he has not gotten anything else going in that one. As far as the Jets, it's 4th and 1 for them as they're trying to get the first down here, and it does not look like that's happening after an ugly play there. Scramble to the left by Justin Fields, and he jumped as he was, getting abused there. He jumped up, tried to dish it off to the fullback, and it is incomplete on that one as the Jets try to sustain that drive. Let's go out to Carolina. Like I said, Panthers backed up on their own goal line, and they're trying to get something going as they're down 17-13. Kevin Casey has more.
Okay, Anthony, 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, 17-13. The Miami Dolphins lead the Carolina Panthers. Carolina has now scratched it out away from the end zone. They're now looking at a 2nd and 5 from their own 25-yard line. Bryce Young, 14 of 21 on the day, 145 yards. He's got a touchdown pass, but also a fumble and an interception, both leading to Miami touchdowns in the first quarter. 17-13, the Dolphins lead the Panthers, 1:30 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and we will monitor that as that game has been close. We have another score in the Giants game. That one's 19-14, so we'll get the complete breakdown of what happened on the Saints drive there. Colts 32, Raiders 3, Eagles 17, Broncos 3 as the Broncos get the ball back. Cowboys stopped the Jets on fourth down. That one is 23-3. Dolphins, like we said, 17-3 with 1:37 left in that quarter. Texans 34. Ravens 10. It's 3rd and 15 for the Texans. A little momentum here for the Ravens, maybe. Maybe there's something left in the tank after all. C.J. Stroud, again, a big day. 3 passing touchdowns, 175 yards, 19 of 22. Nick Chubb, 10 carries, 64 yards, and a touchdown. A little bit of an unsung, not hero, because obviously they're 1-3, but an unsung part of that offense is Nick Chubb's ability as he stepped in for Joe Mixon very nicely in the running back's early injury. So, Nick Chubb having a decent day. Save Flowers, 4 catches, 63 yards. Giants get the ball back here. They're down 19-14. Little scramble on first down from their own 48-yard line, or 42-yard line, sorry. And the Giants try to get back to their, consistent ways that they looked early first. First quarter and early second, they were a lot more consistent offensively there. The Panthers are going to have to punt here as Bryce Young is sacked. He didn't lose any yards, but he didn't gain any yards. So it is 4th and 2 at their own 28. They had terrible field position to start. So you're already behind the 8 ball there. Let's see if there's any teams nearing or in the red zone. Colts, 1st and 10 at the Vegas 44. Broncos take the ball over at the 20. So we'll continue to monitor those. 3 teams have 3 points today. So that was not expected from some of these games. Specifically that Cowboys-Jets game where the Jets, we thought Jets couldn't stop anyone, Cowboys couldn't stop anyone, but all the Jets have done today is either cough the ball up or, cost themselves with penalties, and the Cowboys have taken advantage of it. And that's without a huge contribution from George Pickens either. 11 carries from Javonte Williams for 110 yards and a touchdown. We'll get an update on the fantasy scoring leaders. Let's see. Right now, going into, this is including the Thursday night window, obviously you have Kyron Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Kendrick Bourne leading the top 5 there. But as far as today goes, Jonathan Taylor already has 22.7 points. That game's only in the 3rd. C.J. Stroud has 22.56. Shaheed, he has 19.6. Earlier in the day, Justin Jefferson in London, 19.3 or 19.3. In helping the Vikings win 21-17. So he had 19.3 fantasy points. Jake Ferguson, one of the surprises today, 19.3 as well. We'll update that as we go throughout the day. Colts leading the defensive department there. And we've got another big play here. We'll update that. We'll get the rest of the updates, the rest of the scoring leaders, all that. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we've got some things to update. First, the Giants in the red zone to start the fourth quarter, and we go out to the other team that was just in the red zone. Craig Heist has more from Baltimore.
That's right. It's 41 now to 10. Texans have increased their lead over the Ravens, and C.J. Stroud has thrown his fourth touchdown pass of the afternoon. This one to Jake Knoll, and that has upped the Texans' lead. But in this game, it has basically been all Texans. They had 17 points in the second quarter and 10 coming out in the third quarter. They pretty much put the game away at that point, and it's been a big day for Stroud. As I said, he's thrown 4 touchdown passes. They do have an interception in this game of Cooper Rush. Defense for the Ravens pretty much non-existent in this game with all the injuries. It's just absolutely killing them, especially in a passing game. Right now, all Texans, 41 to 10, and we're in the fourth quarter. Just started, 14 minutes to play.
Thank you so much, Craig. And let's go out to Indianapolis, as this one has really gotten away from the Raiders. Andrew Smith has more.
Yeah, the Colts are playing really good complementary football right now, and that has led to them really breaking this game open, leading 40-3 as we tick down to the final minute of the third quarter. After scoring on their first drive of the half, a Jonathan Taylor 1-yard touchdown run, Mekhi Blackman picks off Geno Smith, runs it back to the 6-yard line. That sets up Amir Abdullah's first touchdown as a Colt, a 2-yard run. And then on the Raiders' next possession, Ashton Genty gets stuffed by Chris Lammons on 4th and 1. That sets the Colts up for a quick 3-play, 44-yard drive. It started with a 34-yard pass to Ashton Dulin on the first play. Jonathan Taylor finished it with a 6-yard touchdown run. His third touchdown of the game added the 2-point conversion. The Colts now leading 40-3 with 36 seconds to go in the third quarter. Daniel Jones, 212 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor, after being held at just 24 yards in the first half, has 66 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns today. Ashton Genty's had a really good game for the Raiders, 67 rushing, 42 receiving, but they have struggled to move the ball. Meanwhile, the Colts have scored touchdowns on 6 consecutive possessions. So 40-3, Colts lead as we tick down to the start of the fourth quarter here at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to New Orleans as we've had a momentum shift there yet again, and Les East has more.
Yeah, it's been a wild few minutes after Blake Rookie's 4th field goal of the game, this one from 28 yards, increased the Saints lead to 19-14 at the end of the third quarter. The Giants were in position to maybe take the lead, but on the first play of the fourth quarter, Cam Scatteraboo fumbles when he's hit by Brian Brissy. Jordan Howden picks it up for the Saints, runs 86 yards for a touchdown. New Orleans leads 26-14, 14:47 left in the game.
Thank you so much, Les, and we'll update that as always. You live by the rookies, you die by the rookies, and both rookies making monumental mistakes today for the Giants. Let's go out to Denver as the Broncos are trying to prevent this game from getting out of hand. In Philly. I apologize. In Philly at Lincoln Financial, and Michael Luongo's got more on Broncos Eagles.
And Denver with possession. They have the ball first and 10 as they're near midfield at their own 48 with 1:47 to go. They trail 17-3. The lone score in this half came on a Saquon Barkley 47-yard touchdown catch from Jalen Hurts on a pass play. That pass that opened up the Eagles' first drive of the second half. The other score for Philadelphia, a 2-yard touchdown pass from Hurts to Dallas Goedert. And Denver trying to see if they can get themselves back into this one. They are driving, as just moments ago a pass from Bo Nix was incomplete. So it's a 2nd and 10 at the own 48, 1:24 to go third quarter. Philadelphia up by a score 17-3.
Thank you so much, Michael. And it just feels like that Broncos pass rush specifically, good defense, is just being wasted by a very mediocre offense that struggles week in and week out to get the job done consistently. And the Eagles, they've moved the ball offensively. Yes, 17 points. It's not a huge number. Jalen Hurts, 18 of 29, 231 yards, 2 touchdowns. Devontae Smith, 5 catches, 96 yards. A.J. Brown, 5 catches, 43 yards. They've targeted him 8 times. Devontae Smith, 7 times. Yes, not a huge number, but we take into the factor that that's a good Broncos defense. They've been able to move the ball, and they, that was a big I'm reacting to Cam Scatteraboo, I think, is yelling, I didn't have gloves, which, feels like a poor mistake to not holding onto the ball there. And he will probably run very angry, so I wouldn't want to be a guy who has to tackle him. But that Broncos offense has let that defense down as it's now 3rd and 2 for them at the Eagles 44. The Raiders have the ball 3rd and 3 at the Indianapolis 32, so we'll see where that goes from there, unless that was a punt and my update was a little slow there. The Giants have the ball. It's about to be 3rd and 4 from the 46, and then Saints 46. So we'll see if the Giants can get back in this one after some costly turnovers there. 30-6, the Jets kicked a field goal. They're in the fourth quarter now. Dak Prescott, 13 of 22, 207 yards, 3 touchdowns. Javonte Williams, 12 carries, 115 yards, and a touchdown. And Ryan Flournoy, I'm going to get the pronunciation on that. I apologize. 5 catches, 104 yards. 17-13 Dolphins over the Panthers, 12:26 to go in the fourth quarter there. Tua, 21 of 27, 179 yards, 2 touchdowns, 15 carries, 132 yards for Rico Dowd. Darren Waller still only 5 catches, 78 yards, so he hasn't done anything yet in the second half in that one. 4th and 1 for the Giants here as they try to convert on first down, and they do. And they are now at the New Orleans 44-yard line as they're down 26-14 in that one. Texans 41, Ravens 10, and the Texans are in the Ravens red zone now. They're at the 21, so we'll call that the red zone. And we'll get an update first from MetLife. Mike Mancuso, Cowboys, Jets at MetLife. What's going on, Mike?
Well, I can tell you the game is 30-6 now in favor of Dallas with 14:56 remaining in the fourth quarter. But the highlight, they brought out Twix frozen ice cream bars. I said, how about that to look forward to? Jets were leading in this game 3-0. Dallas scored 23 unanswered first half points, take a lead. Jake Ferguson, a couple of touchdown catches. Devontae Williams, a 5-yard touchdown run, and a big 66-yard run that set up a touchdown to close the first half. Williams has 115 yards on the day. Dak Prescott, 13 of 23 for 207 yards, and he just hit, well, not just, a little earlier, 43-yard touchdown pass to George Pickens for a score. And that came right after the Jets, at the point we're trailing 23-3. They had the ball 4th and 1 on the 47-yard line, and they called a rollout play with Justin Fields, and it was an ill-conceived play. It didn't work, and 2 plays later, the bomb to Pickens for a touchdown. So this game's been all Dallas. We now have a timeout. Jets have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 31-yard line, but they trailed badly, Anthony, 30-6, just on the way fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. Mike got my attention there. The Twix ice cream bars, very intriguing. That is a big move by MetLife Stadium right there to try and get this team fired up. But they, it sounds like I'm assuming that was in the press box, so it sounds very delectable as, I'm a big food guy there. We have to see if the Giants can convert anything here. The Dolphins have the ball in their game as they are at the Miami 44, 2nd and 8. Tua with a little short pass to Hill in that one. Tua, 23 of 29, 198 yards, 2 touchdowns. Like I said, Darren Waller, 5 catches, 78 yards, and a touchdown. Rico Dowd, 15 carries, 132 yards. On the other side, no run action for this Miami team. They are a combined 19 yards on 14 carries, 10 of those carries by Devon Achane. Achane does have a receiving touchdown, though, 4 for 19. Jalen Waddle, 5 catches for 64 yards. Julian Hill, 4 catches, 22 yards. Malik Washington, 4 catches, 0 yards on 5 targets. So you don't get that every day. And let's get an actual update on that game from Kevin Casey. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, 10:28 to go in the game, and it's 17-13. The Miami Dolphins are holding steady against the Carolina Panthers. Tua Tagovailoa, 24 of 30 passing, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, 10 yards to Devon Achane, and 4-yarders to Darren Waller. Those were in the first quarter, and they were both set up by Bryce Young turnovers, a strip sack fumble by Bradley Chubb, and then an interception by Minkah Fitzpatrick. On the day, though, for the Carolina Panthers, Bryce Young, 15 of 24 passing for 149 yards. Rico Dowdle, 15 carries, 132 yards rushing. He also has 24 yards receiving. 10:28 and counting here in the fourth quarter. It's Miami 17, Carolina 13.
Thank you so much, Kevin Casey. As always, that game looks to be, one of the exciting ones we've got going early. The Broncos trying to make this exciting as they are now on the Eagles' 9-yard line, 1st and goal for them. The Raiders threatening, trying to get back into this one, if you can even call it that. 40-3 Colts, but the Raiders on the 16-yard line for the Colts. Now the 5-yard line after a penalty, unnecessary roughness on Franklin from the Colts. So they are on the 5-yard line, 1st and goal. Daniel Jones, 20 of 29, 212 yards, 2 touchdowns in that one. An incomplete pass for the Dolphins is going to set up a punt for them, 4th and 7 on their 45-yard line. We get another carry for the Broncos as they're down to the 4-yard line, and it looks like Mike McGlinchey down, so hopefully not something serious for that Broncos offensive line, which struggled today, but it's been one of the best units in the league over the last 2 seasons. 4th and 1 from the Jets from the Dallas 44, so we'll see what happens in that one. We got a lot more to get to, a lot to update. We'll update you on all these games running down to the wire. We'll get you ready for the 4 o'clock window. We'll get joined at 6 o'clock by Jody, all on Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo. First, an update from Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Quick rundown here. Colts up on the Raiders 40-3. 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Big day for Jonathan Taylor, 66 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. I want to be facing him in fantasy this week. The Eagles are going to move to 5-0. They're up 17-3 on the Broncos. A couple minutes into the fourth quarter there. It's the Dolphins 17, Panthers 13 early in the fourth quarter. Texans destroying Cooper Rush and the Ravens 44-10 in Baltimore. A couple minutes into the fourth quarter there. The Saints looking like they'll pick up their first win. They have a 2-score lead on the Giants, 26-14, 10:06 to go in New Orleans. And the Cowboys are all over the Jets, 30-6. The Jets looking like they'll fall to 0-5 for the fourth time in franchise history. The Vikings benched receiver Jordan Addison for missing a walkthrough this week. Addison did enter eventually and made an impact, hauling in the game-winning touchdown pass with 25 seconds to play. The Vikings ruined Dylan Gabriel's first NFL start for the Browns, 21-17 the final in London. Vikings are 3-2, Browns 1-4. 4 games coming in the later window. Jaden Daniels is back at quarterback for the Commanders as they visit the Chargers. The Lions looking to move to 4-1. They're in Cincinnati. The 3-1 Seahawks are hosting the 3-1 Buccaneers. The Cardinals are welcoming in the winless Titans. Tonight, the Bills can improve to 5-0 as they host the Patriots on Sunday Night Football. Playoff baseball, the Blue Jays could take a 2-0 lead on the Yankees. First pitch coming at the top of the hour. Then the Tigers hand the ball to ace Tarek Skubal, trying to win both games in Seattle. That game starts at 8 Eastern. College football, Texas and Penn State, preseason 1-2 in the AP poll, have fallen out of the top 25 altogether. The top 5 reads like this: Ohio State, Miami, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M. And it is Game 2 of the WNBA Finals. The Mercury ahead of the Aces, 29-24, a couple minutes into the second quarter. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are winding down in this 1 o'clock window. Every game in the fourth quarter. Every game getting some things getting a little bit more exciting here. Saints have the ball, 4th and 1 from their own 32. We will see if they will go for it. It looks like they're going to punt. So the Giants are going to get the ball back after a Jackson Dart interception. This all happened right as we went to update. So we'll see what happens in that one as the Giants trying to stay in. It's not over yet. Only a 12-point game. 6:30 left in that game. 4th and 17 from their own 21. The Eagles are going to have to punt after another sack, this time coming from Jaquan McMillan. So a corner this time gets it done. And we've got a big play here in the Dolphins-Panthers game. This one might have huge consequences, and we'll get an update from Carolina as well. Raiders ended up coming up with just 3 points, so that game is 40-6. 8:27 left in the fourth quarter of that one. The Jets have the ball at the Dallas 42. It's 30-6. 10:50 left in that game as the Jets try to salvage any offense they can as they've struggled today. Ravens have the ball 44-10. They're looking to get something going, build at least towards the next week. Let's go out to Andrew Smith at Lucas Oil Stadium as he can give you an update in the beatdown the Colts are doing to the Raiders.
The Raiders have had 3 trips into the red zone, and they have just 6 points to show for it. Their most recent one, 1st and goal at the 5, and then Zaire Franklin sacks Geno Smith for a 14-yard loss. They have to settle for a Daniel Carlson field goal to cut the Colts' lead to 40-6. The Colts have taken out a lot of their top guys. The day is done for Daniel Jones after a 212-yard, 2-touchdown passing day, as well as Jonathan Taylor, who had 66 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. And Anthony Richardson has come on to play quarterback for the Colts, and his first pass completion of the year was to Anthony Richardson. It was a pass that was batted up in the air, and he ended up grabbing it off of the deflection and carrying it for 9 yards. But the Colts are about to finish off a 40-6 win over the Raiders. Obviously, still a little bit of time left, 6:52 to go in the fourth quarter, but the Colts well on their way to being 4-1 on the season.
So we've gotten two. Thank you for the update there, Andrew. We've gotten two unique plays: the self pass by the QB, and we had the tip pass earlier at MetLife where Justin Fields tried to throw the out, and it tipped up and smacked the sky cam right on the lens. So a little uniqueness today. This Sunday, you never know what to expect on Gridiron Game Day and in the NFL action. Obviously, if you didn't know, their first week of buys: Falcons, Bears, Packers, Steelers all on bye. For that 4 o'clock window, some of the updates: Tennessee is without Mike Brown, Blake Hance, J.C. Latham, and Bryce Oliver. Arizona without Darius Robinson. For the Bucks and Seahawks, the Bucks are without Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, and Jamal Dean, just to name a few. Seattle's without DeMarcus Lawrence, Julian Love, Devin Witherspoon, and Josh Jones. So a depleted depleted skill position group for the Bucks against a depleted secondary for the Seahawks. In the Detroit-Cincinnati game, obviously Joe Burrow. Shamar Stewart also out for the Bengals. The Lions, Zach Cunningham, the most notable that's out. Washington versus the Chargers, Terry McLaurin, and Noah Brown out at receiver. Obviously, Jaden Daniels still banged up, and Joe Alt out for the Chargers. Scary last week. We thought he might have a serious injury. Ended up being less severe than thought. Let's go out to Philly as the Broncos try to get back into this one. Michael Luongo has more.
Well, they made it a game. They now trail 17-10 with 10:46 to go here in the fourth. They have the ball at their own 46-yard line. Denver getting back within 7 after completing a 10-play, 64-yard drive. J.K. Dobbins with a 2-yard touchdown run for Denver. And the Eagles defense, surprisingly, which have been very solid, stopping some of these big plays, has not been able to put a muzzle on Denver in these last 2 drives. And so the Broncos now moving. They're in Eagles territory. Right now they trail the Eagles by a score of 17-10, 10-10 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Michael. Obviously, the Eagles' offense was, moving the ball early, but now they are slowing down a bit. The Broncos trying to do something here. Right as we got done there, Colton Sutton, a 14-yard catch after an 18-yard catch from Evan Ingram. So the Broncos are moving in that one. They are at the Eagles' 40-yard line, as that's a big catch for Sutton over Mitchell, the big-time corner. 2 of the best corners in the game here face it off in Mitchell and Surtain. So we will get an update there. Giants have the ball at the 40, they are at, I'll tell you right now where exactly they are at. They are at, he's over midfield, so I was wrong. They are at the 50-yard line exactly. And a little pitch there for Bo Nix, a little college action there. R.J. Harvey towing the sidelines, but the Giants have the ball. They are at the mid-yard line, 1st and 10, and a drop pass there from Bellinger, but there's a flag on the play, or from Theo Johnson, my apologies. So we'll get an update in that one to see if the Giants can get with this game within a score. Cowboys, Jets, the Jets finally getting a touchdown a few minutes ago. Justin Fields, a pass to Andrew Beck for 1 yard on that one. The Dolphins have the ball down 3, 20-17. Panthers, Dolphins have the ball at the 43, their own 43-yard line. And it is 1st and 10 for them. Texans, 2nd and 9 at the Houston 40, as they are just trying to kill some clock. 44-10 Texans over the Ravens. Davis and Mills now in the game for them, as this is bench mob time in that one. I'm sure Nick Chubbs will probably sit. Obviously, C.J. Stroud is sitting, and we'll see who gets in on the action there. Cooper Rush, 14 of 20, 179 yards, 3 interceptions. So not very good on that one. And Derrick Henry, 15 carries, 33 yards, 1 touchdown. So a rough day, to say the least, for this Baltimore team, and we got a flag here in the Broncos-Eagles game as it looked close to being a first down there on 3rd and 5. So that could be consequential. I can talk. I swear I know English. In the Eagles-Broncos game here. We'll see what the flag is on that one. Raiders have the ball at their own 22 against the Colts. That game is just slowly withering away as well. Few blowouts here. 40-6. That game 44-10. Ravens-Texans. The Jets losing 30-14, which has not as bad a outcome now when you look at the fact that there's a few teams still in the single digits. And we have another big play here. Giants, Saints, and this one might put it away, and we'll get an update from Les East as soon as possible. But the Superdome is going crazy, so we'll get an update on that one. A big play in the Dolphins-Panthers game. It's all happening here. What better place to be than Gridiron Game Day on a Sunday here on Infinity Sportsnet and BetMGM Networks? The Broncos have the ball now. After the penalty, they weathered the storm. They now are at the 11 after a big 34-yard catch to get them to the Phillies' 11-yard line. Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton. As Cortland Sutton's heating up in this quarter. Bo Nix now 19 of 33, 191 yards, 5.8 average on that one. He's been sacked once for 13 yards. Jalen Hurts, 19 of 31, 238 in the air, 2 touchdowns for him. He's been sacked 5 times for 19, and Bo Nix is going to get this one. They're in the red zone, so we'll get an update on that one. And as we speak, we go out to Philly to get an update on the Broncos and Eagles.
Well, the pass to Eagles, the Broncos. Cortland Sutton, 11-yard touchdown pass from Bo Nix, and capped a drive here for the current 6-play, 72-yard drive. The big play was a Nix pass to Sutton on a 3rd and 15 at the 45, and now they just completed a 2-point conversion and have taken the lead. Unbelievable. So the Broncos, at 1 point down, 17-3, have moved back and now lead 18-17 with 7:36 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Well, that's called trust in your defense, if I've ever heard of it. So Sean Payton cooking something up. They are desperate for points, and they get it there as that one. Evan Ingram with the touchdown grab for that one. So that is a big turn of events for the Broncos. And on the 2-point conversion, it goes to, I guess, Bo Nix on the scramble. No, it was to Troy Franklin on that one. So the Broncos looking to pull off the upset. I'm not going to tell you I was confident, but in the Giants-Saints game, a huge turn of events and possibly means the Saints finally putting the Giants away, but Les East has got more for us.
Yeah, the Giants were trying to make it a one-score game midway through the fourth quarter, but Jackson Dart threw his second interception of the game. This one made by Kool-Aid McKinstry. New York's 5th turnover against none for the Saints. So the Saints are still leading 26-14. They have the ball across midfield, 4:58 left in the game. So they're getting close. They're not there yet, but getting close to giving Kellen Moore his first win as an NFL head coach.
So that's a huge turn of events. We spoke about it earlier. The more you lose these games, and not that he's a first-year head coach, you're not getting fired after 1 year. Similar to Aaron Glenn, but it's not that New Orleans is New York, but you start to lose these games, and the crowd starts to get on you, and it just gets harder and harder each week to drown out the noise. So that could be a big win for the Saints, a big turnout for that defense. Just taking advantage of major turnovers there. 5 by the Giants today. Let's go out to Miami and Carolina as that game had a big turn of events moments ago, and Kevin Casey has more.
Right, Anthony, 4:36 to go in the game, and now the Dolphins are back in the lead. Tua Tagovailoa, a 46-yard touchdown pass to Jalen Waddle, and he has 6 receptions for 110 yards and that touchdown. Tua, 27 of 34 on the day, 256 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, and it's outshining a very big day for the Panthers' Rico Dowdle with 20 carries, 185 yards rushing, and 28 yards receiving. Carolina has the ball, 1st and 10, looking like they're about their own 30-yard line. 4:30 in the game. It's 24-20. Dolphins lead the Panthers.
Thank you so much, Kevin. A lot of Rico Dowd, midweek waiver acquisitions in fantasy. A lot of people happy about that one as he's having a career day. Hopefully, for his sake, it ends in a W. Just to update some of the stats across the board, J.K. Dobbins, 16 carries, 72 yards, and a touchdown. Jalen Hurts, 20 of 32 after a 9-yard pass to Devontae Smith. He's got 2 touchdowns and 247 yards. Geno Smith, 24 of 35, 223 yards, 2 interceptions in that one. Daniel Jones, 20 of 29, 212 yards, and 2 touchdowns. A lot going on in the window. Spencer Rattler, 19 of 29, 217, and a touchdown. Cam Scadaboo has 59 yards on the ground, but the big fumble. Shaheed with the big play of the game in that one is he's got 3 catches for 106 yards and a touchdown. Let's go out to MetLife. Mike Mancuso's got an update on those Twix ice cream bars and the Cowboys Jets. What's going on, Mike?
Well, I had half of one. I tried to be good. It's 30-14. Dallas continues their lead. 5.5 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Jets did get a 1-yard touchdown pass from Justin Field to Andrew Beck, and they made the 2-point conversion. So it's 30-14. Fields, 25 of 36, 217 yards, and he has not had a good day. He's been sacked 5 times. Some Cowboy numbers. Prescott is throwing for 223 yards. Devontae Williams has ran for 128 yards. I hear the music in the background. 30 for the Dallas Cowboys, 14 for the Jets. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike. As always, we will come back. We will get the wind down. All these games coming down to the wire. We'll get Dolphins, Panthers, Broncos, Eagles, all that. Infinity Sportsnet. Stay tuned. 4 o'clock window coming up.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we have a lot to update on. A lot of these games coming down to the wire. Broncos have the ball against the Eagles. It is 18-17, and I think they just called an intentional grounding on Bo Nix, so they'll probably punt there. Giants down 26-14 against the Saints after a field goal was no good, and it actually looked like Group got hurt, the kicker for the Saints, in that one. Actually, I think they picked up the flag on the intentional grounding, so we'll see what happens. And that's 3rd and 6. Broncos have the ball at the Denver 47. The Jets down 37-14. They have the ball 2nd and 6 at the 34. The Giants, like I said, 14-26. Some of the games that went final, Raiders lost to the Colts. You know, it was a close one. We really thought it could go either way, but 40-6, the Colts over the Raiders. The Texans win 44-10 over the Ravens. And earlier today, the Vikings got the W to get back over 500, 21-17. Some of the top performers of the day, Carson Wentz, 25 of 34, 236 yards and a touchdown. For Quinton Junkins, 23 carries, 110 yards in that. Justin Jefferson, 7 catches and 123 yards. Nick Chubb, 11 carries, 61 yards and a touchdown. C.J. Stroud, 23 of 27, 244 yards, 4 touchdowns. Geno Smith, more passing yards than Daniel Jones, but also more interceptions as well. 25 of 36, 228 yards. Daniel Jones, 20 of 29, 212 yards, 2 touchdowns. Anthony Richardson, Sr., gets in the game, 1 of 2 for 9 yards. He also, had a ball that he batted up in the air and caught himself. Tyler Warren with an incomplete pass in this one. Jonathan Taylor, 17 of 66. He had 3 touchdowns. Ashton Doolin, 2 catches, 55 yards. Josh Downs, 6 catches, 54 yards. Tyler Warren, 4 catches, 44 yards, and a touchdown. Michael Pittman also had a touchdown. Ashton Genty, the only person on that Raiders offense that really got anything going, 67 yards on the ground on 14 carries, 42 yards in the air on 5 receptions. So it's always, a struggle when you only have your running back going, and that Raiders offense is in a bind. Pete Carroll put a lot of investment in the Geno Smith pile, so we will see how that one turns out. The Dolphins get the ball back. They are down 27-24. This one is winding down. 2 minutes to go after the big touchdown while we were in break. So they get the kickoff 58 yards to Washington, who brings it 15 yards to the Miami 22, and that's where they start the drive. Tua, 27 of 34, 3 touchdowns. The player of the day so far, I think, Rico Dowd, 21 carries, 201 yards, 1 touchdown. He also added 3 catches for 28 yards. Jalen Waddle, 6 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown. Devin Achane, 6 catches, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Darren Waller, all of the first half, 5 catches, 78 yards, and a touchdown, but he's been blanketed in the second half. They have not run the ball at all, this Dolphins team. 14 carries, 19 yards, 10 carries for 16 yards by Devin Achane. So not a good day for the Dolphins ground and pound as we monitor that game coming down to the wire. Broncos have the ball, 2nd and 14 from Philly's 41. The Eagles take their first time out to stop the clock at 2:37, so we'll see what happens there as the Broncos try to at least get a field goal out of this. They're up 18-17. They scored. The Eagles punted on their last drive, but they scored the drive prior, the Broncos, and went for 2 and were able to complete. Evan Ingram scored the touchdown on a pass from Bo Nix. Bo Nix throws it to Franklin for the 2-point conversion, and it is good. So a lot happening here. Tua missing a wide-open Jalen Waddle high, and that one, he's going to want back, as that is now puts them 3rd and 10 from the Miami 22. That should have been a first down and some with that. We get a 12-yard catch here on 2nd and 14 for Sutton. We're going to get the second timeout by the Eagles to make it a 2-minute and 27 seconds to go in that one. We've got a sack. I think it's a sack here. Yeah, Tua take it down. Now it's 4th down, about 1:30 left, and I think 4th and 18, you got to punt it there. They do have all 3 timeouts, so we'll see what they do with that one in that game. As that continues to go on, the Dolphins trying to build off of the big Monday night victory. They were the first of that doubleheader. We'll get an update as we speak. Kevin Casey's got it from Carolina.
All right, just a couple of seconds ago, Bryce Young, a 4-yard touchdown pass to Mitchell Evans. And Bryce Young on the day, 19 of 30 passing, 2 touchdowns. He does have an interception and a fumble that led to Dolphin points. Rico Dowdle, in the game, he was nicked up a little while ago. He has 21 carries for 201 yards on the day, also 28 yards receiving. Miami just punted, so they have to trust their defense. They have 3 timeouts. Carolina, they just need probably 1 first down, and they can salt this game away. Dowdle gets the rush. He gets about 5 or 6. Miami will call the timeout. So with 59 seconds to go in the game, it's Carolina 27, Miami 24.
Thank you so much, Kevin Casey. Mike Mancuso's got an update from MetLife as the Jets are in the red zone. Mike Mancuso's got more.
Oh, we're at the 2-minute warning, and the Jets trail 37-14, so they're well on their way to 0-5. But for cosmetic reasons, they do have the ball on the 9-yard line. A couple of notes in this game. Javonte Williams for the Cowboys has had a big day, 135 yards of rushing. He has 1 running score, 1 reception for a touchdown. Jake Ferguson, 2 TD catches. George Pickens, a 43-yard touchdown pass from Dak Prescott, who's thrown 4 TD passes, only been sacked once. On the other side, Justin Fields has been sacked 5 times, and he's only 31 of 44. Breece Hall does have 113 yards on the ground for the Jets, but his costly fumble late in the first half led to a Dallas touchdown. Jets continue to hurt themselves. Costly penalties. They've made 10 of them. And right now, 1:57 remaining here in the fourth quarter. The Cowboys on their way to their second win of the season. Jets on their way to 0-5. Dallas leads 37-14.
Thank you so much, Mike. In that Eagles game, a big penalty here. It looked like the Broncos were going to get stopped, and the Eagles were going to be able to use the 2-minute warning to stop the clock and get them the ball back. But instead, they end up they get the tackle, and Zach Baun, after the player is down, jumps down onto the player's head, and they call the unnecessary roughness. So now it's 2nd and 9 from the Philly 13 as they call another timeout to make it. There's 2 minutes and 16 seconds left. The undefeated Eagles are down to no timeouts. They do have the 2-minute warning, so we'll see what happens there. And this is one of those spots where you're down 1, so unless the Broncos were to go for 2 again, which would be very risky, do you let the guy score here just to get the ball back with some more time? So we'll see what happens in that one. 59 seconds to go. 2nd and 7. Panthers over the Dolphins. Let's see if the Dolphins can get a stop here. They still have 2 timeouts, and they do, so they'll probably use another in that one. And we'll see what happens there. The Giants, 4th and 9 from the 18 of the Saints, and they are scrambling. Jackson Dart looking to make anything happen, as that is a dropped pass. That should have been a first down. Wan'Dale Robinson, a big drop, and that ends up being a critical moment. The Broncos are going to call a timeout here. They call a timeout now, so no play ran. And we got a score in the Cowboys-Jets game as that one looks to wind down. So 40 seconds left in the Giants game as they are going to probably take a kneel. Spencer Rattler and the Saints will take a kneel. That game's going to go final. We will get there's about 1:49 left in the Jets game. In that one, Panthers 27, Dolphins 24. 55 seconds left in that one, 3rd and 5. But first, let's go out to Philly and get an update on Broncos-Eagles. Michael Luongo has more.
Denver trying to close it out. They lead by a score of 18-17. They were down, but got back in the game thanks to a J.K. Rollins touchdown. And then the Broncos then completed on a touchdown pass to Evan Ingram to get to 17-16. And then converted a 2-point conversion. And Denver trying to kill the clock and trying to run it down and come and score an improbable come behind victory. Eagles, but in danger of being losing their first game of the season. We're late in the game. It's now 18-17, Denver.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, that penalty costly. That's one that they're going to want back. Not to say that they guaranteed that they win that game, but it looked like we were leading towards another on-air meltdown by me in this one. But now they will get the 2-minute warning. It's 3rd and 8 for the Broncos once the 2-minute warning is over. So that game comes down to the wire, and they call a penalty in the Panthers game as it looks. I have to get the replay, but I think it was a pass interference on 3rd and 5. It was well over the receiver's head, but it looked like there was some contact. So we'll get an update on that one. Garrett Wilson with a big touchdown late to give the Jets some kind of cosmetics and some kind of salve. They're going to go for 2 here, but it's 37-20. If they get the 2-point conversion, it's a 2-possession game. So I guess anything can happen in that one. We've got the uniform, I think this is safe to say this, the uniform matchup of the year. The old school creamsicle jerseys from the Bucs versus the old school, back to their AFC West days, the Seahawks jerseys, the blue with the green trim, the silver helmet. So a very cool throwback here. One of the great jersey matchups of the year, as that one has just kicked off. Titans-Cardinals also kicked off, so that game's got, about 3 minutes in. Both games about 3 minutes in. The Bucs are on the Seattle 29 early, 3 of 3 to start for Baker Mayfield in that one as that game continues to go on. The Cardinals have the ball at about midfield, and we will get the Broncos-Eagles update in that red zone situation in a second once that 2-minute warning is done. Now we get another first down. Cade Otton, which a catch. Also, if everything holds as is, and we wanted to update the picks, I hit on the Colts 7-point favorites pick. I hit on the Theo Johnson over 2.5 catches. Eagles money line in danger. We still have Cade Otton over 2.5 receptions, and Amon-Ra St. Brown anytime touchdown in that one, and a big go-up-and-get-it play here in the Cardinals and Titans game. We'll get an update on that one as soon as possible. But just like everything else, the scoring gets started early in the 4 o'clock window. Bucs have the ball now on the Seattle 21, 2nd and 14. They were in the red zone, but then a short pass to Tucker, who's filling in for Bucky Irving. As White gets the, probably the RB1, but RB2 looks to be Steven Tucker in that one. Cowboys have the ball. They'll probably look to just run the clock out after recovering the onside kick against the Jets as they line up in victory formation, and we will get another update on that Broncos 2-minute warning. 3rd and 8 from Philly's 12-yard line. There is 2 minutes left in the game. If you're Philly here, I guess you get the stop and you hope for the field goal, and Bo Nix scrambling, and he just slides, and they're going to take the field goal, probably get it down to about 1:10 on that one. So we'll update that and see what happens as the Broncos are trying to knock off the undefeated Eagles. Still 0-0 in the Bucs and the Seahawks. What I thought was a touchdown in the Cardinals Titans game, it ended up being down at the 1, but Marvin Harrison Jr. going up for a big catch, 43 yards, caught the ball in the air. It was, and there was an illegal contact penalty too, just to show you how blanketed he was, but he fell short of the goal line. So they are now on the 1-yard line looking to get something going in that one. Broncos take a timeout, 1:14 left, and they will kick the field goal. Eagles will have about probably 1:10 after the kickoff to work with. We'll see if Jalen Hurts and co. can get the job done and lead them to victory in that one. The Broncos looking to score a big upset coming into the day. 4-point underdogs on the road in Philly. Never easy. If you're watching on YouTube or the BetMGM network, what is going on? Some other notable games from earlier. Giants lost 26-14. Kellen Moore getting his first win as Saints head coach. The Colts get back in the win column, 40-6, after what was a disappointing loss last week. Mitchell with the 2 big mistakes, the fumble at the goal line, the holding that brings back the big touchdown. So they bounce back nicely. The Raiders still searching for answers at 1-4. Cowboys lost 37-22 to the Cowboys won 37-22. Sorry, the Jets lost in that one at home. Dolphins, Panthers win 27-24. End of that game, it looked like the Dolphins had gotten a stop on third down. Instead, they call the unnecessary roughness the pass interference, and the game ends up going. Got a false start in this Broncos game to push that field goal back even more. Texans 44, Ravens 10. The Ravens are 1-4 for the first time. For the second time in their franchise's history, the first time in a long time, and all the way from London, England at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Vikings 21, Browns 17, Carson Wentz and Justin Jefferson leading the way for that one. Came down to the wire at Jordan Addison with a big touchdown late, and the Broncos are lining up for the field goal, and we will get an update in that one. The Bucs take a 3-0 lead. In that, we'll get all the updates. We'll get player interviews, post-game sound. Jody joins me at 6. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. Back after this.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we are back, and we've got one more exciting finish in the 1 o'clock window. But before we get to that, we've got a lot of action in the 4 o'clock window as well. This Broncos game coming down to the last 4 seconds. And this will probably decide it here, as it looked like a pass interference, but they will decide everything on this last play. They decided to rush one guy at one point. But first, before we get to any of that, we are joined by Josh Downs of the Indianapolis Colts. His offense puts up 40 points, 40-6. Josh, what's going on? How you feeling, dude?
Yes, sir. What's good? I'm feeling good. Great win.
So coming into the season, you guys, there was the big quarterback controversy, and all you've guys done this year is put points on the board week in and week out. Starting with the quarterback, how much confidence does the quarterback instill in the rest of the offense?
Oh, tremendous. He's the leader of the group. He goes, we go. So he played great today, and he's been playing great all season, so he's been helping us a lot.
You had 6 catches this week, and everyone seems to get involved. What can you say to the locker room? Everyone stays ready at every moment, that everyone could get involved at any moment.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be ready when your number's called. We got a lot of guys on this offense, so it's about taking advantage of opportunities and helping the team when you can. So when they call your number, you don't know how many times it's going to be, but you got to just be ready.
Josh, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the season, and good luck.
Thank you. You too.
Josh Downs, Indianapolis Colts, 40-6. Josh Downs, 6 catches, 54 yards. A part of that Colts onslaught today, 40-6. And we have a final score in the Broncos-Eagles game. We'll get to that in a second as well. Adam Green, though, has got an update from Arizona, Titans versus the Cardinals.
Yeah, there's a little under 8 minutes left to go in the first quarter. The Cardinals got the ball to start the game and proceeded to march down and get a touchdown. It was a Michael Carter 1-yard touchdown run set up by a 43-yard catch from Marvin Harrison Jr., who was a scramble drill type of ball from Kyler Murray. Threw it up, and Harrison Jr. plucked it away from 2 different defenders. It looked like he might have scored on the play. He was ruled down at the half-yard line if there was such a thing. And a couple plays later, Michael Carter punched it in, and there was a lot of interest in who the Cardinals starting running back would be this week. Michael Carter has gotten the first few carries. On that drive, Kyler Murray was 3 or 4 for 62 yards. Carter was 3 carries, 7 yards, and that touchdown. And this is a game between a pair of teams that definitely need a win. The Cardinals lost their last 2 games on last-second field goals. They are 2-2. The Titans, of course, are 0-4, looking for their first win of the season. So right now it's early. The Cardinals have a 7-0 lead. The Titans have the ball, but they're facing they got a first down. So it's 1st and 10 at the Arizona 45. The Titans looking to answer. Cardinals currently lead 7-0.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we'll get an update on that as that game develops. That Marvin Harrison Jr. catch was incredible. They had the penalty. It was a illegal contact penalty. He still came down with it. 2 defenders on him. It almost looked like a Madden glitch when you play a Madden and the ball like phases through someone. That's how good of a catch it was. Let's go out to the uniform battle of the year in Seattle. Bucs, Seahawks. Neil Scott has more.
It is a throwback Sunday afternoon. 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter of play. Tampa Bay drew first blood. They're up 3-0. Bucs took the opening kick. They marched downfield into Seahawk territory. The drive stalled at the 11-yard line, and then Chase McLaughlin came on, booted a 30-yard field goal, 11 plays, and Mayfield was 6 of 6 on that drive for 57 yards. On Seattle's first drive, they got as far as the 26. Seattle tried a field goal by Jason Myers, a 44-yarder. That went wide left. So right now, 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Buccaneers 3 and Seattle Seahawks nothing.
Thank you so much, Neil, as that game is underway as well. Final score, Broncos 21, Eagles 17. They knock off the undefeated Eagles. It came down to the wire. Dallas Goedert, a misplay. Could have been pass interference, but if anything, I think it kind of benefited the Eagles because if he catches it inbounds where he was, probably runs the clock out, and that game is no longer in session if he does catch it. You know what I'm saying? But that game, the big loss or big win for the Broncos, the Eagles, they're 4-1. I mean, they weren't going to win every game this year anyway. They actually thought offensively played great, but the Broncos, much-needed victory as they fly out to London to take on the winless Jets next week. But let's go out to Washington. Commanders, Chargers underway, and Chuck Hayes sets the scene. What's going on, Chuck?
Hey, Anthony, good to be talking with you today. And the Chargers have received the football, and, of course, it went out of the end zone. But we have a penalty flag on the play as to start the football game. Hopefully this is not a sign of what's going to go on. The Commanders called tails. They won the toss and deferred. And so the Chargers will be on offense for the first time. And it's going to be, can they reboot from a tough loss against the New York Football Giants? Justin Herbert will be the starter along with running back Marion Hampton. Look to get Keenan Allen, Quentin Johnson, and Ladd McConkey going on. But a tough note for the Chargers is that tackle Joe Alt will not be involved in the game today. He's on the inactive list. And for the Commanders, wide receiver Terry McLaurin. So they're going to line it up again, and we're going to have our first opportunity to see this thing go on. The clock still says 15 minutes in the first quarter, so we'll get back to you later on. 0-0 here. We're just anticipating the kickoff on a beautiful 77-degree Southern California day. 0-0, Commanders and the Chargers just getting ready to kick.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll get an update there throughout the rest of the day in this 4 o'clock window. Lions, Bengals, it's underway. Jason Earhart has more for us.
Yeah, just underway here in Cincinnati. The Bengals did win the opening coin toss. They elected to defer to the second half, so the Lions get the opening kick. Jacob Sailors with a nice return took it out to his own 42-yard line. It's a great field position for the Lions. They just completed their first down into Bengals territory right now. Lions looking for their fourth consecutive win since that opening day loss. The Bengals, of course, looking to break a 2-game losing skid in which they have not been competitive at all. They've been outscored 76-13 over the last 2 games. One note, Lions running back David Montgomery making his pro debut back in his hometown of Cincinnati. Last time he played here, he was starring for the Mount Healthy Owls 10 years ago. So look for Montgomery possibly have a big day here in front of the home folks. A lot of Lions fans here today, too. 13:30 to go here, first quarter, tied 0-0 in Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. We'll get an update there. Jared Goff's 70th start in Detroit. So in L.A., he was 40-27, and in Detroit, he is 40-26-1. I have to get an update. I think my number's a little off there now. I'm doing the math. A little off. So it's his 70th start in Detroit today. So a big day for him as they start early, 1 for 13 yards. So they are looking to continue their winning ways, and the Bengals trying to get back over 500. Update on the picks for the days. Hit the Colts pick. Hit the Theo Johnson over 2.5 receptions. Lost on the Eagles money line, which I actually thought was the easiest bet of the day for me. We've got a scoring update coming in the Colts. The Titans-Cardinals game. If you missed some of the action earlier, just to update the scoreboard, the day started with the Browns losing to the Vikings 21-17. And then in the 1 o'clock window, the Raiders lost to the Colts 40-6. We heard from Josh Down of the Colts a little earlier. If you missed that, you can always use the Odyssey app rewind function. Saints 26, Giants 14. In that one, the Jets get bludgeoned at home 37-22. The Panthers won 27-24 in a nail-biter. Texans 44-10. And our game of the day lived up to expectations. Broncos won 21-17, 18 points in the fourth quarter to win it. The ballsy decision by Sean Payton. They score the touchdown at 17-16, goes for 2, makes it 18-17, and eventually was able to run the clock down, kick the field goal, and the Eagles throwing the ball into the end zone couldn't get it done on the final play in that one. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk to some players. We'll update you on all the 4 o'clock window action. Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock all the way till 8 o'clock. All that, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet, Gridiron Game Day, back after this.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Dak Prescott torching the Jets, throwing 4 touchdowns. Cowboys roll over the now 0-5 Jets, 37-22, despite playing without 4 starting offensive linemen. Running back Javonte Williams with a big day as well, running for 135 yards. One fewer winless team in the league, the Saints, with 2 80-plus yard touchdowns. One a Rashid Shaheed 87-yard catch, the other an 86-yard fumble recovery. They beat the Giants 26-14. The Broncos rally back from a 17-3 deficit going into the fourth quarter. They score 18 unanswered over those final 15 minutes to hand the Eagles their first loss of the season, 21-17. The Colts appear to be a team to be reckoned with.
Out of the gun goes Jones, sweeping left. Taylor cuts back in the 5 into the end zone. He dances in again. 3 of them today. 3 touchdowns for Jonathan Taylor. The confetti flies, the horn sounds, and Lucas Oil Stadium is full of jubilation.
Colts radio, Colts blow the doors off the Raiders 40-6 to improve to 4-1. It felt like an elimination game in Baltimore. Without Lamar Jackson, the Ravens didn't stand a chance. The Texans blow out the Ravens 44-10. C.J. Stroud throwing 4 touchdowns to move the Texans to 2-3. The Ravens are 1-4. The Panthers with 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to beat the Dolphins 27-24. Rico Dowdle ran for over 200 yards for Carolina. In London, Carson Wentz rallying the Vikings to a final-minute win, 21-17 over the Browns. Jared Goff just hitting Shane Laporta for a touchdown. It's the Lions 7, Bengals nothing. They're 4 minutes into their game in Cincinnati. No score for the Commanders and Chargers. The Buccaneers a field goal in Seattle. They're up 3-0 after 1. Cardinals 7, Titans 3. 5 minutes to play in the first quarter there. Tonight the Bills host the Patriots, looking to improve to 5-0. Playoff baseball is underway. The Blue Jays and Yankees are scoreless after 1.5. The Yankees trying to even that best-of-5 division series at 1 game apiece. Later, the Tigers try to take both games 1 and 2 in Seattle behind their ace, Tarek Skubal. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on Instagram. Our handle is Infinity Sports Network. That's Infinity Sports Network to follow us on Instagram.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. It's an NFL Sunday, and that means when the 1 o'clock window ends, the 4 o'clock window starts, and these games are all underway, and we've got a lot of action. And let's start with Commanders Chargers, as Chuck Hayes has got an update from SoFi Stadium.
Yes, Anthony, it is 7-0 Chargers, 9:49 remaining first period. It was Ladd McConkey, a 2-yard touchdown pass from Justin Herbert. That was set up by a Justin Herbert scramble. He was on his own 32-yard line, and the coverage was deep, and he decided to just take off and ran 41 yards down to the Washington 27. The Commanders' defense held, and then the Chargers were going to have a Cameron Dicker short field goal, but special teams play from the Commanders, DB on the outside ran free, got offsides Mike Sandristel, and they were able to put the ball down inside the Commanders' 5-yard line. It was a 5-yard penalty. It was 4th and 5, so they got the first down. They ran the football, and then they got in a really interesting tight bunch formation, and Ladd McConkey just got lost in the middle of the Chargers end zone, right around where it says Los Angeles. He was on the G and the E, right in between, and Herbert hit him for the touchdown pass. So that drive was 9 plays, 76 yards, 5:11 off the clock. Cameron Dicker with the extra point. And when you look at Herbert on that opening drive, in control, 3 of 4 for 21 yards, 1 touchdown pass. He scrambled 1 time for 41 yards. Omari Hampton, 4 carries for 14 yards. So 9:49 remaining first period. It is a Chargers 7, and the Commander is going to get a chance to get the football.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And we are joined by the Cowboys. Dante Fowler, a big defensive day for that team. 37-22. The Cowboys knock off the Jets on the road. Dante, what's going on?
What's up, my man? How you doing?
Good. Let's start with the defense. All week, I'm sure you had to hear about it, that you guys couldn't stop anyone. And I know it says you gave up 22 points, but a lot of that was at the end of the game. What kind of confidence, one, to shut up the naysayers, but also just to put the performance out on the field, does that give this defense?
A lot of confidence. That's our style of play, and that's how we expect to play when we come out on Sundays. So, I expect the confidence to be at an all-time high.
And speaking of confidence, another person a lot of people doubted in that room, your quarterback, Dak Prescott, but every week, week in, week out, he seems to perform above the expectation of a lot of so-called experts. What can you say to that and, what you guys believe in your own signal caller in that room?
Oh, yeah, that just comes with the territory with him being the quarterback for the Cowboys, but he don't listen to none of that type of stuff. He just go out there and go ball out and, trust his technique and everything that he did in practice, with his receiving core, the offense, the way he lead every day. So I'm not surprised to see it.
Dante, good luck the rest of the season and enjoy the victory.
Thank you, buddy.
Dante Fowler Jr., 37-22, Cowboys over the Jets. He had a sack today. Everyone got involved. Multiple guys with sacks. They had a combined 5 sacks. They had a bunch of guys get into the action receiving-wise. Jake Ferguson, 7 catches. Ryan Florno, 6 catches, 114 yards. George Pickens had 2 catches. Hunter Lepke had a catch. Javonte Williams, Shoemaker. In the running game, Javonte Williams, Prescott, Florno, Jaden Blue. So everyone got involved in that Cowboys victory. Dante Fowler Jr. joined us Earlier, we heard from Josh Down of the Colts as well. A lot of games go underway right now. Titans, Cardinals, Bucks, Seahawks, Lions, Bengals, Commanders, Chargers. Let's go out to Arizona and get an update. Titans versus the Cardinals. Adam Green has got more.
Yeah, the first quarter just came to an end. The Cardinals have a 14-3 lead. Of course, when we last spoke, the Cardinals were up 7-0. The Titans were trying to answer, and they did. They got a 44-yard field goal from Sly after their drive went 44 yards in 12 plays to get them on the board. But then the Cardinals answered right back with a drive of their own. Needed 7 plays to go 65 yards, culminating with a Kyler Murray 12-yard touchdown run, a pretty nice run. He went to his right, just found open field there, and got 12 yards into the end zone to put the Cardinals up 14-3. And for Arizona, it's a really good start against a team they needed to have a really good start against. The Arizona offense has struggled. Marvin Harrison Jr., his struggles, of course, were big-time news a couple weeks ago when the Cardinals lost to the Seahawks. He's having an excellent first quarter. He had 3 catches, 79 yards. Of course, a 43-yard a 43-yard grab over 2 defenders, which set up the Cardinals' first touchdown. And as he doing well, so is Kyler Murray, 6 of 7 for 102 yards on that one rushing touchdown. On the other side, Cam Ward is 2 of 4 for 31 yards. Otherwise, not a lot of offense from Tennessee, who, when we start the second quarter, will have the ball first and 10 at their own 38. But they will do so down 14-3 as the Cardinals have the lead.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will continue to update that one. In that, I wanted to make a note in that Chargers-Commanders game. Justin Herbert he had a 41-yard rush. He took a huge hit at the end of it and got up. You know, you could say a lot about the guy. One thing you never question is his toughness. As he got demolished on it, was able to finish the drive. Obviously, he wasn't limping or anything. Took the hit like a man, got up, went down the field, scored a touchdown. So, a very exciting turn of events there. Cardinals, like we said, up 14-3. Lions up 7-0. Chargers up 7-0. And let's get an update from the uniform clash of the year. Seahawks, Bucks wearing the throwbacks, and Neil Scott's got more on the actual action.
We got a 6-0 score. Tampa Bay on top. 12:30 to go here in the second quarter. Tampa Bay took the opening kick. They went 11 plays, 69 yards, and put up a 3 on a 30-yard field goal. Then Seattle went deep into Bucs territory. They missed on a 44-yard field goal attempt. And then early second quarter, Tampa Bay's Chase McLaughlin added another 3 on a 36-yard field goal. This time 10 plays, 48 yards. So with under 12 minutes to go here in the second quarter of play, Buccaneers lead the Seahawks 6-0.
Thank you so much, Neil, and we will jump back in there as the games progress. Let's get some updates on the fantasy leaders of the week. We've had a lot of these, a lot of shocking guys leading, through these weeks as we go fantasy-wise. And just like everyone chalked up this week, Rico Dowd, 32.4 points in the fantasy department. 3 catches, 28 yards. A rushing touchdown, 206 rushing yards in that big Carolina Panthers victory over the Dolphins. Jonathan Taylor, 3 rushing touchdowns, 66 yards, 3 catches, 20 yards. He had 31.6 points. Kyron Williams, 31.1. C.J. Stroud, 28.76. Christian McCaffrey, 27.9. I was reading. Dak Prescott, 28.28. So just ahead of him. Javonte Williams, 26.5. Justin Fields in the loss, 25.92. He had 32 of 46 completions, 283 yards, 2 touchdowns, 7 rushing attempts, 26 yards. Matt Stafford, 25, and so on and so forth. So a big fantasy day there. So the defensive leader of the day we will get that in a moment, as we are going to be joined shortly by another person. Mitchell Evans, I believe we have with it. Mitchell Evans joins us now. What's going on, Mitch? 27-24, a big win for you guys, the Panthers. How does it feel? You are now undefeated at home, 2-0. What's that locker room like right now?
It was bumping after the game, so it's good. It's good to be victorious. Great feeling.
So just, yourself and a lot of guys in that locker room, you come up with a big touchdown catch today. Rico Dowd, a big performance filling in for Chuba Hubbard. What are you guys preaching in that locker room that everyone stays ready to play?
I think it just goes down to a big thing is our preparation. We take pride in that, and that's where the victories won throughout the week is having great practices and staying top of the material on the game plan and really trusting and believing what the coaches have put us in the right positions to play. And clearly I think that was in show for today. So.
So your quarterback obviously starts slow. Bryce Young, a couple turnovers early. What can you preach to the fact with him that he was able to overcome the early struggles to lead you guys late to a big victory against Miami?
Warrior. He is a true warrior. Never wavered, never lost faith. We never lost faith in him, and he never lost faith in himself. That was the biggest thing. The confidence was still there. And throughout the whole game, he was like, all right, let's go. One play at a time, let's go. Let's play. And, that just shows his character and his resilience. Obviously things were going his way at the beginning of the game, and, he never quit. So really, that just goes to his character. So great dude.
Mitchell, enjoy the victory and good luck the rest of the season.
I appreciate it.
Mitchell Evans, Carolina Panthers 27, Miami Dolphins 24. Evans with a big touchdown catch. And like we said, everyone's stepping up today for that team. They had, let's see what it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different guys catch a pass today in that game. The Lions and the Bengals are well underway in that game. Jared Goff off to a big start there. Jason Earhart's got more for us from Cincy.
Yeah, that first drive for the Lions didn't take long, about 4 minutes, 7 plays, covered 58 yards, the last of which was Jared Goff hitting tight end Sam Laporta for a 10-yard touchdown pass. Laporta being guarded by Bengals defensive linemen who've dropped into coverage multiple times. If they keep doing that today, Laporta's going to have a huge day. Bengals have allowed opening drive touchdowns now in 4 of their first 5 games. The Bengals' first drive did get down to the 38-yard line. It stalled out. They had to punt. Officials reviewing a play right now. Trey Hendrickson hit Jared Goff at around the Bengals 30. They ruled it a fumble on the field, a Bengals recovery at the 35-yard line. The Lions are challenging, obviously wanting to have that ruled as a forward pass. So we will see. But if it holds up, the Bengals will come up with a big turnover. 7-0 Lions, 4:52 to go, first quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. We'll get an update there as always. Prior to that play, if it ends up being an incompletion, he'll be not perfect, but he was 7 of 7, 92 yards and a touchdown to begin the day. So a big start to the game against the Bengals. Bengals trying to get back on track. They're 2-2. They lost on Monday night, got beat pretty bad by the Broncos. So they're trying to build off of that. Chargers just got down to a first down, and they are threatening now. They are 1st and 10 from the Washington 36 in that one. Justin Herbert, 6 of 7, 61 yards and a touchdown. Like I said, he had the big 41-yard rush. Took a big hit on that one, was able to get up, shake it off, and continue playing. 6-0 Bucks over the Seahawks. Over the Seahawks, I'm good. I'm not dying. I swear to God. After the Seahawks, the Bucks punted. The Seahawks take over at 6-0 there. They have the ball at their own 41. 10 of 12. Baker Mayfield, 70 yards. 3 carries, 18 yards for Kenneth Walker. 2 catches for Cade Otton. So we are 1 catch away from hitting that one. So off to a decent start today. And I got to be honest, you guys, it's no secret. I am a Broncos fan. So if I was going to miss on a pick, I'm okay missing on that Eagles money line. Cardinals 14 over the Titans 3. Kyler Murray 6 of 7. Tony Pollard 5 carries, 26 yards for the Titans. Cam Ward 2 of 6, 31 yards to start. Obviously, the Cardinals are without Carter or Connor for the year. Sorry. Michael Carter filling in for both him and Benson, so they will rely on the practice squad guy who got called up this week, former Jet, to help them. He has a touchdown, 6 carries, 20 yards. Kyler Murray, 6 of 7, 102 yards. He also has 2 carries, 15 yards, and a touchdown. Marvin Harrison Jr. with maybe the play of the day, a big catch for 43 yards. Line him up for that first touchdown. So a lot to be excited there. Trey McBride and Michael Carter also adding catches in that one as well. When I was just about to update before we had on Mitchell Evans, the Saints 18 points on defense, the Colts 16 points, and the Texans 12, as those are the leaders so far on the defensive front. If you care about kickers, I'll give you the kickers updates because I'm a big kickers guy. Kami Fairbairn, he had 18 points. Eddie Pinheiro, he had 17, and Blake Group had 14. So a big day for the kickers as well. Jared Goff entering today. He had played, I want to get the exact number for you. This is his 100th and 39th start. It will be his 70th as a Lion. I was going to say a Tiger, but they play later today in the baseball. So a big milestone for Jared Goff, where it's all been uphill since he left the Rams, and that seems to now, it's been one of the more win-win trades in NFL history. And speaking of Jared Goff and the Lions, they are facing off against the Bengals, and the Bengals are on their own 34, and it is 3rd and 4 in that one as Jake Browning tries to get that team across midfield and to continue the drive here at the first down. And I don't think, and it looks like it's going to be an incomplete pass, short right to Chase Brown as he tried to just get it. It would have been short of the sticks anyway, and the Lions defender was there to stop him to begin with. So 7-0 there. The Lions are going to get the ball back. So we will update all of that. We got 4 games in action now. We got a lot of players to get to talk to. We'll get some podium sound, and then Jody Mack joins us at 6, Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Pico_Day_Gallo, and on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. Stay tuned. We got all the updates, all the scoring, fantasy gambling, touchdowns, interceptions, big plays, fumbles, all the action, all the news right here on Infinity Sportsnet. Gridiron Game Day with Anthony Gallo.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. The 4 o'clock window is underway. We've got 3 more hours of jam-packed NFL action right here, Infinity Sportsnet, Gridiron Gameday. I'm Anthony Gallo, and I've got you. Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock. We've got some more players we'll talk to. We'll hear some podium sound. We'll get you all the update in the big matchups going on right now. 10-0 Chargers over the Commanders. Commanders have the ball at their 20, second and 3. Lions have the ball at their own 37, 7-0. Bucs 6, Seahawks 0 in the Jersey matchup, maybe of the year. The old school, orange creamsicle jerseys for the whites with the creamsicle trim by the Bucs, and the old school AFC West era Seahawks blue jerseys with the silver helmets. So a lot, I guess I'm getting very excited about this jersey situation. 21-3 Cardinals over the Titans. We just had a big play in that one, so we'll get an update there as the Titans continue to look like the worst team in football. And it's tough, they rookie quarterback, but they will go through their bumps and bruises together in that one. A couple of notes to put out there. Kellen Moore gets his first win as the Saints head coach. Broncos come back down 14, score 18 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to win. The Colts win 40-6. Putting up 40 unanswered points in the second and third quarter. Earlier this morning from London, England, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I will be there next week for Broncos Jets. Vikings 21, Browns 17. Carson Wentz with a big day. Quinshon Judkins, a big day, 23, 110 in that one. And Dylan Gabriel, not a terrible day. 19 of 33, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had a couple beautiful passes, including one that led to that second touchdown. And let's get an update from around these 4 o'clock games. Like I mentioned, we just had a recent score in the Cardinals-Titans game, and Adam Green has more on that.
Yeah, there's 10:43 left to go in the second quarter. The Cardinals are up 21-3. They got a 1-yard Bam Knight touchdown run. Bam Knight brought up this week from the practice squad after the Cardinals lost their top 2 running backs to injury over their last couple of games. Knight is the second Cardinals running back to reach the end zone. Michael Carter was the first, and of course, Kyler Murray had a touchdown in between. The Bam Knight touchdown was set up by a Tony Pollard fumble deep in Tennessee territory. Interesting for the Titans. Tony Pollard has been the main guy, but Tajee Spears is active today. He already has 2 carries for 7 yards. So if Pollard's having trouble holding on the ball, we might see more Spears in his first game of the season. Yeah, the score is 21-3. The Cardinals are on top and looking very much like a team that is not 0-4 coming this game. The Titans, on the other hand, are playing like their record would indicate. Cam Ward just 2 of 6 for 31 yards. But yeah, right now 21-3 is the score. 10:43 left to go in the second quarter. Cardinals are about to kick off to the Titans.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will follow along with that one. I want to correct myself from earlier. I did say that I wasn't sure if Jaden Daniels would be playing, and I was wrong about that one, so he is in. Excuse me for that mistake. I wasn't sure, and he wasn't on the injury report, but I wasn't sure if he was on IR. So just wanted to correct my mistake there. Obviously, if you're watching, you already know that. But let's go out to Chuck Hayes, who's always locked in from Englewood. Chuck Hayes is more on Commanders Chargers.
Thanks so mumuch, Anthony. We are at the end of the first quarter, and it is the Chargers 10 and the Commanders 0 at 2:57 remaining in the first quarter. It was a 55-yard Cameron Dicker field goal. That drives 9 plays, 43 yards, took 5:24 off the clock, and Justin Herbert got sacked on 3rd and 5, and it was a old-time pass rusher, Von Miller. You know, when they change the numbers, it's a little hard to follow. He wears number 24 now. If you would ask a million people what Von Miller's number was, I don't think it was 24.
No.
But Jacob Market shared in that sack. And remember, they got a little veteran presence on that defense also. Linebacker Bobby Wagner, who played so many years with the Seahawks and also with the Raiders and also with the Rams. So early on with 9:49 in the first period, Lad McConkey, a 2-yard touchdown pass from Justin Herbert. That drive was set up by a 41-yard scramble by Herbert, took him down to the 27-yard line. And the Commander defense held, and then they went offside on 4th and 5. They got the first down, and Herbert converted. That drive, 9 plays, 76 yards, took 5:11 off the clock. This is the first period that the Commanders and Cliff Kingsbury, who's the offensive coordinator for Jaden Daniels, will probably want to forget. Daniels, 1 of 3 passing for 7 yards. Merritt has 3 carries for 21 yards rushing along with 13. Daniels, 2 carries for 2 yards. McNichols, 1 reception, 1 target, no receptions. Deebo Samuel, 1 reception for 7 yards. On the Charger side of the football, Justin Herbert, 6 of 8, 60 yards, 1 touchdown. He's also rushed 1 time for 41 yards. Omari Hampton, 5 carries for 14 yards. Quentin Johnson on end around, 1 carry for 9 yards. And veteran Michigan running back Haskins, 1 carry for 5 yards. So when you look at this day, one thing Herbert has done is he's holding the ball today for a little bit longer period of time. I'm not sure if he's trying to get used to having his back taken care of because of the fact that Joe Alt, the left tackle, is out. So Austin DeClulis is the tackle. Zion Johnson is the left guard. So look for a lot of action with Von Miller. So we're just going to begin the second quarter. The Chargers begin the ball deep in their own territory on their own 14-yard line. They are up 10-0 over the Commanders.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will continue to update that one. Before we get the updates from the other games, some Von Miller stats. Justin Herbert is the 62nd quarterback Von Miller has sacked in his career, and Von Miller now has 16.5 sacks against the Chargers, most among any player in the history versus the Chargers. Also the team he's recorded the most sacks against. So an impressive Hall of Fame career, and he's still putting together some numbers. I saw somebody tweet out the Michael Jordan and the Wizards jersey, which I thought was funny. Neil Scott has an update from Seattle, Bucks, Seahawks. Neil's got more for you.
All right, the Bucks have increased their lead. They lead now by a score of 13-0 with about just 2 and change left to go here in the first half of play. Buccaneers jumped out to an early 6-0 lead on a pair of Chase McLaughlin field goals. Then with about 6.5 minutes to go in the first half, Seattle's third-string quarterback, Jalen Milroe, on a trick play, fumbled the ball, recovered by Tampa Bay at the Seattle 41. Buccaneers took full advantage of the miscue. They went 59 yards in 7 plays, and a 7-yard touchdown by White. Kick was good. The lead extended. Baker Mayfield, by the way, 14 of 16 this afternoon in the first half, 126 yards. He's also the second leading scorer on the team. Tampa Bay 13, Seattle nothing. 2 minutes to go here in the first half.
Thank you so much, Neil. Let's get out to Cincinnati as the Lions and Bengals are battling it, and Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, just starting the second quarter, still 7-0 here on that Sam Laporta touchdown. The Bengals defense had done a nice job. They'd held the Lions in the last two possessions. The big sack from Trey Hendrickson. They got one from Miles Murphy. However, Jack Fox hit a 64-yard bomb of a punt down to the Bengal 2-yard line. Jake Browning throwing out of the back of his end zone gets picked off by Amik Robertson at the Bengals 17-yard line. So the Lions in plus field position in business, looking to build what was already a 7-0 lead. They've dominated every aspect of this game. 130 total yards of offense for the Lions, just 23 for the Bengal offense, which has looked absolutely terrible now for the fifth consecutive week, and now here behind Jake Browning. The Lions getting ready to take over here at 17, leading 7-0, 14:42 to go in the opening half.
Thank you so much, Jason, as we continue to march along right now in the 4 o'clock window. In an hour, Jody Mack joins us. So a little update on timing. Cardinals 21-6, about 8:29 left in the half. 2 minutes left in the half in Seattle. Bucks 13, Seahawks 0. Lions up 7, like we just heard. Bengals 0, about 14:40 left in the half there. 13:30 left in the half in, I was about to say San Diego. In Los Angeles, Commanders 0, Chargers 10. Some notable stats here early. Kyler Murray has 9 for 11, 120 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Marvin Harrison Jr., 3 catches, 79 yards. Michael Carter filling in, 7 rushes, 27 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. He's also got 2 catches for 11 yards for that Cardinals offense as the Titans are trying to get something going before the half as they have the ball, I believe, a little short of midfield in that one. Lions, Jared Goff is 8 of 9. He started 7 of 7, 103, 1 touchdown. Jahmyr Gibbs, 7 carries, 38 yards. 3 catches, 46 yards for Sam Laporta, and a touchdown. Baker Mayfield in the Bucks, he's 14 of 16, 126. And Cade Otton has 3 catches, so we hit there on that one. Cade Otton, 3 catches, 56 yards. Emeka Egbuka, 2 catches, 33 yards. Rashad White, 6 carries, 21 yards, and a touchdown. He also has 3 catches for 16 yards. On the Seattle side of things, 7 of 9 passing for Sam Darnold. He's got 80 yards, 4 carries, 20 yards for Kenneth Walker. Cooper Kupp has 2 catches for 29 yards, and Jackson Smith in Jigba has 3 catches for 29 yards himself. Zach Charbonnet has a carry for -2 yards and a catch for 12 yards. A.J. Barner, the tight end, 1 catch, 10 yards. And Jalen Milroe with a fumble lost, which I believe was on special teams. So a tough day for Seahawks early, but that game is far from over. After the field goal, the Titans kick it off, and the Cardinals will start at their own 25-yard line. And, Justin Herbert, he just keeps getting hit. A tough day. And, it's been a tough year, really, for that offensive line with Los Angeles. A lot of injuries, no Joe Alt today, and they have yet to find a solution to what was going on there. And the Lions are now on the goal line, and they get stuffed, so it'll be 2nd and goal from about their 4-yard line. And we'll continue on monitoring that. We have some sound also. Like I said, the Saints with a major victory over the Giants. Jackson Dart, 2nd start. Saints win 26-14, their first win of the season, and Kellen Moore's first win of his NFL coaching career as Saints head coach. And we've got sound. Here's Kellen Moore at the podium.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, this is a special group. They're again, their resiliency to hang in there through some challenging times the first month. By no means is it the perfect script to start a journey together as a group. But I thought our guys just battled the entire game, and it was really fun to see those guys. Yeah. Obviously, you got to get in the win column first, and then obviously you can carry momentum, hopefully moving forward, and we can feel it. We know what it looks like. We know what it feels like, and so now we got to keep getting better. This is what an NFL season's about. You got to keep getting better, and more opportunities will come ahead of us.
How would you describe what the mood was like in the locker room? Yes, it's fairly happy.
Yeah. It's an awesome group. We have an awesome group. I love the energy. I love the joy that these guys bring each and every day, and certainly, for a lot of our guys, it's not just obviously me. It's a lot of this group is coming together for the first time. For Spence, for him battling through a lot of things through the last year and a half for him, and so I was fired up for him as well.
Colin, could you talk a little bit more about the defense? You got down 14-3, but boy, the turnovers just started.
Yeah, turnovers, resilient group, and, the play style, you never know which play is going to make a difference in the game through all 4 quarters. And I thought, our defense just did an incredible job of attacking the football. To create 5 turnovers in a game is really, really special.
What did you see in the one from Brian Brzee that Jordan hadn't returned? What did you see about
Yeah.
what Brian was able to do?
Yeah, just excellent job attacking the football. And I haven't seen the perfect look yet, but I've seen one. He's attacking the football, and I think that's the special thing. We've seen it throughout the NFL the last couple days, through the NFL. Certainly Thursday night was an example again by the Niners. And so, these defense linemen, they just keep attacking the football, and eventually it's going to pop out.
If you don't mind, could you describe your personal, what you're thinking as you're watching that play, that emotional thing that you can say?
Yeah, I mean they were grinding it out, and so they were grinding out a long drive, and so for our guys to make that play immediately, as soon as Jordan scoops up the ball, I think he immediately looked to what's ahead of him, and there was a whole lot of green grass, and I thought our guys did an excellent job getting out in front of him, creating a couple blocks, just securing it, and so allowing him to go score. It was a game-changing play.
Did you see anything that you liked about what the defense did today? Because it wasn't going all that easy early in the game before they were able to kind of.
Yeah, I thought just continue to attack the football, and so I thought our defense line continued to rush, continue to find plays. Jackson's going to be a really good quarterback in this league. He's a really good player. He's going to buy time. Plays are going to last longer. It's going to be challenging for our defense line, and they just got to keep going for it.
What did you see from Khalil McKinstry throughout the week leading up to what was a big game for him?
Yeah, just so happy for him. He is a phenomenal player. We think the world of him. He's played some hard downs the first few weeks of the season, and for him to come up with 2 big-time interceptions and made a bunch of plays throughout this entire game, I was so fired up for Kool-Aid. He deserved everything that's coming his way this week, and so we're really excited for him.
Same question for Sanker, especially with Justin going out early.
Yeah, obviously Justin going out early, challenging situation. Jonas hopped in there and obviously continued to play, and then Jordan hopped in there, and so big time job by both those guys. Yeah, it was fun. It was awesome to see Taysom, to see Foster out there competing, playing. They've been through a lot. Taysom had some hard downs in the run game, and I thought, the play action pass, the opportunity to throw it in that short yard situation was obviously awesome, and I made an excellent decision. Really good throw because the corner's playing over the top, and so it was a big time play. We needed that in that situation.
Kellen Moore from the podium, big win. Saints take the W. He gets his first win of his career. They get their first win of the season. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday, back after this.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome. Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday, NFL Week 5. We've got a lot of action to get to, and let's not waste any time. Chuck Hayes checking in from Inglewood, SoFi Stadium, Commanders, Chargers, and Chuck Hayes has got you covered.
Yeah, 4:56 remaining first half. It is the Chargers 10, the Commanders 0. And right now the Commanders are moving the football under the guidance of Jaden Daniels. They're down inside now on the Chargers 15-yard line with a 2nd and 1. And it's interesting, Jaden Daniels in the first period really kind of struggled a little bit. And when he came out to warm-ups, of course, he's got a big brace on his knee from his past injury. He was wearing a different pair of cleats, very stylish, black with gold trim. And then when he went in and came back out, he came out wearing a ceremonial cleats. But we now have a touchdown on the board of that. It is the running back from the Commanders making a run, Krosky Merritt, for a touchdown to put them on the board. So we'll come back to the storyline afterwards. But right now he's taking them down the field, and Krosky Merritt left end for 15-yard touchdown, and we're waiting the opportunity for the extra point. But Daniel's showing more effectiveness on that drive, 4-7 for 50 yards, hitting Deville Samuel 3 times, 34 yards, Lane 1 for 16. And as we await this extra point from Matt Gay, it is good, and now it's 10-7 Chargers over the Commanders. So he changed out his shoes, much more efficient. They protect them better. Justin Herbert had a 11 for 13 for 109, had a completion to Quentin Johnson. Outstanding play was made by the Commanders. Quan Martin blew him up. Marshawn Lattimore with the recovery, and that was at the 8:50 mark. And so now, with 4:15 remaining in the first half, it is the Chargers 10 and the Commanders 7.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And as always, Chuck locked on. He's got the foresight. He always knows when something's coming, and we always get a call from Chuck knowing that a big play's coming. And only here on Gridiron Game Day could you get an update like that. And let's go out to Adam Green in Arizona as he updates us on Cardinals Titans, as that one's getting away from Tennessee.
It definitely is. There's a little more than 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Tennessee does have the ball facing a 3rd and 4 from deep in their territory. The score is 21-6. The Titans got another field goal. Joey Sly 51 yards out. That followed a kick return of 65 yards to set up a 4-play, 1-yard drive before the 51-yard field goal was attempted and connected on. Ensuing possession for the Cardinals, they had a really good offensive showing. Kyler Murray just missed Trey McBride, who came open down the middle of the field. Probably would have been a touchdown had he completed it, but instead he overthrew him by just a little bit. McBride's diving effort wasn't enough to get there, and the Cardinals punted the ball away. But the score is 21-6. The Cardinals have the lead, the advantage in this one. They will be kicking off to the Titans to start the second half. But Kyler Murray is 11 of 15 for 132 yards, has 1 rushing touchdown. Cardinals 3 rushing touchdowns on the day. Michael Carter and Bam Knight each have 1 from 1 yard out, respectively. Other side, Cam Ward just 3 of 9 for 34 yards, has missed some throws. Tony Pollard, 32 yards on 7 carries, does have a fumble lost. So not exactly a great offensive performance from the Titans. The Cardinals up 21-6. The Titans have the ball now, 1st and 10 at their 34-yard line as the clock ticks away here in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Adam. And let's go out to Seattle as the Bucs and the Seahawks are battling it, and Neil Scott's got more for you.
All right, we just went into the half right now. Seattle finally getting on the board. Right now it's Tampa Bay 13, Seattle 7. With Tampa Bay up by 13, the Seahawks mounted a 10-play drive for 59 yards in 2 minutes. Sam Darnold with a strike to Jackson Smith, the Jigma, a 7-yard touchdown. And Seattle finally on the board, heading into the locker room. Sam Darnold this afternoon in the first half, 13 of 17, 130 yards. The Buccaneers' halftime lead trimmed to 6 points at the half. Tampa Bay 13, Seattle 7.
Thank you so much, Neil. As these games keep going, let's give you some updates around the stat leaderboard in the 4 o'clock window. Kyler Murray, 11 of 15, 132 yards. Cam Ward, 4 of 11, 47 yards. Some other notables in that game: Marvin Harrison Jr., 3 catches, 79 yards. Michael Carter filling in the 3rd string back. He's got 8 carries, 27 yards, and a touchdown. Kyler Murray has a rushing touchdown, and Bam Knight has a rushing touchdown. Bam Knight, a former Hard Knocks legend in that. And then when we go out to Seattle, Darnold, 13 of 17, 130 yards, and a touchdown. Rashad White, 6 carries, 21 yards, and a touchdown. Cade Otton, 3 catches, 56 yards at the half. 8:35 left in Detroit, and let's get an update from the great Jason Earhart on Bengals Lions.
That's 14-0 Lions. A little bit of trickery on that second touchdown. It was running back David Montgomery, the Cincinnati kid, taking the direct snap. We thought he was going to take off and run with it. Instead, he passes it to backup tight end Brock Wright for the second touchdown of the game. Put the Lions up 14-0. The Bengals' next drive, they got out to about the 30, but didn't produce much more than that. Lions have the ball back right now. Jared Goff, 8 of 9, 103 yards. He's been efficient. The Bengals' Jake Browning has put the ball in the air 14 times for a grand total of 31 yards. So a lot of checkdowns, a lot of short passes. The Bengals' offense just does not look in sync at all right now. I'm not getting any good looks to Jamar Chase or T. Higgins whatsoever. 7:54 to go in the opening half. It's the Lions 14 and the Bengals nothing.
Thank you. They are actually in Cincinnati, not Detroit. That was my mistake. We'll get one of those a week where I put the wrong city for the game going on. But 14-0 Lions over the Bengals as Jared Goff is dealing. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4 catches, 51 yards. So that duo going off as always. And both tight ends getting a touchdown. Brock Wright, who we spoke to a few weeks ago after a big Lions win, and Laporta as well. As Jim Harbaugh is coaching the Chargers right now, his brother John is in a flux state right now as the Ravens are 1-4 for the second time in franchise history, losing 44-10 against the Texans. And earlier, Harbaugh spoke to the podium, so let's hear what he had to say.
All right, obviously got beaten every way you can get beat. Very disappointed with that. Did not expect to see that. Thought we'd play a lot better than that based on the way we practiced. And hats off to them. They played a really good game, made a bunch of plays, did a great job on first down. We did not. Built a rhythm really throughout the game. We did not. So just a complete disappointment. And we're going to have to find a way to turn it around and figure out who we are this next week and then into the bye and after the bye. We're going to have more than half the season left, and we're going to have to find ourselves. So that's what our aim will be going forward. What questions you have?
John, when you're looking at the game, obviously, like you said, it's a disappointment. How much do you also kind of consider the guys you didn't have here and, the guys, what the guys did out there on the field?
Yeah, I mean, you have to just look at the tape. I don't think we played well. I thought we would play better. I thought we would tackle better. I thought we would just play our run defense better than we did. It was not up to standard. I mean, we had good enough players out there to play a lot better than we did. It's just disappointing.
John, you mentioned you thought you practiced well this week. When you don't see that reflected in the performance, what do you do as a coaching staff then when it's not aligning with practice to the game?
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at everything. I think it starts with us as coaches. We've got to figure out how to put the guys in best positions, to make plays and do things right. There was a lot of things out there that weren't done correctly, so we've got to ask ourselves, how does that not translate to the game? Number one, and then what else can we do? What else can we come up with to figure out ways to challenge people and gain some yards and get some stops?
John, did you feel there was a lack of effort or belief or buy-in or however you would want to put it?
I didn't feel that. I didn't feel that all week. I didn't feel that in the game. I think the effort was there. I just didn't think the execution was there. We didn't do what we needed to do, and it's going to have to start with us as coaches and figure it out.
When you consider where you are record-wise and also the long list of injuries and guys you need to get back, is this one of the more challenging times you can remember in your career?
Yeah, we've had a lot of them. I think back to a lot of challenging times. I think every year had challenges, and if you look back at some of those seasons, there were stretches. None more challenging than this right now. This is the one we're in, and this is tough. But like I told the guys, this becomes a measuring stick, for all of us. So what ends up happening is when you go through situations like this, and everybody does in their life, and every team does in their their career, players and coaches and everybody else. It's how you handle it, And when people look back and say, "Hey, when things were the toughest, when things looked the worst, when we were at our lowest point, how did you handle it? How will you be remembered for how you handle it?" And I'm looking for people to come out fighting and give their best, in those kind of situations. That's what you have to do. When you do that, you come out the other end.
So that was John Harbaugh speaking after the big loss, 44-10. Again, I know I've said it all day, the second time in their history, their franchise history, the Ravens 1-4. Lamar Jackson, you hope, is back next week. They were also without Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphreys, Roquan Smith, Patrick Ricard, Emory Jones. So not easy, but they did not even put up a fight. And I think that I am not this person, but people will start to grumble about Harbaugh. They've lost some big games. They've choked some big leads. So interesting to watch the rest of the season, as that was one of my Super Bowl picks. Obviously, you can never account for injuries. I'm not a guy who expects injuries, whether you consider someone's injury prone or not. I don't do that. But we will see how their season continues to develop and how he handles it and the rest of that locker room handles it, as it is getting late quick for that Ravens team. and we may have a big turn of events here in Detroit, and we will get an update on that and everything else in the 4 o'clock window as we've got an update, though, from the great Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, let's tell you about the early games. The defending champion Eagles, usually not a team to let a late lead slip away, but they did today. The Broncos scoring 18 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to stun the Eagles in Philadelphia 21-17. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott and the Cowboys had themselves a day at MetLife Stadium.
We got a bunch on the right. Prescott under center. Play action. Boot wide open. Flips it out to Williams for the easiest touchdown of the day. There's the urgency you wanted on that drive, and that one will put it away for the Cowboys.
Prescott throwing 4 touchdowns. Cowboys demolished the now 0-5 Jets 37-22. The biggest blowout of the day belonged to the Colts. 40-6 winners over the Raiders. The Colts are 4-1. The Ravens fall to 1-4, destroyed by the Texans 44-10. They were without Lamar Jackson today. Panthers edge the Dolphins 27-24. Rico Dowdle running for over 200 yards for Carolina. The Saints earned their first win 26-14 over the Giants, who turned the ball over 5 times. It appeared the Bengals were safetied, however, that was nullified by a penalty. Bengals still have the football deep in their own territory. They're trailing the Lions 14-0, getting late in the first half. Chargers 10, Commanders 7, 2 minutes to go in the first half there. The Buccaneers have a 13-7 lead on the Seahawks. Rashad White with a touchdown for Tampa. Cardinals all over the 0-4 Titans, 21-6, under 2 minutes to play in the first half in the desert. Sunday Night Football features the Bills looking to improve to 5-0, hosting the Patriots. Baseball, the Blue Jays are walloping the Yankees again. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hitting a grand slam in the fourth to give the Blue Jays a 9-0 lead. Max Fried out of the ballgame, allowing 7 runs over 3+ innings. It is now 11-0 Blue Jays in the top of the fifth, and Blue Jays 22-year-old rookie Trey Savage, he had struck out 10 Yankees over 4 no-hit innings. Still at 10 strikeouts. Later, the Tigers send ace Tarek Skubal to the mound, looking to take a 2-0 series lead on the Mariners. WNBA, the Aces take a 2-0 series lead in the finals on the Mercury, winning Game 2, 91-78. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Oh, that's right. NFL Week 3. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. We've got 20 more minutes, and then the man, the myth, the legend, Jody Mack joins us. If you're following along on the YouTube page and the BetMGM Network, what's going on? And we've got a lot to update, a lot of action in this 4 o'clock window. And we start in the exciting matchup of the Commanders and Chargers, and Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Yeah, thanks so much, Anthony. And we got a lot of excitement going on here in the last 24 seconds of the half. Let's start with this one. So J.K. Scott from the Chargers was pinned back inside the Chargers' 39-yard line. He boomed a 54-yarder down to the Commanders' 7-yard line, and the ball was stopped there. So Jane Daniels came out, and obviously they're trying to run it out for the half. They run 2 plays. Then there's a tackle made down inside the 2-yard line. So they have to punt the ball on 4th down. And the punter for the Commanders, Tress Way, a left-footed kicker, gets a lot of pressure. Almost gets it blocked, but gets roughed. But Ladd McConkey catches the punt and takes it back 57 yards. So everyone here in SoFi was excited. In fact, the flags even ran on the field. Well, guess what? It was nullified for roughing the punter. So they moved the football up, and then on the first play, Daniels to McCaffrey, he hits him for 50 yards down to the Chargers' 33-yard line. So with 26 seconds remaining in the first half, and the score, the Chargers 10 and the Commanders 7, Jane Daniels is trying to work his magic under Cliff Kingsbury's tutelage. They had scored earlier when running back Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt went 15 yards untouched off tackle for their first score of the game. The rookie from Arizona has 5 carries for 45 yards. So with 20 seconds remaining in the first half, we have the Commanders deep inside the Chargers territory at their 33-yard line. So they're going to try to set something up because the field goal kicker for the Commanders, Matt Gay, is a 50-plus yard guy. He has the record, of course, with 4 in one game. So we'll stay with it with 20 seconds to go. Daniels has got everybody spread out, and this opportunity here on 2nd and 10 will tell us a lot about what's going to happen. Throws the ball down inside. It's complete to the Chargers' 12-yard line to Deebo Samuels. They're counted down 8, 7, 6, 5, and he clocks it. So we'll get a field goal attempt.
That's a big play.
So with 5 seconds to go in the first half, it is the Chargers 10 and the Commanders 7.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and a big play right there, as always. And that McConkey, see, I didn't see the penalty flag. Obviously, I'm watching a lot of screens here. McConkey hurdled the kicker at the end to get into the end zone, like Chuck said, and then it was obvious roughing the punter call, and it's a big catch right there by Deebo, and we'll see we'll update you once the kick is up and if it's good or not. But first, let's go out to Seattle and Tampa as things are getting interesting at Seattle. Neil Scott's got more for us.
Oh, get 11 minutes to go in the third quarter, and it's now Seattle 14, Tampa Bay 13. Trailing 13-7 at the break. Seattle went 4 plays to open the third quarter, 77 yards on an opening drive with Kenneth Walker setting the tone. He had a 31-yard run, and that was followed by Zach Charbonnet taking it in from 5 yards out. The kick was good, and just like that, the Seahawks are back in business, leading by 1. 11 minutes and change to go here in the third quarter. Seattle 14, Tampa Bay 13.
Thank you so much, Neil. And it's halftime in Arizona. Titans-Cardinals. Adam Green's got the update for you.
Yeah, exactly. We're halfway done here. It's 21-6. The Cardinals have the lead. It's been pretty much all Arizona, as the score would indicate. 3 rushing touchdowns, 2 from 1 yard out from Michael Carter and Bam Knight. Each of them, Kyler Murray had 1 from 12 yards out. Very early scoring. Cardinals jumped on the Titans early in the game like that. For Tennessee, it's been a battle. It's been a struggle. Cam Waters is 5 of 16 for 58 yards. Towards the end of the first half, there was a very, I guess we would say, interesting sequence between the two teams. It began with Kyler Murray getting called for an intentional grounding near his own end zone, led to a Cardinals punt, which led to great field position for Tennessee, whose drive stalled at their own 48-yard line. And it looked like maybe the Titans were going to try to draw the Cardinals off sides or end up punting away. And so they snapped the ball with about 5 seconds left on the play clock, and it looked like none of the linemen were ready to block anyone. They did not block anyone. Ward got sacked, and it led to the Cardinals getting the ball at midfield, and they struggled to do anything with it from there. Towards the end of the half, they were forced to punt as well. But, yeah, the Cardinals 21-6, they have the lead at halftime. Kyler Murray is 12 to 18 for 142 yards in this game. Missed Trey McBride on what would likely have been a touchdown. Marvin Harrison Jr., 3 catches on 4 targets, 79 yards, including a 43-yard catch where he leapt over 2 defenders and plucked the ball out of the air, which set up the Cardinals' first touchdown from the half-yard line. So it's been all Arizona. 21-6 is the score. The Titans are set to get the ball to start the second half, and we'll see if they can make a comeback and make this one interesting.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we'll continue to monitor that one. My favorite stat of this entire game is the 3 different rushing touchdowns. Michael Carter, 8 carries, 27 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. Kyler Murray has 2 scrambles for 15 yards and a touchdown. Bam Knight, 3 carries, 10 yards, and a touchdown. Demicado, he's got a carry and 10 yards. Maybe we could get 4 different rushing touchdowns, and I'm sure that's got some kind of Elias Sports Bureau stat that we've never heard of going on there. Some other interesting stats from around the day. Von Miller got a half sack against the Chargers. It's now his 16th and a half sack against the Chargers. The most against any team in his career, and the most by a player against the Charger in their history. Also, Justin Herbert, the 62nd quarterback that he has sacked, which was a little shocking because I thought they crossed over a little bit when he was in Denver. And, you know, he was sacking everyone in Denver. But first, let's go out to Cincinnati Lions. Bengals about to get to halftime, probably a little under a minute there. But Jason Earhart's got more for you.
Yeah, inside the final minute here in Cincinnati, 14-0 Lions. If I would have told you Both touchdowns have been scored by tight ends, and one of the passes was thrown by a running back. You probably wouldn't have had that on your bingo card at 4 o'clock. That's where we stand, 14-0 Lions. The Bengals driving down to the Lions' 41-yard line right now, facing a 3rd down and 14. Jake Browning has had his struggles again today. If the Bengals are unable to score on this drive, they will have scored a grand total of 13 points over their last 10 quarters, and that one touchdown was against Minnesota when they were down 48-3 a couple weeks ago. So they just completed a pass underneath. It's going to be 4th and about 5 from about 32. They may try a field goal. They may go for it, but it's 14-0 Lions, 34 seconds of the clock ticking here in Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. Eventually, they are going to have to address that quarterback position. Obviously, barring a huge comeback here, they're down 14. They got lucky. There should have been a safety, but Aiden Hutchinson grabbed the face mask, and, it was a lot of hands to the head of Jake Browning. So we'll see what happens there, but I'm curious to see what the Bengals decide to do going forward. And also on that play, it looked like he could have kept going, number 80, for the Bengals, and possibly gotten the first down, but we'll see what happens there. And I just don't know what their decision's going to be going forward at the quarterback position. Russell Wilson's available in New York. He's got to be better than Jake Browning right now. I think there just has to be a backup quarterback out there or somebody on the street that gives you a better chance, because you have too many weapons with this offense, whether it's Jamar Chase or T. Higgins and Chase Brown. You have too many options, and it looks like they're going to run the clock down to 3 seconds and kick the field goal, and they cut away to a booing Bengals fan there. I guess you take the points. I think they get the ball at half, so there's a chance, obviously, to cut it to 4. But we are damn near at halftime of every game. That game's at half. Titans-Cardinals is about to kick off the second half. The Lions and Bengals are about to go to half, and Chargers-Commanders just went to half, and the Bucs-Seahawks are at 8:42 left in the third. Before we go to break, though, the Broncos come from behind victory, 18 unanswered points to win 21-17 over the Eagles. And Sean Payton talked to the media after the game, and here's a little bit of that sound.
We kind of were hoping it would be a game with a lower score. We kind of were hoping it would be a game to unfold with a lower score. In the end, I think we got the better of them in the trenches, and we finished. So, any questions? Well, when you look at the first half, we lined up illegally. We had a false start. We had 2 or 3 MEs. And I said to him at halftime, I thought defensively we were playing well. I said, man, we talked about the game we had to play coming in here, and we're not doing it. So I think we had some – look, we knew it wasn't going to be 6-7 yards a carry. It's a good run defense. But, we got to keep, kind of hitting that bag, and I thought we did. I thought we controlled most of the fourth quarter. I think you always get a chance to see where you're at, and we talked a lot about it. One of the challenges is playing this game before you go to London. You guys have heard me say it. The away teams before London, it's not real good. So it wasn't in the itineraries. There was not one thing about the L word, nothing. I said something about bring an extra bag Friday, and that's it. And then we'll figure out. So, because it's very easy to get caught up in, if you're not careful, the next week. And the focus needed to be on today. And then you're coming off a Monday night. There were a lot of reasons. You could say you weren't going to be successful, but our guys did a good job of preparing. And I think the locker room prior to today felt like this was going to be the result. I mean, I've done this long enough. I've got pretty good instincts. And then, as a coach, you're waiting to see. And at halftime, I felt really good. Despite the unsuccessful drives offensively, I loved where we were at.
The way that you guys kind of corralled Jalen Hurts, rushing in, but then also when he did get out, kind of cutting that off. What was just your overall impression?
I thought overall we did a great job. You know, we had a ticky-tack interference call. And then, man, I don't know what happened towards the end of that first half. But I thought, look, he's going to make some plays. He's a tremendous player. They threw it quite a bit early. But the rushing numbers, when it was all said and done, I'm not sure what the totals were. But we felt if we could do that, and the turnover thing had to be at least even. And so you saw both teams protect the ball well. We kicked a cover at the end. Analytically, that's what you're supposed to do. But I challenged the coverage unit because the return prior came out to the 40-some yard line. Yeah, it was a good win.
That was Sean Payton speaking to the media after the game. Big win for the Broncos, upsetting the Eagles, and they lose their first game. Like I said, they scored 18 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to win that one. They were down 17-3 going into the fourth, and it came down to the last play in the end zone, and Pat Surtain getting his hands all over it. We've got another score in Bucs Seahawks. We'll get an update in that game. It's all happening fast here. That game's the only one in the second half to start. When we come back, I'm sure Titans Cardinals will kick off, Commanders Chargers will kick off, and Bengals Lions shortly after that. So we'll get the update in the Bucs and the Seahawks games, the battle of the jerseys, the fire, sexy throwback jerseys, and the great Jody McDonald. Jody Mack, the man, the myth, the legend, joins us next, and we will recap all the 1 o'clock window. We'll react to the 4 o'clock window. We'll preview Sunday night, Monday night, all of it. We'll pick his brain about everything going around the league. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, back in the mix. And before we get to Jody, first, let's get an update from Chuck Hayes at SoFi Stadium.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We just received the second half kickoff. It was Luke McCaffrey who had worked some magic before the halftime. 14:53 remaining in this one. It is 10-10 between the Commanders and the Chargers. And let's look at what happened at the end of the half. It was a Matt Gay 29-yard field goal. That drive took 8 plays, 83 yards, took 133 off the clock. And the big play was Jade Daniels to Luke McCaffrey, the younger brother of Christian McCaffrey, for 50 yards, which took them down inside Charger territory. This is an interesting football game because when you start out in the game, the Commanders really did not have the ball that much during the first quarter. In fact, in the first half, they are only 1 of 4 on third down, where the Chargers are 5 of 8 going on in regards to this. Daniel's starting to get more and more active, and right now he takes the football and he brings it up to the Commanders' 40-yard line. I mentioned at the beginning, he came out wearing his traditional spikes that he normally wears. They're black. He's got gold shoelaces with a beautiful gold trim, very, very sparky shoes. Took those off, came out to start the game wearing what I would call the ceremonial cancer awareness shoes. He only wore them for 1 quarter, took them back off, came back out. And remember, he's playing with a big left knee brace. You can't really see it the way the pads are. Mm-hmm. But he's much more active now, and they're going to get the football up to their own 45-yard line. So look, from a number standpoint here, you have Krosky Merritt, 6 carries for 45 yards, 1 touchdown, that long of 15. Daniels, 5 carries for 17. Passing is 6 for 13. Deebo Samuel, 4 for 56. Luke McCaffrey, 1 for 50. Now on the Chargers side, things are not looking good for the Charger offensive line. Of course, it started out with their great tackle from Notre Dame, Joe Alt, on the inactive list. Now, right tackle Trey Pipkins is questionable coming back. So they're shuffling a lot of offensive linemen. And Justin Herbert, under the gun, remember, you got a great pass rusher for the Commanders in Von Miller. You got a great linebacker in Bobby Wagner, and they're playing all kinds of games in regards to moving in and around to really throw the Chargers' offensive line scheme into a little bit of a quandary. Rushing-wise, Herbert, 3 for 42. He had a long of 41 in the first quarter. Passing, he's 13 and 15 for 107, but he's been really rushed. Keenan Allen, 2 for 33. Quentin Johnson, 2 for 27. Hampton, 6 for 26. And Ladd McConkey, 3 for 21 and 1 touchdown. So the Chargers just got penalized for a downfield penalty. The Commanders now coming down at the LA 27. It is 10-10 with 13:31 remaining in the third period.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will bounce back to that game once we have an update. We've had a bunch of scores since we came back from break and even in the last few minutes in Seattle. So let's get Neil Scott to break it all down for us. Seahawks-Bucks.
All right, we got 4:12 left to go in the third quarter. We are tied again, this time Tampa Bay 21, Seattle 21. Seattle took their first lead of the day early third quarter, going 4 plays, 77 yards, and getting a 5-yard touchdown from Zach Charbonnet. But that lead didn't last long. Seattle is down 3 starters on defense, and it's showing this afternoon as the Buccaneers went 77 yards in 9 plays. Baker Mayfield then found Emeka Egbuka in the end zone, a 20-yard touchdown. And the Bucs were then successful on a 2-point conversion that put them up on top by 7. But Seattle answered with a 6-play drive, highlighted by a 53-yard pass to Jackson Smith-Njigba to the Bucs' 7-yard line. He then hit tight end A.J. Barner, a 2-yard strike. Kick was good. Game tied again. So right now, 4 minutes left to go here in the third quarter. We are all tied up. Buccaneers 21, Seahawks 21.
Thank you so much, Neil. Let's go out to Arizona. Titans, Cardinals. The Titans still trying to get a win in the Cam Ward era, and it doesn't look like the Cardinals are going to let them, but we got Adam Green to update us from Arizona.
Yeah, exactly. The Titans came into this game 0-4, and it's been apparent why they're 0-4. They struggle in a lot of aspects of the game. Offensively, Cam Ward, he's trying, but he's missed some throws. He looks very much like a rookie, even though a number 1 overall pick. Of course, he's opposite another number 1 overall pick in Kyler Murray, who's a little bit more experienced now, further along in his career. The score is 21-6. The Titans got the ball to start the second half and promptly went 3 and out in this one. Hand the ball back to the Cardinals, who now have the ball in their territory. And a lot of this game has slowed down since the Cardinals had a best start, 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, and another one to start the second quarter. And then it's just been some Titans field goals. The Cardinals have slowed things down, trying to run the ball a bit more, maybe playing a little bit more conservative in their last stretch. At the same time, it is still a 2-score game, so they're not going to want to do that with their 21-6 lead and the ball here. But yeah, for Tennessee, Cam Ward just 7 of 18 for 68 yards. Not numbers you'd expect from a number 1 pick, but certainly from a number 1 pick who is struggling with the team and an offense around him that's not exactly the most talented. Tony Pollard has 30 yards rushing, but did lose a fumble. For the Cardinals, Michael Carter, 28 yards and a touchdown on 9 carries. Receiving-wise, Marvin Harrison Jr. has 4 catches for 98 yards, including a great 43-yard catch in the first quarter. So score is 21-6. The Cardinals have the ball. They're now 1st and 10 at midfield, trying to extend their lead against the 0-4 Tennessee Titans.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Cincinnati, get an update. Bengals, Lions, and Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Just starting the second half here in Cincinnati, it's 14-3. Evan McPherson drilled a 50-yard field goal as we went to the locker room. Bengals had the ball coming out of the locker room, but another bad offensive possession. Jake Browning throws a pick. He never saw Alex Anzalone, picked it off. The Lions start at the Bengal 28-yard line. 3rd interception for Jake Browning, and quite frankly, a couple more that probably should have been picked that weren't. In case you're wondering, the backup to Jake Browning would be Brett Rippon. I haven't seen him in a regular season game as a Bengal, but you might by the time this one's over. 13 minutes to go, third quarter. Lions 14-3 and deep in Cincinnati territory.
Thank you so much, Jason. And one quick note before we get to Jody. Keenan Allen becomes the fastest receiver ever to hit 1,000 career receptions, doing that in 159 games. So pretty impressive there. Jody, what is going on, my man?
Well, not much, because the early games were, except for a couple, pretty boring. Some blowout games, not competitive. Usually I like getting over to the red zone to be able to see what's going on and be, all right, let's join the game at 3-3. Really? Are you really going there? And they have their way of doing things. They show all the points scored for all the fantasy players. But do we really need to watch more of the Colts game as they are up by 30-plus points? So other than watching the end of the Eagles and the fact that the game came down to the very last play, and give credit because Eagles had a 17-3 lead in this game, and I thought they were going to run away and hide. They did not. Denver is a stone-cold legit defense. They got a dynamite defense, but they beat the Eagles because they scored points on them in the second half, including the gutsy two-point conversion they had. That was the lone game for me that was pretty darn exciting, but other than that, the 1 o'clock window, it was mismatches all over the place.
I agree. And honestly, when you look at it, the Panthers game, it was 17-3 at one point. And in the Broncos game, it was 17-3 at one point. So we almost had a lot of blowouts in that one. We got a big play in the Washington Chargers game, so we'll get an update on that in a bit. But starting, speaking of one of the blowouts, we spoke last week. Both of us didn't think it deserved a big reaction. But with all the injuries, the Ravens, for the second time in their history, are now 1-4. And not only are they 1-4, they get embarrassed by a Texans team that struggled to score points this year, 44-10. I think, listen, I'm not saying it's time to panic, where people lose their jobs, but as far as the season goes, with their injuries, it is time to panic in Baltimore.
The only thing they've got going for them is the division is not good. We'll see if Pittsburgh wins. They've got a bye, so they don't get a win. They don't get a loss this week. Pittsburgh's got some room to breathe in that division, as a matter of fact. But do I really believe that the Steelers are a 12-win team? Sorry, I don't.
I don't either.
So if the divisional winner is going to be 10-7 in that division, and it'll probably be better than that because Cincinnati's not going to win diddly squat. And I thought the Browns had a win in their back pocket, and they let Carson Wentz go down the field and stick it into the end zone across the pond. So the Browns are bad too. So I guess Pittsburgh could take advantage of them. Baltimore better take advantage of them if they want to get back into the division race. Yeah, they've dug themselves a pretty good hole. In other divisions, you could basically write them off at 1-4. In that division, I'm not ready to go there if they can get healthy. Now they got to get their star players back on the field because it was basically playing with their second team, their subs today, and it looked just like it. But they've got a little bit of a break in that they're in what looks out of the gates has been a pretty mediocre division so far.
Yep, and the Bengals lead just got bigger as well. I mean, as the Lions lead just got bigger, the deficit got larger for the Bengals as Jahmyr Gibbs catches a little flat in there to score and Baker Mayfield with a bomb to set them up on the goal line to Emeka Egbuka. Yeah, I agree. And the division's not great. And I think when you can look at the Browns and the Steelers, and a couple of plays is what separates those two teams. And the Bengals are obviously in a bad spot. The quarterback they don't have a good offensive line. The quarterback play is terrible. Their defense is terrible. So without Joe Burrow, they're not going anywhere fast. So we will see what happens there. But it is concerning. And I don't think this, but I saw people questioning this online. If they end up having a bottom-out season, like let's say Lamar, comes back and it's a little too late, and maybe they finish 7-9, is there any chance, not that he gets fired, but that Harbaugh maybe starts to be on the hot seat a bit?
Yeah, hot seat, sure. Well, if you don't get fired at the end of the season, how hot is your season? You got the entire offseason to make changes, to reconfigure, hopefully to get upgrade on talent. You put it in your general manager's hands and say, let's improve this roster. So do I think Harbaugh, they'd have to get Lamar back and continue to lose at the pace that they're losing now. And that's the only way Harbaugh pays with his job this season.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well. And we some other notable losses. The Colts, I guess not notable, but deficits. The Colts win 40-6. And last week we spoke about it. They should have won that game if Mitchell doesn't make the fumble at the goal line, basically dropping the ball before he's in the end zone, and then the block that negates the Taylor touchdown. This Colts team is 2 plays away from being undefeated, and they bounced back. I know the Raiders aren't great, but they bounced back in impressive fashion, and they were hitting on all cylinders. They look like the real deal.
They do, and I'll give the Colts a lot of credit because they're much better than I thought they were going to be Daniel Jones, I guess, was always an NFL quarterback, and he was just in a bad situation with a bad team and bad players around him because he's got legit options this year, and he's making the most of it. And they're playing good defense, too. Yeah, it wasn't much of an offense they were facing today, but they are playing good defense. But while I sit here and sing their praises and absolutely eat crow because I thought they had a chance to be a last-place team, so take it in the spirit of that. Yours truly flat out wrong and taking my lumps for it. However, did you see how they got to 40 points today?
Yeah, well, it was 3 trips by the I know early on, the first three trips to the red zone for the Raiders, they ended up with 6 points.
No, I'm talking about the exact 40th point.
Oh, I did not.
You know how they registered that today?
I did not.
They score a touchdown. Jonathan Taylor takes it in to make the game 38-3, and they go for 2. Up 38-3, they go into a play for 2, and they hand it to Taylor so he can score both the cut touchdown and the 2-point conversion and get himself an octopus. Was that really necessary? Are there not unwritten rules in the National Football League? When you're up by 35 points in the second half, 38-3, no, you don't go for 2. You get your field goal kicker out there, kick the point, get back, and kick off.
If anything, you just kneel it at that point.
I was watching the game at the time. I said, what are they doing here? Did I miss it? Didn't he score? Didn't I see the umpire raise his hands for a touchdown? I thought it was the previous play. I thought maybe for some reason they're spotting the ball at the 2-yard line. Why? He took it right into the middle of the end zone. I didn't even know because I'm doing 2 different things. But then they go, no, 2-point conversion successful. Octopus for Jonathan Taylor. I said, that's just bad sportsmanship. That's wrong. That's rubbing salt in the wounds of a team you're already beaten up. Now, they're not going to play the Raiders again anytime soon, so the Raiders can have a mad on and believe in revenge somewhere down the line. But this is the kind of thing that gets around the National Football League, that given the chance, the Colts are going to stick it to you with any possibility they have. You might want to do the same when you're playing the Indianapolis Colts. Saw that today, thought it was Stone Cold Bush League.
Yeah, it was, and I didn't see that. I didn't. I'm looking it up now as you were talking. I didn't even realize it. Obviously, there's so much going on, bouncing around, and you kind of checked out on that.
You're a busy boy. That's why you bring me on to pick up on these little intricacies that happen in the early window, and that one was just flat out wrong.
And it's crazy because they scored, not only that, they scored 40 straight points unanswered. So we will update all that. We obviously have to talk about the Broncos-Eagles game. We'll update the 4 o'clock window. We'll talk about the Sunday night and Monday night slate as well. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, the Mac Man. We'll be back. Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. We've got a lot of action on Gridiron Gameday to get up to and recap the 1 o'clock hour. But first, Chargers, Commanders, and it's been a lot of action since we last spoke to him. So let's get an update from Chuck Hayes.
Yeah, thanks so much, Anthony. We've got 7:21 remaining in the third period. It is the Commanders 17 and the Chargers 10. Commanders got the ball to start the second half, 10:58. Jackery Krosky Barrett with a 5-yard touchdown run, 7 plays, 69 yards, took 4:02 off the clock. He's got 2 TDs, and he just picked up another long run. He's got 8 carries on the day for 77 yards with 2 scores. Jaden Daniels, 10 of 19 for 182. And the Chargers' offensive line, they've got so many injuries, and they're moving a lot of people around. And the Commanders' defense is really doing a nice job in pressuring Herbert. In fact, they pushed him back, and it was really the great field position is because of a poor J.K. Scott kick. Poor, I say 42 yards, because he was pinned back at his own goal line. So with right now the ball on the Chargers' 13-yard line, you have a second and 5. And with that said, it's 17-10 Washington over the Chargers, and James Daniels making things happen with Deebo Samuels and moving the football around here at SoFi Stadium.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll continue to monitor that one. Going on in Arizona right now, Titans, Cardinals, and Adam Green's got an update for us.
Yeah, it's still 21-6. The Cardinals have the lead, and they do have the ball 3rd and 9 at their 17. But the big note in this one is the quarterback is Jacoby Brissett, the Arizona backup. Kyler Murray has left the game. His return is questionable. They've announced a foot injury, and it likely occurred. The Cardinals had a 3rd and 12 at the Tennessee 20. It looked like they were maybe get some points on the board, whether a field goal or maybe punching in the end zone. Then the snap seemed to surprise Murray and the rest of the team. Ended up going down to a fumble loss for the Cardinals, and Murray, that was the last time we saw him on the field. It was a very odd-looking play. Hard to tell. It was late to dive into the pile for the ball. The Titans recovered it anyway. Then we saw Murray walking off the field, heading to the locker room. So that's the score. It's 21-6. The Cardinals without their starting quarterback for now. He is questionable to return with a foot injury. Before leaving the game, Murray was 19 of 25 for 194 yards, and he had a rushing touchdown on this one. As you can imagine, with 6 points for Tennessee, their offense hasn't done much in this one. Cam Ward is just 8 of 20 for 72 yards. The number 1 overall pick in the most recent draft is struggling, as is the rest of his team. So this game, which got off to a fast start, especially with the scoring, has slowed down considerably. 21-6 is a score with 2.5 minutes left to go in the third quarter, and the Cardinals have the ball.
Thank you, Adam, and we'll keep you updated there. The Seahawks are sitting right outside the red zone, 1st and 10 from the Tampa Bay 21. So we'll get an update as soon as possible in that one as well. The Lions with another big play, as this one is getting out of hand in Cincinnati. But Jody, I mentioned it before the break. Obviously, I'm not the biggest optimism when it came to the Broncos this year, but they came back. They rallied down 14 going into the final, minutes of that game. Actually, they were down 17-3. They score 18 unanswered. Mm-hmm. I don't look at this as a major, I'm going to completely rethink how I feel about the Eagles. It does give me a little bit more confidence as a Broncos fan watching this Broncos team going forward.
I'll tell you what the conversation in Philadelphia will be. It's probably already underway on post-game shows and will go all week long. The Eagles got out 4-0, and you can't be any better than 4-0. Yep. 4-0 is 4-0. It's perfect. But they had played imperfect football. They had issues on offense. A.J. Brown had not had a breakout game yet in a couple of games where he had less than 10 yards receiving, and he put out a cryptic biblical tweet after last week's victory, which caused all sorts of consternation and conversation in Philadelphia all week. Well, guess what? They came out and they threw the ball to A.J. Brown today, and he had a very big day. And they threw it plenty to Devontae Smith, too. He made a couple of huge catches for them. Dallas got it another tight end. So the passing game was back. Nobody can complain about the Eagles' passing game. And Saquon Barkley ran the ball 6 times. 6. The guy who had one of the best rushing seasons in the history of the National Football League last year. Absolute argument to be made for him to have been the MVP of the league. We know it's a quarterback award, so he's swimming uphill, and he didn't get there. But Barkley was a main. I mean, maybe after, even with a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, who's damn good, the person for me who was most responsible, if you have to pick one, as to why the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, was Saquon Barkley. And today he got it 6 times, rushed the ball 6 times, made a real nice play, got a big catch and a touchdown out of it, but actually carrying the ball from the line of scrimmage, and he had a couple of good runs, 6 carries. So all week long it's going to be about how can you not give the ball to Saquon Barkley? How can Saquon Barkley only have 6 carries? Well, it's probably going to be the same people who are calling and saying, how can they not throw the ball to A.J. Brown? He's our star wide receiver. We got to keep him happy. We can't let him be annoyed by. You only got one football. I checked. I looked it up. I called a couple people. I confirmed it. There's only one football on the field at a time, Anthony. and you can only give it to one offensive player to be the key player, be it running back or a receiver. And today they got bit by the fact that I think they worked too hard to get their wide receivers to football, because so many people, including one of the two wide receivers, A.J. Brown himself, was questioning how he was being used. And they got away from the best offensive weapon they have, which is Saquon Barkley. So the Eagles have no one to blame but themselves. A couple of plays in the fourth quarter, some questionable calls. I try not to do that. Calls are calls, and referees, I don't believe, are on the take.
Right.
Certainly not in Philadelphia. They're not there to win the game for the Broncos, but I thought there were a couple of missed calls, some bad calls that went against the Eagles.
Oh, the Bo Nix one. That was definitely a fumble early in the first quarter. I think it was the first quarter or second quarter. I thought it was a fumble. I had, wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even realize the Broncos were back out there for third down. So, yeah, I definitely agree with that one. I also think that it's Philadelphia. So, we live in New York, obviously, and Philly and New York are very similar when it comes to the Northeast in general. Very demanding of their sports teams. So, no one's going to be understanding. I also think that the Broncos took away the run very early, but I did think it was impressive. That's why I'm not taking too much out of this as like a negative towards the Eagles, more positive towards the Broncos. They were able to pass the ball. They were able to go against Riley Moss, who got picked apart, who's got the hardest job maybe in all of the defense in the NFL, having to be on the other side of Pat Surtain. But even at times, they went at Surtain, they went at Hufanga and those safeties, and they couldn't run the ball. And I think, even Jalen Hurts only has the 2 rushes for 3 yards. I think that's more a credit to Vance Joseph and that defense than it is a negative towards Nick Sirianni. And that maybe when they're up big, you run the ball a little bit more, but they weren't really moving as much. And I saw them able to get everyone involved, specifically Devontae Smith, who looked great today and had a couple of great catches. So it's tough for me, like outside looking in, criticize that offense when this probably looked the best they've looked passing-wise. Jalen Hurts had his most passing yards in the first half. Where's the stat? I had it written down. It was his most passing yards in the first half all season.
Understood. And here's where the Bronco defense, for me, gets a lot of credit. They rushed effectively. Not only did they get 5 sacks, which is a big number. The Eagle offensive line, Dickinson went down in the middle of the game. They've had issues with the health of their offensive line. Lane Johnson's left both of the last 2 games previously, played the whole game today. This game was Dickerson going out, who had been hurt in the previous game. So they're a really good offensive line when they have all 5 of their guys. Their depth is not great. And the Broncos got pressure while keeping Jalen Hurts in the pocket. Sometimes you're going to go all out, and the Broncos had perfectly timed blitzes off the edge with both linebackers and with defensive backs, be it corners or safeties, and they got there and they didn't allow, when they got there, they kept Hurts in the pocket. They didn't allow him to get outside. They didn't allow him to turn it up and make plays with his legs. Like you said, 2 rushes for 3 yards. Not only did that, when you're getting sacks and you're taking the chances like Denver was with as many people as they were sending after Hurts, and you don't get beat by one of the best rushing quarterbacks when he decides to pull it down and take off, that's a damn good defensive effort by the Broncos as a team today.
I agree, too, and I'll continue with that conversation in a second. First, let's get an update from Jason Earhart in Cincinnati, Lions, Bengals.
Well, it's gone from bad to worse for the Bengals. Latter stages of the third quarter, now 28-3. Since we last talked, Jahmyr Gibbs had a 20-yard touchdown reception. That made it 21-3. And then the Cincinnati kid, David Montgomery, with an 8-yard touchdown run. He has a touchdown pass and run today. That makes it 28-3. Jake Browning has thrown 3 interceptions. Ironically enough, Jamar Chase has made the tackle on all 3 of those, and he's the second leading tackler for the Bengals today. They've been outscored 104-16 over the last 10-plus quarters. 2:41 to go here in the third quarter from Cincinnati, 28-3 Lions.
Thank you so much, Jason. We'll get back to the conversation with Jody. We'll continue updating the 4 o'clock window, and we'll jump around. We'll preview tonight's game. We'll preview tomorrow night's game. All that, Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, the Seahawks have tied the Buccaneers at 28. A.J. Barner catching a 6-yard touchdown pass from Sam Darnold. So they are all even. 9:13 to play in the fourth quarter. The Buccaneers do have the ball now in Seattle territory at their 34-yard line. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders have a 20-10 lead on the 3-1 Chargers. Chargers on the move in Commanders territory. Still a lot of time there. 3:28 to play in the third quarter. Lions destroying the Bengals 28-3 late in the third quarter there. The Titans in danger of falling to 0-5. It's 21-6. Cardinals on top of the Titans late in the third quarter in the desert. There's only one unbeaten team remaining in the NFL. It's the 4-0 Bills, who are hosting the Patriots tonight. The Eagles were knocked out of that rather exclusive club. The Broncos storming back at Philadelphia, scoring 18 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to beat the Eagles 21-17. Bo Nix on the comeback.
It was about time we got a fourth quarter close one, and felt like Kansas City last year. Felt like we'd been there before, and we went down and got points in that 4-minute drill, and then our defense held them at the end, and so it was good. It felt like we've been in that position a lot, and today went our way.
The Broncos are 3-2. The Ravens are 1-4 without Lamar Jackson. They are railroaded by the Texans on their home field, 44-10. C.J. Stroud threw 4 touchdowns. So did the Cowboys' Dak Prescott at the Meadowlands, 37-22. Cowboys blow out the Jets, who are now 0-5. The Saints are in their first win of the season, coming from behind to defeat the Giants 26-14. The Colts improved to 4-1, blowing out the Raiders 40-6. Jonathan Taylor with 3 rushing touchdowns. Panthers topped the Dolphins 27-24. Rico Dowdle over 200 rushing yards for Carolina. In London, the Vikings rallied late to top the Browns 21-17. Dylan Gabriel had 2 passing touchdowns and no interceptions in his first career start for Cleveland. The Blue Jays got off to an amazing start against the Yankees. They're up 13-0. Whatever it was. It's now 13-7. They are in the top of the 7th inning. Yankees doing a little bit of rallying, trying to avoid falling down into a 2-0 series deficit. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Hey, this is Pat Boyle. Get all your sports talk here on the Infinity Sports Network. Always available on the free Odyssey app.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. And before we go to some more updates real quick, we've had a lot of crazy plays today, whether it was the tip pass, Anthony Richardson tip pass to himself, the tip pass off of Justin Fields that hit the sky cam, and now in the end zone, Darnold's in the end zone. They're backed up, the Seahawks, on their own goal line. A ball should have been picked, is tipped up into the air, and Cooper Kupp took it for a decent gain to get them away from the goal line, and they are now driving down the field. But let's get a quick update before me and Jody continue the conversation. Chuck Hayes has got you from Englewood and SoFi Stadium. What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, Anthony, we're in a TV timeout. We're just getting ready to start the fourth period. It is the Commanders 20 and the Chargers 10. And to put a pun on that, they're in a commanding 10-point lead. Matt Gay, 36-yard field goal. That drive, 8 plays, 39 yards, took 2:35 off the clock. And Krosky Merritt, the rookie from Arizona, had a long run of 27 yards to make that go. He's 8 of 77 on the day for 2 touchdowns. The impressive rookie from Arizona. The Commanders have got something going on with him. And Jaden Daniels really showing a lot of great leadership. Very, very comfortable in Cliff Kingsbury's offense. He had a very, very slow start to begin the game, but now he's 12 of 23 for 205. Hasn't thrown a touchdown, but hasn't thrown an interception either. He's rushed the ball 6 times for 19 yards. And they're inside Charger territory on the Chargers' 37-yard line. Chargers just make a big play. And could this be a turnover? Yes, they're calling timeout, and the Chargers have recovered a big play to start the fourth quarter. The first play of the fourth quarter, there was a fumble, and they will take the ball on their own 43. Let's get the rest of the information. Deebo Samuel, 6 receptions for 79 yards. McCaffrey, 1 for 50, a long one that set up that play early in the first half. When you look at Justin Herbert, he's having to do it with his legs. He's got 4 carries for 60 yards along a 41 and busted off another one that really brought them down before they were stopped on 4th and 2. 17 to 21 for 134, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. McConkey, 5 for 39. Keenan Allen, 3 for 39. Quentin Johnson, 3 for 30. Hampton, 6 for 26. So 14:52 remaining in this game. The Chargers now have the ball, 1st and 10 from their own 43-yard line. This is a big drive for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will get an update there going forward. That was definitely a fumble. At first, I thought he was down, but it was definitely a fumble. And let's go out to Arizona. Cardinals, Titans, and there is a little bit, I guess, actually the play was overturned, but we'll let Adam Green describe it for us.
Yeah, the score is 21-6. The Cardinals have the lead. The Titans now have the ball after an Arizona Cardinals DeMarcado fumble. Now there's fumbles and there are fumbles. This one, DeMarcado took a handoff, ran 71 yards. He was headed to the end zone, no one in sight, and as he was about to cross the goal line, he decided to celebrate a little early and drop the ball before he crossed the goal line. The ruling on the field at first was a touchdown, then they reviewed it as they do all scoring plays. They determined that he decided to let the ball go before he had actually scored the touchdown. Ball went out of bounds, and for a touchback, and the Titans got the ball. And a little bit of new life. Now, of course, it's 21-6. It's been 21-6 for a while. So this is the type of mistake where if Tennessee can put a drive together here in response, it could be costly, right? It's still a 2-score game. But, of course, Tennessee hasn't shown much ability to put drives together and no indication that they're going to score a touchdown and make the Cardinals pay for that mistake. So DeMarcado, good run, wide open hole, burst through and was racing to the end zone, dropped the ball before he got there. I'm sure there's going to be some words from the coaching staff about that one. That's not the type of fumble that I think they're going to be okay with if they're okay with any fumble. So 21-6 is the score. The Cardinals with the ball. There's only less than 12 minutes left to go in the game. Tennessee trying to answer that, kind of build some momentum here. They are facing a 3rd down from their 33-yard line. So that's the score. That's the scene here in Arizona. Almost put the game away with that touchdown run, but instead it turned into a possibly game-changing fumble.
Thank you so much, Adam. And we will continue to update all this, Jody, and we will get a update in the Seattle Tampa game, but it wouldn't be a Baker Mayfield Buccaneers game if it didn't come down to the wire in the 4th quarter as the Seahawks just took the lead.
And if you didn't see the play, great play by Sam Darnold. 4th and 2, they decide to pass it. He runs out of a sack, gets outside, throws a pass down the sideline to a wide-open wide receiver right at the pylon who just sneaks in. Heck of a play by Sam Darnold on a 4th and 2 situation where he could have absolutely been dropped for a loss, and the Bucs would have gotten the ball in good position going the other way. That's a game-winning play by Sam Darnold right there.
It really is. It really is. And speaking of game-winning plays, we left off. I just wanted to finish up a little bit on the Broncos. With the Chargers in the situation they are in right now, obviously the game is not even close to being over. It's only a 10-point lead. But that AFC West division feels a little bit more open. Is it finally the year that maybe we get, whether it's the Chargers or the Broncos, a different team to win that division? Or are we getting ready to see a typical Chiefs onslaught that's coming after us?
I wouldn't say definitely getting ready, but I'm not writing off the Chiefs yet. They lose tomorrow night. Now, they're on the road, and it's tough to win on the road in the NFL. We know that. They're only a 3-point favorite, but they impressed me with their effort last week after getting out of the gate very slowly. Getting their top wide receiver back was huge. At some point, they're going to get Rice back as well, so Mahomes will have his top 2 targets. I think any of those 3 teams can win that division. Surely your Broncos could win it. The Chargers got off to the fastest start. They're losing today, but we still got 12 minutes to go, and they're down 10. It's far from over. Keenan Allen just made a real nice catch on the sideline. That's a wide-open division. The only thing that is for sure is the Raiders are going to finish last. That's a foregone conclusion at this point. But the other 3, very much up for grabs as to who's going to win that division.
Yeah, and an impressive win. Definitely a confidence booster for that offense in Denver that has struggled basically all season. I mean, they played the Bengals, but they were given a lot of opportunities because that Bengals offense could not do anything. To be fair, though, Jake Browning with a great play just moments ago, and let's get an update from Jason Earhart on that one.
Yeah, the Bengals offense showing some life there in that last drive, 10-play, 73-yard drive, a 15-yard touchdown pass from Jake Browning to Jamar Chase. Easily Browning's best play of the day, finding Chase in the back corner of the end zone. The Bengals defense has held the Lions on the ensuing possession and will have the ball back. Still plenty of time, but getting late in the game here, 28-10. The Bengals going to have to score touchdowns on every drive from here on out. 12:28 to go. Lions lead by 18.
Thank you, Jason. And you heard us speak about it before. The Bucs, Seahawks coming down to the wire, and Neil Scott's got an update from Seattle.
All right, we got 2:37 left on the clock. Right now, Seattle's on top 35-28. Now, this has been an old-fashioned shootout this afternoon here in the second half. 4 touchdowns now by Seattle, 2 touchdowns by Tampa Bay. Both offenses are in top form. Tampa Bay 6 of 10 on third downs. Seattle 6 of 8. Baker Mayfield has thrown for 334 yards. Darnold thrown for 352. Jason Smith-Njigba, he's got 132 yards receiving. Emeka Egbuka, he's got 154. And Seattle just took the lead on a 4th and 2, 21-yard pass. Darnold to Torrey Hunter to right into the end zone for the score, and the kick was good. So heading down to the wire, right now on the clock, exactly 2 minutes. 2-minute warning. Both teams trying to start the season 4-1. Right now, it's Seattle 35, Tampa Bay 28.
Thank you, Neil, and we will continue to monitor that one, and a very disappointing outcome there. I think they just missed a PK or the point after. Sorry, mixing up my sports here, Jody. Mixing up the football.
Back to football again, eh?
But a big miss by the Titans there, which would have made it a 1-score game, and they are still searching for their first win of the season, their first win of the Cam Ward era. But we'll update that as it goes. Are we thinking Baker Mayfield pulls it off again here with this Bucs team against the Seahawks, who at one point it looked like they were in control of this game?
Oh, they were, but Seattle has got a dynamite offense, and Sam Darnold is playing like a guy who deserved to be the 3rd overall pick in the draft. It took him about 7 or 8 years to get there, but he is
for you.
Yes, and a couple other teams on the way. But he played very well against Minnesota when you got Jefferson. That'll raise your numbers, and he was pretty damn good with the Vikings. But people thought that maybe it was only because of Jefferson that he put up the kind of numbers he did. He's picking up right where he left off in Seattle, and is having a really good year for them. Seattle was my wild card long shot, could actually win the NFC team before the season started. So I really did like the roster they had put together, and McDonald is one of the more underrated coaches. A lot of these young coaches have some success, and they get put on a pedestal pretty quickly, like Kevin O'Donnell in Minnesota. I think he can coach with anybody, and if the Seahawks have the kind of year that I think they can have, he'll start to get some credit for being a top 10 NFL coach.
Yeah, I think so as well. And that offense, on both sides have been really good, but today Sam Darnold again impressed me, and I was not a Sam Darnold believer at all in that one. And they have a great running back room, not just Kenneth Walker, but also Zach Charbonnet. Receiving-wise, again, a lot of guys I wasn't high on. I thought Cooper Kupp was washed. I thought Jackson Smith-Njigba was a little overrated. And now they add the tight end, A.J. Barner. So they have a lot of weapons on that offense. And they're also doing this where I expected the defense to struggle today. They have no Julian Love, no Devin Witherspoon, and no DeMarcus Lawrence. So it was all, against that defense today, even though obviously they're facing a banged-up Bucs team. But very impressed by this Seahawks offense.
Jackson Smith-Njigba overrated? That would be your first mistake. Anytime you believe an Ohio State wide receiver is overrated, you should probably think twice before you say that out loud.
And I don't want to disrespect him. I thought he was a good receiver. I just wasn't expecting him to be a lead receiver, I guess, in the fashion that he has been. And I was wrong, completely wrong. And I will learn from my ways. Obviously, I wanted the Broncos to draft Buka, so I was learning very quickly.
And, oh, by the way, the reason why I thought he could have a step-up season was last couple of years, he was their number 3 wide receiver. He's behind DK Metcalf and Lockett, so he, as a youngster, just had to bide his time, didn't get the ball thrown to him a lot, didn't have a lot of targets. Those 2 guys go out the door. Guess who jumps up to the number 1 wide receiver spot? Smith-Njigba. And he has more than retained that position. Cup, a tremendous addition to him. They lost 2 top wide receivers. They needed to add at least 1 back, and they did by picking up Cooper Kupp. That's how Sam Darnold's having the offensive success he's having.
Yeah, and big costly play in this Chargers Commanders game, as it looks like the Commanders are going to take over as Herbert throws a pick on the goal line. We'll update all of that. We'll continue to monitor all these games. The Bucs are in the red zone right now, so when we get an update on that one as well, we'll continue to monitor that game. When it comes to, and we are about to get an update there, as a big play in the end zone there, Sterling Shepard coming up big as we are up against it here. So it is now a 1-point game. It looks like they're going to go for 2. But I think Baker put his fingers up, said he was going for 2. Maybe they're coming off now. But he stood up there. I mean, maybe every quarterback does that, but a nice play in the back of the end zone there it was Shepard. Okay, I was just confirming it was Shepard. So Baker doing it again.
And Baker is Mr. Clutch in the last 2 minutes of a game, and Shepard was open. Good play by him to get as open as he was. Baker delivered the football. That would be nervy if they went for 2.
No,
now,
they're kicking the extra point. They are kicking the extra point.
Guess what? Your Broncos did it today, and it helped to win them that football game by going for 2 when it would have been just as easy to kick the point and tie it up and play from there.
Going for 2 prevented the Eagles would have kicked the field goal at the end of the game to tie it. So it was very, very ballsy there to get that done, and it worked out. So Baker Mayfield and the Bucs tie it up. We'll have an update on all of this. All these games coming down to the wire here. We thought the Titans-Cardinals was going to be a blowout. That game's coming down to the wire. Bucs-Seahawks is tied. Commanders-Chargers, even with the turnover, that game is close. We'll get all of that. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack for 1 more hour on Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back. We'll update all of it. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Gameday, Infinity Sports Net. We got a lot to get to. A hectic few minutes while we were away. And first, let's start in L.A. Let's get an update from the great Chuck Hayes.
Chargers. Thanks so much, Anthony. 4:32 and counting in this one, and the Commanders in full control, 20-10 over the Chargers. When we last spoke, it was the first play of the fourth quarter, and Krosky Merritt, the rookie from Arizona, fumbled, and Tier Tart, the defensive lineman from Florida International, recovered, and I thought the Chargers were on their way, and they got deep down inside Commander territory, actually got down to the actual 1-yard line, where Vidal had run 11 yards. The backup running back out of Troy made a nice 11-yard run. It was looking good. First and goal from the 1-yard line. And then incomplete pass. They tried to run wide. And then on third down and 4 from the 4-yard line, Justin Herbert tried to hit Keenan Allen. The ball was tipped by Newton, and Mike Sanderson, the Michigan DB, picked it off. And the Commanders have not given it back. And now they're up to right at midfield, and with 3:34 and counting, it's going to be questionable whether the Chargers will even get the football back. It's going to be one of those scenarios where Cliff Kingsbury and the play calling of the Commanders will allow them to run the clock down. So let's look at what's been going on in this fourth period. Krosky Merritt, 13 carries for 96 yards, along with 27, 2 touchdowns. Jaden Daniels, 8 carries, 39 yards, a long run of 12. Passing-wise, a very pedestrian day, 13 to 24 for 214. Deebo Samuel, 6 for 79 receptions. Luke McCaffrey, 1 for 50. Krosky Merritt, 2 for 39. Let's get to the Chargers. Justin Herbert, not a good day for him. 22 of 29 for 167, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He's been pressured all day. Running-wise, he's the leading rusher for the Chargers. Not a good sign when your quarterback's the leading rusher and that's not your offense. 4 carries for 60 yards, a long run of 41. Omari Hampton, 12 for 44, but he was not down inside when they were down at the goal line. They could have used his big presence inside the 1-foot line. Vidal, the man from Troy, with 4 carries for 18 yards. Haskins, 5 for 12. And Herbert mentioned 22 of 29. Keenan Allen, 5 for 59. Quentin Johnson, 4 for 40. McConkey, 5 for 39. Hampton, 6 for 26. So in a game that's seeing a lot of penalties in this fourth quarter, we have 3:15 remaining. The Commanders, 20, and the Chargers, 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll get an update there. The Bucs lining up for a game winner, and we'll get an update on that as soon as we do. Adam Green, though, has an update from Arizona with a crazy play, and I really don't know even to describe it, so I'll let Adam take over.
Yeah, I'll do the best I can here. There's a little more than 4 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. The Cardinals still have a lead. They're up 21-19, and they have the ball. Since we last spoke, the Titans, there was the fumble by DeMarcado into the end zone, through the end zone. The Titans responded with a 6-play, 80-yard drive that resulted in a Tony Pollard 1-yard touchdown run. Of course, Sly missed the extra point on that one, so that put the Titans. It was a potential 1-score game. It was still a 2-score game. Cardinals had the ball. They punted away. Titans drove down the field again, and Cam Ward was actually picked off by Demerson for the Cardinals, and as he was coming to the ground, he hit the ground and lost the ball, Demerson. Ball popped out and rolled into the end zone, and Tyler Lockett recovered it for a Tennessee touchdown. On the extra point there was good, making it 21-19. So hopefully that helped make sense of a little bit of this game. This was happened the last couple of minutes. The Cardinals, who were up 21-6, have not scored since, and the Titans have got the last 13 points to make this a game. Now the Cardinals do have the ball, a chance to try to run out the clock here or maybe even extend their lead, but their offense has sputtered. Of note, Kyler Murray has returned to the game in this one, but the Cardinals offense hasn't been much better for that. So right now they're facing a 3rd and 1 from their 29-yard line, up 21-19 in a game that seems to be slipping away from the Cardinals into the hands of the 0-4 Tennessee Titans.
Thank you so much, Adam, as that was, it's the only time I've seen an interception work out in the other team's favor there, Jody. It was the best passing play they might have drawn up all day.
Exactly, and that's just, if somehow they're able to come back and win this game, their first game of the year, they will rue the day. They'll actually be quite happy about the fact that they had this game handed to them. I can't believe that this is even a game.
Yep.
Arizona comes up with an interception that should end it. The guy in attempting to advance the football fumbles into the end zone touchdown. Arizona should have put it away earlier on the 71-yard touchdown run, except the running back lazily brings the ball into the end zone and drops it and/or has it tipped away just as he's crossing the end line as a 71-yard touchdown runner. So you get the 71 yards, but it gets tipped out of the end zone, goes back the other way, and sure enough, Tennessee takes it down 81 yards to make it a game. If Arizona finds a way to lose this game, it's the kind of game that I think hangs with you and just can take a season apart 5 weeks in.
It's not the same as, where the last week, listen, both inexcusable, but as the Colts as a whole, it wasn't like they were leading at that point and then choked away a lead while also doing that bonehead mistake. This one is you have the big lead, and that directly influences the comeback for that team. So I agree with you. It could be devastating for them. And we'll see. If they hold out, obviously all's forgiven and no one will, he'll have to deal with it, but the team won't feel that blowback. But, kudos to the Titans sticking with it. 13 unanswered points right now, trying to get back in it. So we'll see. We have 2nd and 8 from the Arizona 35, and we'll see what happens in that one. The Bucs lined up for the game-winning field goal, and they nailed it. So Baker Mayfield and co. yet again win on the last second, a clutch game-winning field goal, and they go to 4-1. Let's go back out to Cincinnati. We'll get an update on the Lions and the Bengals from Jason Earhart.
Yeah, since we last talked, the Bengals made it a bit closer. 64-yard touchdown from Jake Browning to Jamar Chase made it 28-17. There was 10.5 minutes left when that happened. However, the Lions offense did what they typically do, a nice methodical drive down the field, 8 plays, 68 yards, culminated by a 12-yard pass to Isaac Teslaw for the touchdown. That puts the Lions up 35-17. 3-score game with just under 5 minutes to go. Big uphill battle here for the Bengals. 4:50 officially to go from Cincinnati, 35-17 Lions.
Well, that's a big, at first it looked like they were coming back there, Jody, and then, the Lions coming over and putting them out of their misery with 5 minutes to go there. So no miraculous comeback on the backs of Jamar Chase in that one. But a miraculous win yet again. The Bucs march down the field. They get a little bit of help on the Sam Darnold interception, but they march down the field and they win another one. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs stay clutch.
Yeah, they didn't really need to march down the field. I think they got about 10 yards. I did not see the Darnold pick. They get Tampa ties it up. Seattle's got enough time, minute and change to go down the field. I know if it was a bad pass, a tip pass, a drop pass. I've not seen the play yet, so I can't comment on it. But you can't throw a pick if you're Sam Darnold there. You've got to be able to give your field goal kicker a chance to get in the end zone. And or if you can't move the ball, if you're going to go 3 and out, well, at least you got to punt, and you got to make Mayfield drive it down the field, which, as you pointed out, he's shown he can do this year. He's been very good at it. But all he had to do was get about 10 yards to get McLaughlin into a chippy field goal position. They got the ball inside their 40-yard line, inside the, Seattle 40-yard line. So it wasn't that big a drive. They got it in position, and McLaughlin is one of the clutch kickers in the league so far this year, and Tampa finds a way to win another game on the final seconds of it.
Well, and the Sam Darnold pick, it was a low throw that hit off his lineman. I think it was his helmet, popped into the air, and then that. Oh, really? Yeah, and that was the deciding factor in that one. He still had a great game, but you can't make the mistake there after battling back like that. He almost also, to be fair, he did have a great game, but he also had another interception when they were backed up on that goal line. The defender tips it into the air, doesn't make the catch, and Cooper Kupp was able to catch the ricochet and take it for another 5 yards to give them a little breathing room. So, a couple of poor decisions. So not all perfect there for Sam Darnold just yet. But, again, that's a great offense.
They went in the same draft. Darnold was drafted number 3. Baker Mayfield, of course, was number 1. They had that Saquon Barkley sandwiched in between the two of them in the first round 7 years ago in the draft. Number 1 got the better of number 3. He made the late play late, and that handed the Buccaneers another victory, and that's a pretty damn good start. They're gonna cruise to that division so easily. I know New Orleans got to win today. I know Carolina got to win today, and Atlanta didn't lose because they didn't play because they're on the early bye. But Tampa is much the best in that division.
Right, and if you didn't know, the Falcons, Bears, Packers, and Steelers all on bye, as Jody mentioned. The Falcons there. Yeah, I mean, they are going to run away with the division in that one. And they, they're well coached. Defensively, there's a little bit, they need to work on. But even last week, I mean, Baker is, electric and he's clutch. Last week, that final drive was everything, actually the second to last drive against the Eagles was everything great about Baker. And then the one thing, he is a gunslinger that, can bite him in the butt sometimes. But he's not afraid of the moment. He's got an edge to him. And I feel like they feed off it. They have a talented receiving core. You lose, Evans, and you lose Bucky Irving, and you're still able to put up 38 points. It's very impressive from that Bucs team.
And I apologized already to Todd Light, the general manager of the Bucs, because I was second guessing him on draft night. They're getting older on defense. And, oh, by the way, you got a defensive head coach. I thought for sure they're going to take the best defensive player available in the draft. And they reach out and take a wide receiver when they've already got Godwin, when they've already got Evans. Now, I know Evans is getting old, but all he does is catch 1,000 yards every single year and double-digit touchdowns. Really, you need another wide receiver? Well, Evans, of course, sirs. Godwin started the year hurt, and Emeka Egbuka has been right there with any wide receiver in the league. Forget about the fact that he's a rookie. He's the runaway leader for rookie offensive player of the year, but that was a nervy pick. They drafted to extend the strength, and Egbuka has been stone cold great for them through the first 5 games.
He's been amazing, and I don't like to judge rookies that struggle early, because they're obviously adjusting to the league, specifically more when it comes to quarterbacks and stuff like that. But when a rookie like this steps into the league and looks comfortable and looks just as good as the best of his peers, he is electric. And he adds another day, 7 catches, 163, and a touchdown. And he's been doing it consistently. On the season, he's got 18 catches, 282 yards. I think that might have been entering today with 4 touchdowns as I'm trying to get the updated stats for you. But that is he has been electric all season. Big catches, big plays. He had the big toss today, 57 yards. Baker hit him downfield, and he's electric, and he's a perfect complement to those two veteran receivers they have, and Cade Otton, who is not a bad tight end himself.
One other guy we didn't touch on yet from the 1 o'clock hour that I think we got to give acknowledgement to. And when I used to do this show with Z Gelb, we would always give out game balls after all of the games were finished. This guy would have gotten a game ball for me. If Gelb didn't beat me to it first, I would have certainly given Rico Dowdle a game ball. Did you see what he did coming off the Carolina bench today? 206 yards. I didn't think Rico Dowdle would ever get 206 yards in a season, let alone in a game. And he absolutely rode them back into that game today and gave Carolina a victory. Yeah, Young made a couple plays. We always look to the quarterback first, but it was the ability to run the ball. And Rico Dowdle was huge for Carolina today.
Well, and I'll tell you this much. I am very familiar with his game, and I made a haste decision to drop him last week. And, of course, I'm regretting it now because he could have carried me to a few victories because I had him in basically all my leagues as just a stash guy. Listen, he carried them, and he also gave his quarterback, which I think this is a huge help. He gave the quarterback a chance to breathe, who made two big mistakes early. That fumble that he just kind of just dropped it, getting chased in the backfield, and then the interception. And he gave him a chance to breathe. And at the end of the game, they were in it. They were able to get down the field on the backs of Rico Dowdle, and Bryce Young was able to make a couple of throws, get a couple of touchdowns, and they win the game. It's a huge victory for them. And then on the other side, the Dolphins are in trouble. Can't play the Jets every week.
Right. That's the Jets are bad. That's the only thing the Dolphins have going for them is they can beat a team that's worse than them. And the Jets may not even have company at the teams that haven't won a game yet. Saints won earlier today, beating the Giants. They came in 0-4. And damn, the Titans got a chance to steal this game. We've talked about it, how Arizona's handled this to them on a silver platter, 71-yard touchdown run. DeMarcado doesn't take it into the end zone. He's got it loose in his hand. It gets slapped just as he's crossing the end line, back of the end zone, touchback. And then they get an interception deep in their own territory, stopping a Titan drive. Not only does the guy who picks it off fumble, it rolls into the end zone, and they pick it up there for a touchdown, does Tennessee. Now they've got the ball inside the 10-yard line. With under 10 seconds to go, they're down 2 points. All they have to do is kick a field goal. They've got a chance to get a touchdown here and then make it tougher for Arizona. Don't know what you're going to do with 19 seconds to play, but Arizona might have the biggest choking loss of the season here in the next 2, 3, 4 minutes.
And we are, very close to all these games coming down to the last play. Chargers-Commanders into the 2-minute warning. Actually, the Commanders are up 10. They're on the Chargers 6. It's 3rd and 5. And they just did the onside kick in this Bengals game. The Bengals are down 11, and it didn't go far enough, but the Lions touched it, and it looked like it squirt free, and there's a dog pile now to see who has the ball. And I don't know how they're going to determine who has the ball here. But the Titans back in it, like you said, and they just got to, if you're the Cardinals, you got to let the Titans score here. No? You can't just let them run the clock out and then kick the field goal.
Do they have a timeout left?
They have 2 timeouts, the Cardinals, but there's 19 seconds. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those, and honestly, it's pick your poison. Maybe you feel they have a better chance of winning if the kicker misses it. And the Titans shouldn't even be – it should be tied right now. If they hit that extra point, they probably go for 2, and you hope that they score, and they're going to do the old, run around, kneel it, and they're trying to get center, I guess, and we'll see what happens in that one. I'm waiting for a call in this Bengals game to see who actually – recovered the ball, and I think it was the Lions. So the Lions will have the ball at Cincinnati's 40. It still was a tall ask for the Bengals, even if they did get the ball back there down 11 with only a minute and change left.
But that's another guy who's going to get called on the carpet. You never touch an onside kick until it's gone 10 yards. I don't care how confident you are, you could just pick it up and fall on it. The Lions opened up the door for this game, continuing to be yet to be decided. They're going to break in that they were able to fall on the fumble.
Yes, and we will update all of that as it goes final. We've got about 1:14 left in the Commanders game as they're going to line up for a field goal. The Titans at some point in this break will line up for the field goal. We'll update all of that as these games are about to go final. About 40 minutes left. Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Back after this.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. We got a few games that just wrapped up at the wire and an exciting finish in Arizona, and that's where we start. Adam Green's got more on Titans-Cardinals.
Yeah, it wasn't exciting if you're a Cardinals fan or in that locker room, I'm sure, right now. The Tennessee Titans came back to win 22-21, their first win of the season, and they made some big plays on the stretch. It was a Joey Sly 29-yard field goal as time expired that won the game for Tennessee and got them in the win column for the first time. That drive was set up and really buoyed by a 38-yard pass from Cam Ward to Calvin Ridley, which put the Titans in really good field goal range with under a minute to go. And from there, it was setting things up to make sure they got the best field goal opportunity possible. But, yeah, this is a game the Cardinals led 21-3 in the second quarter, and they did not score any points in the second half. In fact, they coughed up some points. DeMarcado had a chance to probably put the game away on a 72-yard touchdown run, but he dropped it 1 yard short. Led for 71. He dropped the ball before crossing the goal line, went out of bounds. Titans scored a touchdown on that drive. And then the next Tennessee possession after our Cardinals punt, Adrian Taylor-Demerson picked off Cam Ward near the Cardinals goal line, and he fumbled the ball on his return, and it was recovered by Tyler Lockett in the end zone for another Tennessee touchdown. So, for Tennessee, we talked before that they looked like an 0-4 team, and in many ways they did. Then the Cardinals started to match them. If you want to say played down the level of their opponent, or maybe the Cardinals, who were 2-2, now fall to 2-3 on their third straight final second field goal loss. They lost to San Francisco to start this one, and then Seattle and now Tennessee at the wire with field goals. But for the Cardinals, it's a pretty big collapse to fall to 2-3 when the game they should have won, or they were winning anyway, against a winless Tennessee team. But Tennessee, to their credit, and Cam Ward especially, they battled, and they took advantage of opportunities the Cardinals gave them. So final score is 22-21. Tennessee wins the game. Cam Ward finished 21 of 39 for 265 yards with one interception that turned into a touchdown. Tony Pollard had 14 carries for 67 yards and one touchdown. He also lost a fumble. And for the Cardinals, again, they scored 21 first-half points and nothing after that. Kyler Murray, who left the game briefly with a foot injury, 23 of 31 for 220 yards. Didn't turn the ball over and did have one rushing touchdown. The Cardinals had 3 rushing touchdowns on the day. Marvin Harrison Jr. had that big first quarter, finished with just 98 yards on those 4 catches. So, yeah, not a great finish for the Cardinals, not what they wanted to see. But if you're Tennessee, you're leaving Arizona with a very big, exciting, thrilling win where they took advantage of mistakes that the Cardinals made and made them pay for it. So 22-21 the final. Tennessee wins the game here in Arizona, and that'll be our wrap here from State Farm Stadium in Glendale.
Thank you so much, Adam, and a lot to unpack there. We'll do that in a second, but let's go out to SoFi, the Commanders, Chargers, and that one is finally final. Chuck Hayes has the final wrap-up.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 0-0 here at SoFi Stadium. It is the Commanders 27 and the Chargers 10. And at the 1:08 mark in the fourth period, on a 4th and 7 play, Jaden Daniels hit wide receiver Deebo Samuel, the veteran from South Carolina, for a 8-yard touchdown pass. And with that happening, it just put him over the top. And really, when you look at how that happened, the setup was the Chargers got down inside the 1-yard line of the Commanders, but they were not able to convert. Herbert threw an interception, was intended for Keenan Allen, and then the Commanders just took it 13 plays, 99 yards. It took 6:32 off the clock, and basically ran it down the Chargers' throat. And if you were to look at this. This past Thursday, I was here for Sean McVay's 4th and 1 call, which cost them in overtime against the 49ers. Jim Harbaugh is going to have that same kind of meeting with his offensive staff because they had a chance to go first and goal from the 1-yard line, and they were not able to put it in. Again, from a scenario, Jaden Daniels really showing what kind of leader he is, and he really is a spark for this football team. And they found something in running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He had 14 carries for 111 yards, 2 touchdowns along a 27. Daniels carried it 8 times for 39 yards along a 12, just enough to keep the Charger defense off kilter. Passing-wise, 15 of 26 for 231, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Debo, 8 receptions, 11 targets, 96 yards, 1 touchdown, longer 22. Luke McCaffrey stepping out, 1 for 50, a big play right before the end of the first half. Krosky Merritt, 2 receptions out of 2 targets for 39 yards, a long of 28. And then you look at what goes on in regards to the Chargers struggling. Justin Herbert, 22 of 29 for 166, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Rushed very, very hard today. The Commanders with a great scheme. He had to run the ball also 4 times for 60 yards, a long run of 41. Omari Hampton, 12 for 44, but he was not in the game at the end when they were down inside the goal line. Vidal had 4 carries for 18 yards, including an 11-yard run that put them on the 1-yard line. Keenan Allen, 5 receptions for 58 yards, long of 29. Quentin Johnson, 4 for 40 for 16 yards. Ladd McConkey, 5 for 39, a long of 13. And when you look at it and you say that the Chargers started out optimistically at the 9:49 mark of the first period, it was McConkey, a 2-yard touchdown run from Justin Herbert, and that was set up on that 41-yard scramble by Herbert. And then they came back, 55-yarder, Cameron Dicker. That drive, 9 plays, 43 yards, and it was Von Miller sacking Herbert to push them back, and that caused that 55-yard field goal. So, again, a tough loss here in Los Angeles for Jim Harbaugh and the L.A. Chargers. It was the Washington Commanders 27 and the Chargers 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Let's go down to the final game that we need to recap. Bengals, Lions. It got dicey at the end, but the Lions were able to finish it, and Jason Earhart's got more for you.
Yeah, that they did. The Lions did finish this one off. They win by a final of 37-24. The Bengals got a late touchdown from T. Higgins to make it 35-24. Actually got the ball back. However, they were backed up near their end zone. Derek Barnes tackling Jake Browning in the end zone for the final margin, giving the Lions a safety, get a couple points on defense. Detroit's first win in Cincinnati since the first Bush administration, 1992. Last time the Lions won a game in Cincinnati. They win their 4th game overall. David Montgomery in his homecoming back to Cincinnati, he throws a touchdown pass, runs for 1, and Jared Goff was outstanding. 3 touchdowns, 258 yards, no picks. He played a pretty good ball game as well. The Bengals, 3rd consecutive loss. They're staring at a trip to Lambeau next week, and they got the Steelers coming in on the Thursday after that. So they did score 21 points in the second half, so I guess there is something positive to take away from that. But the 3rd straight loss for Zach Taylor's Bengals. Again, 37-24, your final here from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. This portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get the life insurance in 10 minutes, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. We'll be back. We'll update the fantasy leaders. Me and Jody will continue the conversation. We'll preview tonight's matchup between the Patriots and the Bills. But first, an update from Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, another week, another fourth quarter comeback for the Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield found Sterling Shepard for a game-tying touchdown with 1:08 on the clock. Levante David then intercepted Sam Darnold in Seahawks territory, setting up kicker Chase McLaughlin's game-winning 39-yard field goal. 38-35, the Bucs improved to 4-1. And they have a live one in rookie receiver Emeka Egbuka, went off for 163 yards and a touchdown. The Lions improved to 4-0, throttling the Bengals 37-24. Jaden Daniels shrugged off his sprained left knee, leading the Commanders to a 27-10 win over the Chargers. The Titans showing signs of life, rallying for 16 fourth-quarter points, shocking the Cardinals 22-21. Panthers running back Rico Dowdle ran for over 200 yards in their win over the Dolphins. Dowdle now eyeing his former team, saying the Cowboys got to buckle up. The Panthers face the Cowboys next week. The Cowboys riding high after Dak Prescott threw 4 touchdowns in their 37-22 win over the Jets. The Jets now the lone winless team in the NFL. Colts kicker Spencer Schrader suffered a potentially serious knee injury after taking a roughing the kicker penalty. Colts still roll over the Raiders 40-6 to improve to 4-1. The Broncos score 18 unanswered in the fourth quarter to hand the Eagles their first loss, 21-17. Texans blow out the Ravens. Baltimore is 1-4. Saints earn their first win, forcing 5 Giants turnovers. Vikings top the Browns in London. Have you heard that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is a Yankees killer?
Swinging a deep drive, left field. That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam. Pinch yourself all you want. You will not wake up from this dream right now.
Blue Jays radio, the Jays wallop the Yankees 13-7. 22-year-old rookie Trey Savage struck out 11 Yankees over 5 1/3 no-hit innings. The Jays are 1 win away from their first trip to the ALCS since 2016. Tarek Skubal takes to the mound for the Tigers in Seattle at the top of the hour. The Tigers could take a 2-0 series lead in their ALDS. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. 20 more minutes to go. Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, and we've got a lot to react to. Obviously, a very exciting 4 o'clock window after a little bit of a disappointing 1 o'clock window. But, you know, I thought we were spoiled the first 4 weeks, and we continue to be spoiled, and the NFL remains king, and they show you why every week, Jody.
They do, and you're right. The late window was much more competitive, including 2 games coming right down to the wire. Unbelievable comeback by Tennessee. I want to give them credit, but I think there's actually more blame to be doled out for the Cardinals just stone-cold coughing it up and doing no scoring, getting completely shut out in the second half. Going to be very interesting to see what the injury is. Our guy from Arizona did not have the update on Kyler Murray as to why he got hurt. I don't know if you saw the play that he got hurt on.
I didn't.
There was Arizona had the ball in the red zone. Might have even been inside the 10. Maybe it was at the 12 or the 14, somewhere thereabouts. And Murray's out of the shotgun, and the center snaps the ball to him, and he's not ready for it. And it hits him stone cold on the face mask. And it was snapped with some authority, but I don't think he could have gotten hurt on the play. But he just seemed to be disoriented because he wasn't ready for it. The ball bounces off his face mask, goes to the ground. There's a scrum for it. The defensive line is coming in to try and fall on it. Murray was involved, but he wasn't at the bottom of the pile or anything like that. He seemed to be still standing up, and he never came back into the game after that. The only thing that I saw for sure was he got doinked on the face mask by a snap. And if that somehow caused the concussion and kept him out of the game, now I'm making this up as I go. I have not seen any updated reports on why he left the game at that stage, but the Cardinal offense was already sputtering. They had the one unbelievable play by DeMarcado, who went 71 yards and dropped the ball just before he got into the end zone. But that was the extent of their offense in the second half, both with Murray in the game and out of the game. But once Jacoby Brissett goes in, your chances get severely compromised. And to Tennessee's credit, they were able to take advantage. Cam Ward gets his first ever NFL win. Played well today, threw for over 250 yards. So good for Tennessee. I always like to see a team get their first win of the season. Now the question is, what week is that going to happen for my Jets?
Wow, Jody.
Week 10, Week 12, Week 14, somewhere thereabouts.
Let's hope it's not this coming week because I won't be with us next week, and we will have somebody else filling in. I'm actually going to London for that game, so let's not hope that I fly across the country just to watch the Jets get their first victory and watch my Broncos lose. So let's hope it's not next week. For your sake, I'm sorry.
If the way today's games went, it will be a Oktoberfest for you across the pond because you'll be able to start drinking heavily by halftime and not have to worry about the outcome of the game in the second half.
I hope so. And, I love a good dark beer, and they have a lot of dark beers out there. It's funny, we talking about the Cardinals game. Earlier in the game, when they scored those first 21 points, I'm looking at the box score, and I'm saying, well, they had three different guys with a rushing touchdown. Bam Knight had one, Murray had one, and Michael Carter. They obviously are without their top two running backs. And I'm saying if DeMarcada gets one, it'll be four, and I'm sure I don't know what the Elias Sports Bureau stat is on that. 4 different rushing touchdowns by 4 different players in a game. I didn't know what it was, and then we didn't get it because he fumbled it at the goal line.
That's right. But it might have been, I'm sure there's been at least one guy. I don't think it's never to happen, but very infrequently, I think it would be safe to say, do you see 4 guys score separate rushing touchdowns? Yeah, that went by the wayside when Mr. DeMarcado coughed it up inside the 1-yard line.
And where we could have been giving the Cardinals credit for look at their depth and look at they lose Benson and they lose Connor and they managed to step up and do something about it. And instead we're talking about how they just choked away a loss. And again, this is their 3rd loss on a late second field goal. So that Cardinals locker room is going to show their mental fortitude in the coming weeks.
I'll tell you, a team that had a good day today and they didn't even have to play, that would be the San Francisco 49ers because they beat the Rams on Thursday night, so it put them up into first place in the NFC West. Seattle loses a game that they had in their back pocket, coughing up to Tampa, and Arizona, probably as we continue to state, the biggest choke job of the day, at least on this weekend. So what looked like a really good division, they started out the year 7-1 as a division. Yeah, a couple of key teams coming back to the pack here in weeks number 4 and 5.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Another team, and before we get to the Sunday night game, another team that had a great day, and I know it was against the Jets, and it's not something they go crazy about, but the Cowboys, this would feel like, a few years ago the Cowboys would have had that game on Sunday night where we all were like, oh, this feels like a win, even though they tied, and they would follow it up with a disappointing loss. But they went out there, and the game was never really in doubt. They Jets got scored 16 points late to make this seem a little closer than it actually was. The game was never in doubt, and they continue. The defense a little bit better, obviously not against a good offense, but they continue to produce on the offensive side of the ball, even with all those injuries.
Who the heck is Ryan Flournoy?
I have no idea. And I've been pronouncing it wrong all day, if that's the way it's pronounced.
I'm taking a shot here, buddy. Don't hold me up to potentially getting it right because I'm just doing it phonetically. I had never seen him. He was on the team last year. It was a 6th-round draft pick who didn't get on the field. But CeeDee Lamb goes down, and he steps in today. Of course, Pickens is going to be their number 1 wide receiver, but they only threw the ball to him 4 times. They threw it to Flournoy 9 times, 6 catches, 114 yards. I didn't even know who this guy was. And he's putting up 110, 114 today against the Jet defense. Some people are going to have to start questioning Aaron Glenn. Now, when the Jets hired him, I liked the hire, bringing a former Jet home. He did a great job for me in his introductory press conference and seemed to be a rallying the troops guy. In the last 2 weeks, he's cut 2 return guys who made major mistakes on special teams plays. So you also like we're going to hold our players accountable and there's going to be consequences. When you're 0-5, you just seem like a guy who can't get the team to respond. You can't get them to play. I know the Jets had some defensive losses over the last couple of years, but they still have supposedly star players on that side of the ball, and teams are just going through them like they're wet paper. They have no resistance whatsoever. That's Glenn's side of the ball. That's where he's supposed to be a strong head coach. getting out of the gates here, it does not look good for Aaron Glenn and his return to the Jets.
It doesn't, and I think, and I like Aaron Glenn, and I still think there's hope there. I think the problem is how bad the defense has looked. And this is a defense that, yes, they lost DJ Reed, they lost a couple of other pieces, but this is a defense that's not a few years removed from being considered one of the best units in the league. So I really don't know how to, judge them. But then I look at the penalties and I look at the sloppy play, and now it's who's he going to hold accountable? And I just don't know, where they go from here. Obviously, they're going to London this week. Maybe it's what they need is to get away from everything, and that's the way they go about it. But I just don't see it, anything. The grass is not greener anywhere else for the Jets right now.
I'm on a text chain with a bunch of former high school buddies who I've been pals with for 40 years, who are all Jet fans, and the texts are always flying while the Jet game is on. At least 3 times during the day, I had to text, and our blank stinks. Our tackling stinks. Our inability to not take penalties stinks. Our ability to get wide receivers not named Garrett Wilson open stinks. They're just playing god-awful football right now. They are the only team that has not, if the season were to end, the New York Jets would have the number 1 pick in the upcoming NFL draft because they are the only team left that has not won a game yet.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's what you want if you're a Jets fan. I hate tanking. I hate it in every sport. I can't deal with it. I'd rather just win games and build habits than do that. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, Dan Campbell talked a big game early. They started really slow, and then when it clicked, it clicked. And hopefully the Jets have enough time and it ends up clicking at some point for Aaron Glenn and this Jets team. And it is clicking on the other side there for the Cowboys offensively. So we'll see how that goes as the season progresses, as they look to build off of what has been a very good 2 weeks. Speaking of another new coaching hire this year, Vrabel has the Patriots 2-2 right now. They travel to Buffalo tonight. They play the 4-0 Bills, a Bills team that hasn't really been tested yet, and they are 7.5-point favorites. How do you see this one playing out?
I know, the Bills won opening week, did they not, against the Ravens? Now, 5 weeks later, we look at the Ravens go, they've won 1 game. What are you talking about? Of course the Bills had to beat them that opening week, but nobody was saying that when they opened up with the win against Baltimore. You can only play the schedule that you've got. So I'm not going to hold that against Buffalo as of right now. They are the only team that has yet to lose a game because the Eagles got beat earlier today, and it had been Buffalo and Philadelphia as the only undefeated squads. So we're down to 1 team that hasn't lost and 1 team that hasn't won, and they're both in the same division. That would be the AFC East with the Jets at 0-5 and the Bills at 0-4. I'm a big Drake May fan, have been since his North Carolina days. Thought he could have even been drafted higher than where he was, and the Patriots got a little lucky that he fell to them as far as I was concerned. He's played well. I think Vrabel has changed the culture up there. They're certainly an improved team. Do I really think they can go up to Buffalo and get a win tonight? No, I don't. I think that the Bills will walk out of there 5-0. I don't think the Patriots will get pounded. I don't think it'll be a rout. I don't think it'll be an embarrassment. And we had some embarrassing games in the National Football League today. That will not be the case. But I do not see the Patriots being able to pull it upset. If tonight's game was in New England, maybe. On the road, Buffalo hasn't lost a home game in a while.
15 straight.
15 straight. Yeah, that streak will continue tonight.
Yeah, and it's I don't see it either. I do love Drake May. I think what he's I did not believe in him when he got drafted.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to, act like when he was coming out I was all excited about him, and he's been great since he stepped on the field. And if anything, they are very, on offense, it's not like they have a ton of talent. The 2 running backs that we thought were going to be great are, they've underperformed at times. They've played well at times. And then the receivers-wise, it feels like it's been somebody new every week. And then you have your pockets where Stephon Diggs has really stepped up, specifically last week. But they've been good. But that Bills team, and I'm glad you said what you said about the Bills. I don't hold it against them about who they've played because they've done this before. We've seen them win against big teams in big moments, and Week 1 was a big moment, even if it was on the backs of a mistake by the Ravens, and Josh Allen is, one of the best in the league, and they've won games where he hasn't even played. Not that he hasn't played well, but he didn't have to do much to win those games. And James Cook, thank God they paid him because he's going off big time. They're rewarding him, or he's rewarding them for that investment.
I don't know if you watch. Are you a fan of Hard Knocks?
I did not watch this year, no.
I watch it every year. I've watched every episode of every year. I know it's the same thing, and the names are just changed to protect the innocent every single year. It's a formatic show. It's a format that works, much like Survivor. I've been watching that all 49 of its seasons, however long it's been going. If something's that good, you stick with it, and I've done that with Hard Knocks. I remember the episode when they got White done, because he was there, but he wasn't practicing, and there was a little nervousness around the team, and they gave you the meeting with him and the general manager the next morning when they announced it, and you could see just a weight lifted off the shoulders of all the Bills players. They know how important a player he is to that success of the team, and man, has he held up his end of the bargain the first 4 weeks of the year.
He has for sure, and it should be at least a competitive one tonight. Jody, you're the man, as always. I will see you in 2 weeks. Hopefully, the Jets still don't have a win at that point.
Oh, shut up. I hope you come back in 2 weeks and I can start the show laughing.
Wow. I will allow it, obviously, but we will see what happens. I will be back in 2 weeks. Jody will still be here next week at 6 o'clock, as always. Stay tuned. Jody's got you for another 2 hours till 10 o'clock. Sorry. I'm back in 2 weeks. Gridiron Gameday. If you want to follow me, Pico_Day_Gallo on X and Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. Follow all the great content on the YouTube page and BetMGM. Stay tuned because Jody's got you to 10. We'll have all the action next week. Same place, same time, 12 to 8. I won't be here. Somebody else will. But I will be back the next week. And for the rest of the season, we got a lot of NFL action left this year, and it's going to be awesome. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo. Until next time, Infinity Sportsnet.